Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 3 of the new Psychology of Winning tour, where we have put together the most, I have been told, the most impressive lineup of all time. And in fact, it's very apropos that this whole event is centered around the work of Denis Waitley, who many people know worked with the United States Olympics, because I think that this event, Adora, so far has been like the dream team of 1992, where you have Michael Jordan, you have Larry Bird, you have Magic Johnson, you have John Stockton. Because if you think about this lineup, Adora, you can take any single one of our headline keynote speakers and build an entire event around them. The same way you could build a whole team around Larry Bird or Michael Jordan. But we have the best of the best here with us, of course, and that's thanks to Denis Waitley. And I'm just excited, Adora, but how excited are you so far? And how excited are you for day 3, Adora Evans?
Listen, I'm so excited. And to add to what you're saying, to think all these players, I'm not great at sports, so I'm going to do my best here, but that they're here in honor of Denis. And they all say, this guy was our mentor. He impacted me. Yes, he's become my friend, colleague. And Denis has said, now I'm learning from them as well. But this is a very special event. And the feedback that we've been getting, especially from the speakers afterwards, about the special moments that they shared with you, Denis, and getting to have that intimate time, and then everybody else getting to watch and learn. I mean, it's just been phenomenal. So we've got a full day, including Frank Song coming up. We have Jeff Webb, the gentleman who took varsity cheerleading brand, the clothing to $1 billion, and even cheerleading's going into the Olympics now. We have Brian Tracy, Kyle Wilson, Jim Rohn. We have so many great panelists today. I'm elevated. You know, we've been standing and sitting, but my energy is overflowing. How about you, Denis? How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling 45. I'm feeling like I'm 45 years old again, and that just starting out the career. But, you know, the day 1 was incredible, you know, with Les Brown and Joe Vitale. And then we have again yesterday, we've got, you know, yesterday with Bob Proctor coming on first. You know, we go back so far, and then go from Bob Proctor, and we have John Assaraf, and we had Dr. Demartini. We just have these legends, but they're not really legend. A legend is something that is past. The legend of Paul Bunyan, the legend of Sleepy Hollow, and a legend maybe is like Puff the Magic Dragon. So rather than being legends, I think we're legacies out of the same river that flows through this whole business called the personal development industry. And I was thinking about it. It actually started out probably in a tent, and they were probably selling snake oil because they called us all snake oil salesmen. And so salesmen and we were selling Carter's Little Liver Pills, and we were selling castor oil and the Coca-Cola brand. And people would come from their towns to hear these positive thinking speakers, but most of them were selling a product. And all we're trying to do is create an awareness so that people can achieve their own dreams. So all we are is we're minstrels. And I look at us as minstrels playing an instrument, going through the cities and going through the towns all over the world, singing the song of you can do it. If you think you can, you can. If you think you can, you can. And trying to create their thoughts into dreams and their dreams into realities, and realize that we're common people. If you heard yesterday, you look at you look at John Demartini and where he's come from and what he's been through. You look at John Assaraf and what he's done, what he's come through. You look from Bob Proctor, you look at everyone, and none of us was uncommon. We were common people who found uncommon ways that are available to all of us. So yes, to me, it's one of the greatest thrills because the light's going on. This tent is the universe. And so we're not inviting people to come into a small tent and sell them this little product we have. We're trying to reach inside and have people reach inside themselves all over the world through this dream. Thank you very much, Mo, called the Los Angeles Tribune, the brand that is the only brand that I know of that is exclusive to the personal development and professional development industry. And I so appreciate that you and Adora and the others came up with the concept of bringing it to people all over the world in different countries. Now I don't have to get on an airplane. I am the third most frequent flyer on American Airlines and the second most frequent flyer on Delta. Why would you want to be that? You wouldn't want to be that because that means you have to go out as a courier and pick up a check. In other words, in order for you to get paid for your services, you have to get on an airplane and travel. And you have to be away from your family. And you have to be gone long hours. And you have to travel night and day. But thank heavens we have a technology that brings us into every smartphone throughout the world with the eager people who are trying to reach their own destiny. So I'm grateful to be at the dawning of the new psychology of winning all over the world, and just to be one of the players in the orchestra.
Dennis, yesterday, someone in our group went live and she said, I can't believe he's 88. He looks 45, 50 if we're really pushing it. So you look the way you feel.
You know, Adora,
That's
it's funny
fabulous.
because I was looking at some clips of Dennis and just to refresh my memory on some of the most powerful speeches. In my opinion, you know, for example, the memorial speech you gave for your late friend Jim Rohn, I've watched that more than once because it was so powerful. And Dennis looks younger now than he did about 10, 15 years ago. So
I mean,
I don't know what it is, Adora.
We're trying to get in on that neuroplasticity he's
Right,
working with,
right.
on that training. I mean, Mo, that's why we're here.
There's a little Benjamin Button reverse aging going on, I think. So I don't know what it is.
I haven't had any dermabrasion and I haven't visited a plastic surgeon, but you know, I've got smile lines and you know, I can't help but smile. I don't frown very much and I don't watch news very much. But I think what keeps me feeling young is I hang around young people who are dynamically moving forward in their careers. And I think one of the secrets to feeling young and looking in the mirror and seeing the person you used to be, you want to be, you remember you as, is always having youthful and childlike curiosity. And I'm so curious about today and what I'm going to learn from the panelists that I'll just tell you, I feel young and I'm behaving young and my brain doesn't know how old I am. And don't tell my brain because it's only listening to me these days.
I love it. I love it.
Absolutely.
Well,
right.
Dennis, we're so excited. We're going to have you back on in just a bit, right at the top of the hour, just before. Is there anything you want to say before we bring you back into the green room?
No, it's just I hope people are tuning in on a Sunday and I hope they're able to watch it afterward. And I hope they're able to repeat and watch, as Bob Proctor said, observation, imitation, repetition, internalization, reflex. You will become what you watch and expose yourself. And so expose yourself and repeat it and learn it, internalize it, and you will become it.
Amazing. And before we do have Dennis go back in the green room, we got this powerful comment because this is such a Dennis is bringing the heat, Adora. And I was totally mind blown by the conversation between Dennis and Joe Vitale. I just say, wow, 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 magical, so profound. I agree. I went back and watched parts of that conversation, Dennis, and it was very fascinating because Joe Vitale asked you a question. He said, and you know, and it was such an authentic moment. And he said, well, what do you say about to the naysayers, right? Because there's quite a few folks in this business that have to deal with naysayers. And you said, well, I've dealt with my fair share of that, as I imagine being involved as long as you have in this. And your answer was quite simply, placebo is good enough. And that had me thinking, Dennis, because what's interesting is how we as a society brush off placebo, or somehow just don't give it regard. But what if we change the word placebo and used something else in a context of a conversation? What if we replaced it with the word magic? Or what if we replaced it with something more profound? Would we as a society simply brush off placebo? It really had my brain thinking about this, because I thought that was a very simple yet profound answer. I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on that before we bring on one of our guests.
Well, that's a really good question. And I've been following placebo knee surgery. And for example, if you go through placebo knee surgery, your doctor will take you and you'll get anesthetized a little bit, and they'll deaden the area in your knee. And then they'll make a little teeny incision, and then they'll sew it back up, and they'll pretend that they're doing a surgical procedure on your knee, but it will only be that you believe you're getting the knee surgery. And what this belief system is so powerful that many of the people who get placebo knee surgery are as healthy afterwards as those who've had the real surgery. And the question is then, if you believe it and conceive it, as Napoleon said, you can achieve it. This belief system is so powerful. So it's simply having faith in things unseen and unsaid. But instead of a premonition of the worst, my expectation is of the best. And you won't get what you want in life necessarily, but you will get what you expect. So make your expectation optimism, because optimism rules the outcome of the world. The optimists survive and thrive. The pessimists have to clean up the locker room.
Powerful, Dennis. All right. Well, I can see we have in our green room both Frank Song and Jeff Webb. So we're going to bring you back so we can bring them on, and you'll be back on with Jeff in just a bit.
Very good. Looking forward to it. I'll go back in the green room. And here, Mo, you can tell I'm in the green room because I've got my green room placard.
There we go.
I'll see you in a while.
Thank you, Dennis. And Adora, I'm excited about the next guest, and we're going to have you stay on, Adora, to keep the conversation flowing, because I know that we only have the next guest for about 10 minutes, but he is such a unique individual that does so many awesome things on the planet. So we want to have the two of you on screen so we can get maximum value for our audience. And that's, of course, Frank Song. And Frank Song is a very interesting individual, does a lot of things, serves a lot of people, helps a lot of people. We're going to put Frank in, and Adora, you're going to run point for the next few minutes until Jeff Webb comes on right after. So Frank, welcome to the New Psychology of Winning Tour. Adora Evans and Frank Song, floor is yours.
Hello, Frank. You're muted, and welcome.
Welcome. Right, I'm unmuted now. Hey, welcome. Yeah, nice to see you.
Hey, so nice to see you. So what time is it where you are?
Let me check. It's 7 p.m. in Geneva. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much. That's not too bad. So I know you've created a global brand, and we're about to give you the whole floor to discuss with us how you can scientifically increase your profits by 50%. Is there something you want to say before I give you the whole floor?
No, I think scientifically improving profits is a very good point and a very good topic, because I find that, in life we try to make things overtly complicated, right? When I was young, I used to study like lots of different topics because I was interested. And if you study enough topics, programming, physics, my background is in investment banking and private equity, from my time on Wall Street, and even art, they all follow the same fundamentals. So once you start looking at different fields, you start seeing all these different patterns to success, right, in all these different fields. And the first thing is that it's usually a scientific linear process, right? So when we talk about increasing profits and all this stuff, it's nice to talk about it from a qualitative, passion-oriented sense. Of course, that's a very important component. But when you're in business, we deal with money, and money is denominated in numerals, right? They're denominated with numbers. And so when you deal with numbers, you deal with formulas, right? And I have a lot of friends who are artists and designers at the very high level. Obviously, I'm here in Geneva with the watch people. And as artistically brained as you are, if you want to be successful, unfortunately, as part of that is numbers, right? And that's kind of what people have to understand about doubling your profit and success, is that, it doesn't have to be this confusing process. So what do I mean by that? Let's bring it more tangibly, right?
I'm going to put you on the full screen just so I warn you, all right? Everybody,
Okay, no
grab
problem.
your pen, grab your paper. This guy has built incredible wealth, and it's about to give us in a short amount of time some nuggets. So, all right, Frank.
I'll do my best. Thank you. So the first math, before I go into the direct formula, is this concept of accretion, right? And this is a concept you learn on Wall Street, and it's kind of like what I call the 1% math, right? So a little background on myself, so you understand where the information is coming from, because I'm a big believer that information is like food. You should know where your food comes from if you put in your body. So you should know where the information comes from if you put into your mind, right? That's just logical to me. So I used to be homeless, as a lot of you know, when I was 14, 15, 16. And I worked my way to get into basically the halls of Wall Street, doing mergers and acquisitions, billion-dollar deals. I worked at one of the best venture capital private equity firms in the world. And, I got to understand how the 1% do math differently than the 99%. And there's a very important concept in wealth building and success, which is called accretion, right? Accretion is a very fancy way, and in most fields, we try to make things sound more fancy than they really are, because if you understand it conceptually, it's very simple, which is accretion is basically having two things that are different come together to be larger than the sum of the parts. Said differently, the 1% and wealthy people think very differently, and some of them do it accidentally, like Richard Branson. Richard Branson just kind of does it accidentally, but he definitely does it, right? And there's some people who do it more intentionally, like Wall Street type people. But the point is very, very clear, which is 1 + 1 cannot equal 2 if you want to be successful. Okay, 1 + 1 = 5 in successful people's minds, right? And the reason is because 1 + 1 is a very low return on your numbers. So what does that mean? And I'll give you like a really tangible case study, which is when we do mergers and acquisitions, right? We have two companies that are going to merge together, right? If both of them are making $100 in sales, $50 in cost, then you have $50 profit, right? Very simple. Now, if you combine those two companies together, you have 200 in sales, 100 in profit, 100 in cost, and 100 in profit. That's 1 + 1 = 2. But that's not how it really works, right? Because when you put two companies together, first of all, you have economies of scale, right? You have pricing elasticity, where you can control the market if you're large enough, if you're a Facebook or Google, or even in your own market, right? You have the ability to buy in larger inventory costs, so your cost goes down, right? You don't need two HR teams. You don't need two marketing teams. That's why software companies are very, very profitable when they do this accretion mathematics, because you don't need to double your engineering force to double your user base, right? And this concept also works very well in the services business, because you have a lot of scale and strengths that we could speak for 5 hours about. Different things you can do with your pricing structure, different things you can do with your cost model. So long story short, when you put 1 + 1 together, the 1% math works like this, which is you have 100 in sales, you have maybe 50 in cost, you keep your costs the same, or it increases by 50%, which is like 75, and then your profit margins are a lot higher. That's why when we were in venture capital and private equity, it was the best thing to do was to acquire another company that was very similar, because all that revenue, all that sales dropped to profit. Okay. You can also do that in your own personal life, right? Which is, you see, there's schools like Stanford, Harvard, Princeton, Yale, MIT, who's perfected this strategy, which is, a lot of the college admissions process is also about 1 + 1 = 5, which is, it's not good enough to be a smart enough student. For those of you who have children who are applying for colleges, right? Like, it's not good enough to have an SAT score. What they're really looking for is that there are enough smart kids and hardworking kids in the whole United States and the world to fill up multiple class sizes, which is they're looking to put one person and one person together who can create 5. And they perfected that strategy. And a lot of people need to do that in their businesses and their business relationships and their personal relationships. This is extremely important to do this accretion mathematics, right? And, if you've ever dealt with people who are at the highest levels, who've self-made their wealth, they're incredibly, how should I say, thoughtful about investing their time, because time is exactly like obviously your financial resource, which is you have 24 hours every single day, and you just have to allocate that to its highest and best use at all given times, right? And the people who are able to double their profits and things of that sort are able to do it in a way where they're allocating the highest and best returns, right? So for example, I've as I did with the interview with you guys, I have 200 workers who work for me around the world, and they all have set tasks to do every day. What I do every day is I wake up, I go into the shower, and I go, what is the highest and best use of what I can do today? Is it marketing? Is it sales? Is it working on some teams? I'm not actually doing the sales, obviously, but working on that department, right? And it's you have to be fluid, and you have to think like a return investor. So another thing I would recommend is that you have to understand that your ability to multiply your time is very important to also doubling your profits, because without getting into the more complicated formulas, I think the biggest stepping stone that a lot of people have a really big problem with is, I know tons of small business owners who are really good at their craft. They're experts at their field, but they don't have the trust or the know-how, or they're just scared to hire employees. Even it's something simple like an accountant or a virtual assistant. But being able to multiply your time and having the scale is really this breaking barrier to get you to the next level of wealth. Because the last point I would add is that, when was the last time you saw a billionaire without workers, without team members, without and that's one last phrase I would say is, there's no such thing as a self-made man, because you have to have a team. I've never met anyone over the wealth of $100 million who did not have a significant team. And that's just the laws of.
And Frank, we're going to spend a couple more minutes together here. But what's interesting is we live in a climate in which business globally is changing at a Mach 10 speed. Yeah. And there's a lot of what I call dinosaurs that are sort of going extinct, because they're trying to do the same old thing in a new world. And we live in a new world order that is changing by the second. And so you have done a good job of adapting, especially in the last 2 years, of maintaining and growing. And that's something that few people in business have been able to do. The ability to adapt, the ability to transcend the environment, and the ability to maneuver in business strategically, thinking in terms of the future. Let's talk a little bit about that in the time we have remaining. What are some strategies and some ways that people can practically apply tools and resources to adapt in the modern world? And what are the biggest changes that you anticipate in business with the world that is, of course, moving at a Mach 10 speed? Please.
That's a really packed question. I'll do my best to condense, because it's a really amazing question. The first point I would say is the way flexibility, as the faster the world changes, is so important. You have to be so fluid, right? Because if you look at the Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies, you look at the dynamics that they're changing at the top of that list, and even the Forbes 100 wealthiest list, it's going fast. Like, people you never thought would become wealthy is like, right? Look at the crypto guys. They came out of nowhere, right? First, it was the Wall Street guys that came out of nowhere, the hedge fund managers. Then now it's the crypto people, right? And then there was the technology people, Bill Gates. So as the world gets faster, you have to get more fluid, right? That's just the way life works. The best advice that I can say in the more impactful way is, you have to stop spending time with people like you. Like, it's just the best thing to do. So for example, and I get a lot of comment about this on my Instagram, right? Which is, I'm always with mostly women, right? And my point is that I don't want to think like a man. I know how men think. I am a man, right? I want to understand how, and these people,
Frank, I have to say, I love the advice you're giving. So ladies and gentlemen, guys, if you're out there and you want to be more successful, spend time with more women. Hold on, let me write that down, because I really like that. Okay, please
continue. Swear to God, I swear to God, it quadrupled my wealth. I'm not joking you here, because here, let me ask you a question. Do you need 2 CEOs in a company? Do you need 2 people do the same thing? Why do I want to spend my time with friends that think exactly like me? What did I learn from that? I have friends who are all the way from 65 years old. I'm here in Geneva going to a watch convention. I'm hanging around a lot. I sat behind 2 guys that were from a very wealthy billionaire family. I can't name them for security purposes. And I'm sitting right behind them. This is a different crowd, right? This is like a old money, legacy wealth type of crowd. I have friends who are 45 years old. I have friends who are 55. I have friends who are, I try to keep in as much as possible, people, my team members who are 20, 34. I can't really call them like friends, but because they're so young. But, being able to understand all these different subcultures. I have friends who are in art, and I have friends who are of different, how should I say, specializations than I am, right? And I think that's why my Instagram blew up, is because everyone thinks it's interesting. I think it's interesting, but I do it naturally. And I really recommend that people get out of their own towns, get out of their own unique social circles, and because one last thing I'll add, Mo, because it was such a good question, is that, especially you got to pay attention to the young people. If you don't have TikTok, if you don't have Instagram, you have to watch this stuff for one important reason. You make fun of, not you, but many people make fun of the 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 24-year-olds. But remember this, if you're in business, in just 10 years, they're going to have the largest purchasing power. They're going to be the ones controlling the world, right? In just 10 to 15 years, these are the biggest customers. They will be at the highest pinnacle of their income curve, right? Look at all the people that are going into their 30s and 40s. They're the ones who are now changing and controlling the world, right? The elder generation is more obviously doing it from legacy power. So just the 20-year-olds, as much as they're doing funny TikTok dances, these are your biggest customers in 10 years. So you have to stay with people who are not exactly like you. It's the best way to quadruple your wealth.
I agree, Frank. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the new Psychology of Winning tour, where we are bringing together a unique group of thought leaders to help you lead your life, lead your business. And Frank, that's actually a very profound concept, to have folks that think differently. In fact, the biggest breakthroughs of any industry have historically, in many cases, come outside of the realm of their industry.
Okay.
If you think of, for example, Rogaine for hair, it actually came from dermatology. Right. If you think of Viagra, it actually came from heart medicine. Fiber optics did not stem out of telecommunications. It actually came from aerospace. And so some of the biggest breakthroughs come from outside your industry. So I appreciate you sharing that with our audience and helping people elevate their thinking. And I want to thank you for your time. Adora, what are some final takeaways before we go to Jeff Webb? Adora, you're on mute.
I love that you shared your wealth increased when you started hanging out with women. Women everywhere were like, yes,
Oh, yeah.
yes. I don't know that Mo needed another excuse to surround himself with women, but I love that so much. And I also love how you focused on social media and paying attention to kids rather than making fun of them and their dances. Like, they're on to something. I remember the first time my little girl was 7 and she sent me this string of emojis, and I looked at each one: ice cream, roller coaster, smiley face, and I'm like, you know what? She's pretty brilliant. She's sending me all of her emotions in pictures and articulating. And I thought, they're on to something. So Frank, thank you for your time. We definitely want to have you back at another time where we can go deeper with you. I know that you've got to get back to your convention there. And where can they find you on social media? On Instagram?
Just Frank Song on Instagram, or Frank Song on Facebook, and obviously through my website if you'd like as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Frank.
Happy to be here.
We'll see you soon.
See you.
All right. Oops. We've got you in the stream. Remove from stream. There we go. You're muted, Mo.
Thank you very much, Adora. And Frank's song brought a lot of value. I really enjoyed that. Let's bring Denis back in now. Denis, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the break. And, I really enjoyed that. And it got us thinking about, outside the box thinking. So let's touch base a little bit and do a quick recap before we move on to the next segment.
I'm so excited about it.
Absolutely, because as we mentioned, some of the biggest breakthroughs in business have been from outside the industry. And consequently, a lot of folks, they network only within their industry. If you're an insurance salesman and you're going to the insurance conventions exclusively, etc., What happens if you start networking outside of your industry? That's where the big breakthroughs happen. So I really appreciated Frank's contribution to that. I want to hear your thoughts, Dennis, on that concept.
Well, when I was listening to Frank, I was smiling because for the last 50 years, I've been telling people that you should hang around with people outside of your own industry. So I read fashion magazines. I look at, I'm not mechanically oriented, so I read popular mechanics. I go outside my industry and I don't hang around with other speakers. We talked yesterday, Joe Vitale, I haven't seen him. I don't spend much time with Brian, only a couple of days. I don't hang around with other speakers and talk about what our speaking business is like. I hang around with people who are younger, people who are older, people who are housewives, people who are doing this because I learn from them. Take a look at Federal Express. I did a lot of programs for FedEx. Why didn't the airline industry, who had all the airplanes and all the packaging and all the air freight, why didn't they deliver the packages to a hub in Memphis and get it there by tomorrow morning? Because they're in the box. But Fred Smith was outside the box. He wasn't in that industry. So he developed a new industry called Deliver It Overnight. You look at every one of these people. Bill Gates didn't want to be a billionaire. He liked the software controlling traffic lights. And so Steven Spielberg liked to take his camera onto the lots. He didn't even graduate from college. I'm seeing every day the outboard motor was invented by a Swede who was trying to get his girl an ice cream cone. And he was so busy rowing that he created from the washing machine an outboard motor. So it was Ole Evinrude created the outboard motor, which was the precursor to all motorized boats because he was trying to get an ice cream cone for his girlfriend. What did I learn from that? People who get rich solve problems. People who get really rich are solving problems of time and money for other people because other people are so busy trying to make money and spend their time that they don't have the time to think of things to save people time and money. The other thing that he talked about is leverage. He used the different term, but I like to leverage my income. I didn't become wealthy till after age 55. Why? Because I didn't understand how to leverage compound interest. And compound interest, it always compounds over time, and it's leveraging. So one of the greatest wonders of the world is compounding your interest over time by paying your future first. If I was going to do a seminar on how to become a billionaire and I was under 45, I would say save at least 10% of your income in a fixed financial instrument that will guarantee you 5 to 7% guaranteed by the government. And I would do that over a period of 20 years and it would be over. I'd be a multimillionaire just because I spent my time paying my future first, having the discipline to leverage your time. Time is the most.
And it looks like we do have a quick little hiccup here, but it's all good. Dennis will be back with us in a couple. Let's go ahead and do a reset here, and we'll bring Dennis back in a couple minutes while we do a quick reset. And Adora, how excited are you for this next segment that's going to start in a few minutes with Jeff Webb?
You know what? I'm super excited. So Jeff is new to us, but he created cheerleading, a famous cheerleading brand that went to $1 billion company, Varsity. And he created cheerleading on TV, ESPN, back in 1984. And now it's even going into the Olympics. So when I had my first career in television with Pat Summerall on the Discovery Channel, I got to interview a lot of cheer competition people and finding out this was a huge business. And speaking of what you're talking about, that particular CEO, I don't remember his name, but he told me they would often go to Disney Broadway productions to get ideas for what to bring to their competitions and the feeling that you would get when you would come to the competitions, which is pretty cool. So I think we see Dennis moving back there. Let's
Beautiful.
Bring him back
So let's bring Dennis back here. All righty. Dennis, welcome back.
So I guess I froze, but I didn't mean to freeze. I was watching other people freeze. So I saw Mr. Song. I like to call him Mr. Song because I like the idea of having a last name as a song. I saw him freeze, but I didn't see me freeze. But anyway, I'm back. I'm hoping I don't freeze, and I'm excited about Jeff Webb because I know more about him than he thinks I do.
Interesting. Well, let's go ahead and bring Jeff Webb in. Yeah. Jeff, welcome to the New Psychology of Winning Tour.
You're muted.
Welcome to the tour, sir.
Better.
Good to have you here with us. How excited are you to be here?
This is really a great experience. I've watched some and been able to see some of the guests. It's a great concept, and thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
It's a pleasure to have you. Now, I'm going to step back, but ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to grab a pen, grab a paper. As I always say, when we have opportunities to listen to some thought leaders, Adora and Dennis are going to pick Jeff Webb's brain for the remaining time that we have with him, and I'm excited to sit back and listen. And with that, Adora, let's get the ball rolling.
Awesome.
Jeff, I first heard about you about 1975, and I'll tell you why. So you were a collegiate cheerleader.
That's right.
Okay. But I'm very excited that in 1974, when I took over the presidency of the Jonas Salk Foundation in Sarasota, Florida,
right,
I believe that in 74 and 75 is when you began to really percolate on this whole idea of the Varsity Spirit Corporation. Am I correct?
That's exactly right. We the fall of 74, I kind of came up with the concept, and we launched shortly thereafter. We started out just doing training camps for college and high school cheerleaders, teaching this kind of new concept of a more athletic and entertaining approach. And had our first camps in the summer of 75. So you're right on the money.
Well, what's interesting about that is that I wasn't successful then. I had just started to write The Psychology of Winning for myself because I was losing. So I was at a bad point in my life, and I was in Sarasota, Florida, working for Dr. Jonas Salk, the developer of the polio vaccine. And I'm beginning to watch cheerleading. And what I like to follow is I followed all the way about whether cheerleading is gymnastics or a sport. And as chairman of psychology for the Olympics, I kind of went on your side of it. In other words, I believe that cheerleading is one of the greatest forms of exercise and presentation. And it reminds me of the Olympics because the Olympics originally was not about sports. The Olympic Games with the Roman version was all javelin, Greco-Roman wrestling, seeing how strong, how tough, how big, how fast, Sidious, Altius, Fortius, swifter,
right,
higher, faster.
Right. All military sort of activities in the day, right?
Yes, but the original Olympics, when the Greeks did it, they had mathematics, they had poetry, they had songs, they had things that people express themselves with, coming together with your neighbors to see how good you are against world-class standards. But the competition wasn't to beat somebody, it was to see and express yourself as well you could, and all you got was an olive wreath on your head and a pat on the back for saying, wow, I did my best in a strong field of champions. So I've been following your own take on this, and it's so exciting to have it be included in the Olympics. But it's not really a game, it's a way of expressing yourself physically and biomechanically. So what you've done is just absolutely incredible. I mean, it really is, because I hate to admit it, but I was a cheerleader in high school.
Where was that, Fred? Where was it, Dennis?
I was too small to play football. I graduated from high school on my 16th birthday. So I was a peewee. I was too young I played baseball. Yeah, you didn't have to be big. All you had to do was be quick. But so I was a cheerleader for La Jolla High School, the La Jolla Vikings. We had the Notre Dame song. And we also had Scarlet and Black, which is why I like, I guess, Arizona Cardinals and Stanford, because they have Scarlet and Black. But Jeff, I'm really interested because you took a dream and a concept in the 70s and you build it into an incredible global organization that includes the International Cheerleading Association and the intercollegiate and the professional. So it's both amateur and professional all over the world. And I think we're interested in knowing how you took your imagination and took it into reality.
Well, thank you. And thank you for the kind words and all the interest, and great to find out that you were a cheerleader there at La Jolla. That was the time, by the way, where high school cheerleading in California, Texas, and so on was almost all co-ed, and where you had teams that looked like college teams of today, with starting to do stunts and so on. But anyway, it's very interesting. My the kind of the seed of varsity spirit and the way I started out with my dream, if you will, was working as a college cheerleader, and then working for a gentleman named Lawrence Herkimer, who had some camps throughout the country. And I did that. It was my summer job. And I was getting ready to, when I was graduating from the University of Oklahoma, I was getting ready to go to law school. And Mr. Herkimer asked me to come and help him in his office to kind of organize the camps. And I agreed to do that for a year. And then I was going to go back to law school. And once I got there and started helping, I developed this just different concept, a different approach. And the idea was to take what was a traditional school leadership position, which, by the way, is still, I feel like, very important part of cheerleading, but then modernize it. And to do that, we added all the acrobatics and we added entertainment, and developed a curriculum where we could teach teams to do these things quickly. And by one of the things we found out was that it wasn't just that we could do the stunts and the tricks and show them, but if we could actually help them learn to do these things, then they could apply them at their football games and basketball games and get this great reaction. Then we had something that was of real value to them, because that also gave them kind of a more prestigious position in their school and made them more effective in actually generating spirit in the entire community. So the idea, people come to me now, Dennis, and go, is you laid out kind of this global sort of enterprise that I was very fortunate enough to build. And by the way, I thought, as you said, Mr. Song's concept about nobody is totally self-made, the really successful people, it's about the team. And I would like to say that that's exactly how it was for me, that it wasn't just me. Yes, it was my idea, but to be able to execute on an idea and to scale it and to build it into something that really has kind of impact over the long term takes a team. And it takes talented and committed people that believe in your dream, but that are also put in a position to make their maximum contribution to the entire endeavor. So I was very fortunate from the very beginning. When we started, it was the team for Varsity Spirit was me and one other full-time employee. Our first world headquarters was the second bedroom of my apartment. And then 24 college kids who I taught the curriculum to, and then they went out and actually helped me run the camps. And it was the kind of the start of a very egalitarian sort of culture where everybody had a role to play, that everybody was appreciated. But at the end of the day, when that camp was over, we knew just kind of inherently that if we'd done a good job and if we'd helped these students, if we'd given them something of real value. So that was kind of the beginning. And then we went on to add uniforms, and then eventually competitions. We created the concept of the modern day cheerleading competition. It wasn't as a potential new profit center. It was really because we didn't have enough money, and we wanted to come up with a way for people to see what we were offering all over the country and then pay us to come see them. And the idea was to get cheerleading on television, which we were fortunate enough to do. And as they say, the rest is history. And then eventually, of course, we developed a concept for an international federation that we've been working on for about 15 years. And then finally, we're recognized by the International Olympic Committee this past July. So that's probably more information than you wanted, but that's kind of how things unfolded.
No, it actually isn't. It actually is just what we wanted, because this dream has gotten really big in reality. You're talking about equipment, you're talking about facilities, you're talking about thousands of people involved, and you're talking about a brand, and that's something really important. You know, we're trying to help people brand
I'm
themselves.
having a little trouble, Adora, hearing Dennis.
Can you hear me, Adora?
Got it.
Yes, I can. I
Yeah,
can.
sorry,
And
yeah.
Mhm.
No problem. I have you now. Thank you.
No, I'm excited about how you were able to brand Varsity and brand it so well, because I think everyone needs to have their unique, magnificent obsession. And I think they need more focus. I think we tend to throw everything up against the wall and become a jack of all trades, but master of none. And in addition to surrounding ourselves with team, you got to know what you're good at, and you got to know what you're not good at. And if you're not good at something, don't try to be the CEO or the guy behind the money, because I'm not good in networking, because I'm only good with writing and doing my content, but I have to hire people who have skills that I don't have at all. So I understand that completely, but you've built such a brand that do you have any ideas on how a person could take his or her belief in the talent that they have, or the desire they have, and how do they get that brand going? And how were you able to globalize a brand in your mind and see where it was going? I mean, that's a big question, but maybe we can start with, what do you think about focus?
Well, I agree with you on focus, and I think one of the things that so many of us who have been fortunate enough to be successful entrepreneurs over a long period of time, the things that we learned, we didn't have everything all settled in our mind when we got started. We had a concept, and then there's experience and there's advice, and there's hopefully some mentoring involved. So we get to kind of how we see the world and how we build a culture, and we apply it to build something special. I think that when I talk to people about starting a company and building it a brand, I always this may sound a little bit trite, but in some of your writings, I know that you talk about find something that you're passionate about, and then just dedicate yourself. It's more important than going and doing some type of incredible research and figuring out just how am I going to make money. It's really more about find what you really like to do, and even more importantly, something that I think adds real value to people's lives. And that can be just about any business, by the way. It's just how you view it. It's what your perspective is. And then work hard to make it happen. Because if it's something that where you enjoy focusing on it, where you enjoy spending your time, where it's not just work. Yes, it's hard work, but it's a labor of love and something that you get fulfillment from, then you're just more likely to be successful. That's just the way it goes. And the other thing, as you were mentioning, is finding other people that complement you, that do things. That I've been very fortunate in my career to have those types of people who I didn't have to make every decision about finance, for instance, or insurance. I was able to find people that did that well, but still wanted to be a part of the team. And I think the same thing with contractors. A mistake that a lot of people make, I think, in kind of the early parts of a business, they try to do everything. Well, I'm doing this, so why don't I manufacture this? Well, then why don't I build this? I think you start, what do you do well? What do you want your company to do? And then you use, I'm a big believer in using contractors, using in strategic alliances. We were into all types of strategic alliances before it was cool, before everybody was talking about strategic alliances. For us, it was out of necessity because we were undercapitalized and we couldn't do everything. So we were fortunate enough in the early days to develop these types of relationships where we could focus on what we did, and then we could use our partners and our fellow employees to provide kind of the depth and the breadth, if you will, to build a successful organization.
I really like that, Jeff, because people are afraid to plunge in because of the risk. the risk of losing all the money that they have. Maybe they only have $500 or $1,000, and they don't want to blow everything they've saved on this risky idea they have. But if they would just realize they can share the risk with people, like-minded in different fields who make up. And I certainly am not good with managing money. I'd be a multi, I'd have a lot more money, but I spent up to my income for many years, and I didn't understand I didn't know anything about investing. And I'm not really good managing people. People say that and even Adora, some people call me Mr. Wonderful because I'm so nice to everyone that I can become a floor mat as well as a welcome mat. And so I'm a pushover for saying, sure, well, let's do it. And why not? And I say yes. People say I haven't learned to say no, but I really am saying no. I'd like to know more about it. But you've hit something really important. We don't have to find employees or people who are going to necessarily be partners, but we have to find contractors and, like you say, strategic alliances, other people. And look, no man or woman is an island, and our egos don't need to be big enough. I've always said 50% of nothing is nothing. So why wouldn't I want to have somebody who was capable of leveraging and helping in a way I never could? And so naturally, I think team is, that's taking team to a whole new level. You don't need to have a lot of employees. You don't need to have a lot of money, but you need to have people who make up for what you don't have.
That's well said. Right on the money. I agree with you 100%.
One thing I'd really love the two of you to talk about, because I think you'll have an interesting conversation, is what it means to win. And also, Jeff, about the conference you came from and the heart of that conference, as we were talking the other day. So winning has become this thing where everyone gets a trophy, right? And we're building positivity and optimism. But then there's also, well, does everyone get a trophy in the Olympics? How does that? So let's chat about that.
Yeah, Jeff, I'd like to hear your definition. I know, everybody, I mean, after all, I've hung my moniker on trying to become a winner. I'm not saying I'm a winner. I'm saying that I am in the process of winning more than losing. And winning is not a place that you arrive at. It's not a pedestal. It's really fluid. Like he was talking about fluidity and being adaptable to change. I mean, every morning I wake up to a new change and a new challenge that happens. So I don't know anyone who is a success, but I know many people who live successfully through whatever happens to them. But I'm really interested in your concept of what winning means to you.
Well, Dennis, you're not just a winner; you're a champion to many of us, by the way. But I will tell you this: that my thoughts on winning are pretty close to yours. We hear a lot of people. I mean, I think everybody, or a lot of people, focus too much on just being number one. Now, we're all competitive here. Anybody tuning in here is competitive. We all like to win, but that winning can be a number of different things. And I think in our society, sometimes we make the mistake of thinking, even in business, that the winners are just the people that get the richest. And I just don't believe that. I think the most important thing is that people do their best, that they try to find a team to be on or to lead where they can make a contribution, and what they're doing adds value to the lives of others in some way, and that they are able, again, to do their best and to make that contribution. I think that's winning. And I think it's also a prescription for some degree of happiness and a sense of self-worth and leaving a legacy that people admire and respect, and where your family can be proud of you. I think it takes a lot of hard work to be successful in that way, and it takes some ups and downs. I tell young employees who have come into my company or that I'm speaking to for some event that that, you know, everybody's going to have good things and bad things happen to them in this life. There's no doubt about it. And the people who go on to make a significant contribution and to be fulfilled and to be, in that sense, successful or a winner are those people. And again, to so many of the things that you've said over the years, Dennis, those are the people that persevere, that are going to do good and are going to make a contribution no matter what. And even when they get knocked down, can they take a little hit? Can they take a step back? But they're focused on going forward. They will not be deterred. And to me, that's kind of a prescription for what I view as winning.
Well, I love that because, you know, you're a demonstration of that. So, you know, I preach a lot about it, but I've watched it a lot. I've watched a lot of people come in fourth and they're not on the pedestal. They don't get their flag doesn't come down, and they don't get to put their hand over their heart and get the teary eye. They're fourth. How about coming in 122nd in the world? How about being the 122nd best person in the world at what you do and be acknowledged for that? Just being
Exactly.
there,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
Being in the moment, knowing that on that day, you gave your absolute best performance. It was the best you've ever done according to all the training. And sure, some people hit a hurdle, some people fall, and some people don't. But I've never seen an Olympian that did not try to crawl across or finish.
That's right.
No matter they weren't going to win anything and the crowd was feeling sorry for them. But I've seen marathoners fall and crawl across the finish line. I've people hit hurdles and we've seen them sprawl. And they weren't there to get the endorsement. They weren't there to get the sign-on bonus contract with Nike. They were there to express something inside of them that took at least 1,200 days of practice and discipline doing what they loved. And sure, they were in the hot tub a lot and they were in the ice cubes a lot. But boy, I'll tell you, get that feeling of doing your best. And, you know, I add what you just added. Winning is taking the talent and potential you were born with, the skills and experiences that you've since developed, and living up to them with your full potential, realizing you gave life all you could, as long as what you did was to benefit others, not done at their expense. So instead of exploiting people to make money or power for yourself, you actually lived your lives in such a way that what you did made a small positive difference in everything you tried to touch that was alive. Every living creation that you touched was a little better for having known you. To me, that's more important than all the endorsements and all the trophies you could ever have. That's what I call a life well lived. And I think you have to have that additional thing, like you said, of benefiting other people or doing something, because in your heart of hearts, you know whether you're exploiting somebody or helping somebody. And I think if we'll turn the selfie away from us and turn it out to project ourselves to help the world rather than to see what the world can do for us. So I'm feeling empowered rather than entitled. And I realize that I may not be the best looking. I may be 88. I may have made a lot of mistakes in my life, but I'm the best me I can be today. And all I want is the respect of a child, a grandchild, or a great grandchild, and a group of friends who said, you know, you gave it your best shot. And, you know, Jeff, you and I come from different industries, different perspectives, yet we've both been around Olympians, and what you're doing, you do remind me, you know, this movement of yours encompasses people, places, things, equipment, venues. I mean, it encompasses, I mean, you have the dominant lock on this thing called varsity cheers. And I like that. And you're the dominant force. I don't know whether people know it or not, but I don't want to use the word control, but you create and extend and expand yourself into all these regions of what I call a very healthy way to express yourself, which is, I'd rather be a cheerleader.
Well, thank you. Well, the varsity organization has been, I built it over a period of 40 years. I left there a year ago. It's in the hands of some fantastic people that, that I was able to have some influence on, I think, and set the kind of the cultural norms. And they're doing a great job. And it's allowed me to focus on the international development of cheerleading, which is what my focus is now. And with the Olympic recognition, we're hopefully on the way to expanding. We didn't start out with the idea of just getting cheerleading in the Olympics. We started out with, as far as international expansion, was how can we make this activity, which we believe in so much as far as what it does for young people, how can we make it available to more young athletes all over the world? And so to do that, we discovered that in most countries, you have to have some type of recognition from the Olympic Committee. So we had to start an international federation. So the IOC recognition, while it puts us in a position to apply to be in the Olympic Games someday, hopefully sooner rather than later, it also gives us status and gives all of our national federations, 116 countries, it gives them the ability to work with their governments and their provinces to really create the kind of facilities and, as you say, equipment and coaching that will help grow cheerleading for the next 2 or 3 generations, which is pretty exciting.
It really is. I think by 2028, and that's being conservative, but by 2028, I think that'll be true. And the other thing too is that what I like, so it doesn't have to be a sport. Just in a minute, what is stunt?
Very good. Well, the word means 2 things. Stunt, of course, is like a trick, an acrobatic trick. All right, that's the definition. But there's also kind of an additional cheerleading discipline sport called stunt, which a number of colleges are adopting, where you have two cheerleading teams on the floor at the same time, and you're able to compare what they're doing. It's very simple scoring, so it's pretty exciting. And for us, it's like we have a big tent. If we have stunt, if we have school cheerleading, if we have club cheerleading, everybody shares the same things and the same values. So
guys,
all it does, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I know it's exciting, but a couple of things. So, Denis, I've heard you talk about winning, and the Olympics is about measuring ourselves against the standard of excellence. And Jeff, I heard in a conversation between you and I talking about this culture that you create in a business of love and connection, but we're here to win. We're here to. Right. So can you talk a little bit about how you balance that? And then what we're going to wrap up with is I love the organization that you were with of global thought leaders from different parties coming together to focus on what is going right and solving challenges for the future. I think you both can jam about that for a little bit.
Okay.
Awesome.
So you want to start with the culture?
You take it first, Jeff.
Okay. So you wanted to talk about the culture that I mentioned to you that we were able to build over a few decades, if you will, at varsity, and about which I am most proud, to be honest with you. People say, what are you most proud about? It's not about, it's been great that we've been able to be financially successful. We had to have good financial discipline and performance to do that. And I look at that as just a way to make sure that we can do what we really like doing. But it's really, number one, about being able to do something that makes so much difference and contributes so much to the lives of the young athletes who participate. But number two, building a culture that has attracted so many outstanding people, where they have pretty much hooked their star to what we're doing and are able to work there for decades and to contribute, and then to be fulfilled and to move up the ladder and do more important things. But the culture, again, we started when we were very young, so we built it as we went along, but we could call it the heart and the fist. And As you mentioned, Adora, the culture has aspects of both, and the heart, of course, is for our customers, is for the young athletes who participate, and we are committed to. And if you're going to be successful in this area, you've got to be committed to providing a great experience for these young people in whatever they do, whether it's at a camp, where they're getting instruction, whether it's a competition where their experience is important, whether it's a practice, whether it's the uniform that you provide them that has their school name on it. There's just we owe it to them to give them our very best and to make sure that they have this warm and positive experience. And the heart is also for our colleagues, for the people we work with, our family. That family started out, as I mentioned, with 24 people, and grew to be thousands. But it's still about supporting each other, appreciating every single person and what they do, and for having their back. And when things are rough, that we're there for them. So it's that kind of level of kindness, if you will. All right. Now, that's the heart. Okay. Now, we built a business, and the only way we didn't get any money from the government to build cheerleading. It was really our having to build it. And to do that, you have to have a business. And to be successful in business, you have to be competitive. And sometimes that means that you have sharp elbows, that you compete really, really in a tough way, always ethically and always legally. But it's important that people expect the best from each other within your organization, that you don't allow people to stay in the organization who are not in it all the way. I don't think there's anything mean or improper about that. It's just in our culture, we expect you to give your very best every single day. And we expect that from ourselves and from each other. So that's kind of a snapshot of what that culture looks like. It's a little bit different than some of the more modern kind of HR approaches, but I think the result speaks for itself.
I like that, Jeff. And I'll chime in there to agree in a completely different way. I've been doing emotional intelligence and culture building in different companies, whether it's a Las Vegas casino called the Mirage, or whether it's FedEx or a company. And instead of going to a meeting where somebody tells you what you're going to do and where you want to get compliance, you don't want to get compliance, you want to get initiative. And so I believe in a dialogue rather than a meeting. And a dialogue is when you walk in and you say, here's the agenda, here's what we're trying to accomplish. And you sit in a circle, everyone gets a chance to speak, but they don't have to. But they can if they want, but they don't have to if they don't want. So they're not put on the spot. And they say, Dennis, what do you think? Well, you're in parking. So they have the big bad idea at McDonald's. That's a good way to put it. So on Friday, you're sitting around at McDonald's. What do? I flip the burgers. I make the French fries. I keep the orders going. I'm at the microphone. The best ideas come from the lowest paid people. Why? Because they're closest to the customer.
They are right there, 100%.
And they can give you more input about, what they used to say at McDonald's is, what would I do if I were managing it? I'd have everyone with a headset so we could hear what people are ordering from our point of view. And then I'd check to see which McDonald's location had the quickest time from the time the guy talks into the phone till he picks up his order. What shift does the best job of that? And what do they do differently than we do? So you begin to get this dialogue going, and everyone is a part of the same marvelous gold chain. And for everyone to feel that their cog in the wheel is as important as the CEO, that's the CEO's job. And I think, Jeff, you've said that, as a team, everyone counts as much as everyone else if you give them an opportunity to dialogue with you. They're afraid. Why? Because some of the top-down managers are so tough, so driving, so powerful that they say, oh, we tried that before, it didn't work. Or that's incidental. Or no, nothing is incidental. And if you go to a meeting and ask the right questions and you're able to get input from people who are not afraid, who are excited and encouraged, this dialogue turns into what you call a powerful team. You know, when Mr. Song talked about the whole being the sum of the parts, that's synergy. Synergy is 1 + 1 = 11, not 5. And synergistic organizations work because everyone has skin in the game. And yes, competition is good for prices, products, quality, and keeping people honest. But it's not good if you think you're better than somebody. So competition doesn't work if you think I'm the best in the world because I showed everyone I'm the best. No, being the best in the world should make you feel humble. You've got so much going for you. You've got so much going for you. You have a right to be humble. In fact, you can be humble because everyone knows how great you are. You don't have to talk about it or think about it. You can just give your value away freely. But, you know, you and I are on the same frequency. And, you know, I really hope we can stay in touch in our own way, Jeff, because, you know, you've given me, and this is a cliche, but you've given me reasons to cheer life. I look for solutions. I know what the problems are. I see them every day. And I know what my problem is, me. My problem is my paradigm, my prejudices, the way I was raised, being stubborn, being the way I am, and being around younger people like you. I'll tell you, I'm excited.
Well, you've been immensely successful in so many ways and affected so many people. So there's a lot for all of us to learn from you. I love your comments about everybody along in the entire, as they say now, the popular word now, the supply chain, but everybody having a role. And you know, the other thing I think, and I think you'll agree with this because you've worked with so many leaders in different organizations, really all over the country and the world, is that it's hard work for it, but it should be the main responsibility. But it's hard work for leaders to not make those snap decisions sometimes and to spend their time out there as close to the customer and as close to the frontline employees as they possibly can. And when they're there, to be appreciative, to be inclusive, to be respectful. And if you do that, if you just do that, my experience has been that your people will run through a wall for you, and they will be there if you're there for them when things get tough. And for all companies, just like for all people, there will be a time when things get tough. But when you do that, they're there for you, and they're there for the company, and they're there for the customers. So I think there's just the building the cultures that last. If you build them around a team and respect for everybody, and people adopting or people identifying something that's valuable and wanting to be a part of it, then I think you can build something that you can sustain over decades and decades, which is really what I set out to do. I didn't set out to get rich. To me, it was like, what can I do to build a great organization that makes a difference?
So guys, at 12, I just want to remind everybody at 12 PST, we'll have Brian Tracy coming on, which is really great. So everybody make sure you invite your friends and invite them into this conversation. So, you know, in a world where our attentions, if we let them, are being divided, and there's, you know, definite feeling of divisiveness, depending on what media you're tuning into, right? I know, Jeff, will you share with Dennis a little bit about who you spent the weekend with and what you were about? And I know Dennis will have a lot to contribute about that.
It was a conference on looking forward politically. And to me, there were a lot of different seminars and different groups you could be a part of it. To me, what I got most out of it was that there's a real yearning out there for people to talk, that our country is so divided that, just having leaders that will just listen to the other side and try to say, okay, where can we find some common ground? I don't have to compromise my principles, but rather than just yelling at each other, what are we trying to accomplish together? What does, what does success look like, right? Which is where you start. And then it's trying to find an unemotional roadmap there. And I think that, people on both sides are guilty of, we've got to this point where people are defensive and there's a lot of vitriol, and some of it understandable, frankly. But it was just refreshing to be around some people that were looking for a way to capture kind of the feeling of belonging and the feeling of being there for each other that it seems like we had at one time and which we've lost, which I think is a frightening thing for our country, frankly.
I do too. I like the way you put it too, because, what I've learned is living as long as I have, that if I push a person's hot button, they turn me off. If I disagree with them, they don't listen. And so I find that as a speaker, if I were to say I was a Democrat or a Republican, at least 48% of the people would not like me before I began.
That's right.
So
Yep.
I'm an independent thinker, and I belong to an independent thinking political party. I listen to the issues. If you were to talk to me about women, you'd probably think I was a flaming liberal. If you talk to me about responsibility, you'd think I was a right-wing zealot, because I believe in personal responsibility, and I believe in walking my talk. I believe it's better to plant a flower than to talk about the weeds. I know you have to protest, because if you don't protest, if you don't speak what you believe, then you're giving in. But on the other hand, wouldn't you protest for something rather than against something? It's really hard to be against something, but it's easier to be for something. And it's even better if you have an idea of how you can be part of the solution. In other words, what skin are you willing to put in the game? What are you going to do with your life? I always go back to that Charlie Brown thing. Lucy and Charlie Brown are screaming about what's wrong with the world. Why don't they do something? and they're yelling. And Snoopy gets up and says, "Why don't you do something?" and then walks out. And so I think we need to be people who have ideas that benefit, that help, that not hurt. And I don't like the hate culture on either side. And so I don't hate anybody, and I don't have any reason to get even and to get back at them. And I think you're right. We need to sit and dialogue with each other. We need to talk and listen and we don't have to believe like other people. I don't believe the way many people do, but I make room for them. I don't shut them out. I say, "Tell me." And they tell me why. And then I say, you have every right to believe the way you do. I happen to see it a little differently. And if you have a little time, I'll tell you what I think. But I don't think that you have to believe the way I believe. But let me tell you why I think the way I do. And let's see if we can come up with an idea that will help everybody concerned. I think we need to get back to that and to be solution oriented instead of problem possessed. And I really think that hating things does not help make things better.
Right on the money. Agree 100%.
Guys, I knew you would enjoy each other. So Jeff, thank you so much for your time here today. What are your closing thoughts that you want to share with one another as we wrap up and take some time with Denis before Brian?
Well, for me, first of all, let me say again, thank you for having me. And this is a great concept, and you're doing a great service just by having this program. But secondly, what an honor it's been to spend the time with Denis and to someone who has made a difference to so many people. And I'm not just saying that, I sincerely mean it. And to be able to listen to his perspective on a lot of the things that are important to me, it's been a great experience for me, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff. And you've opened my eyes to listening to people from different industries, people who have a totally different take because of what they've done and what they're doing. And yet you find common ground with everyone if you'll just listen. I went back and I said, Jeff was doing this in 1975. I wish I would have known him then, because maybe I would have been able to get where I wanted to go a little faster because it took me from 1975 to 1978 to even convince Nightingale Conant to do the album with me that Earl Nightingale had already introduced me. So it's one thing to have the great Earl Nightingale say, "Hey, kid, you got a nice voice and you got good stuff." It took me 3 more years to take that introduction and make it into reality. And it's taken me it took me from 33 to 43 to even say anything that anyone would listen to and say, not bad. So it took me 10 years to develop my brand.
You might have ended up being a cheerleader. I'm kind of glad you didn't meet. He might have pulled you into the cheerleading. I had no idea.
That is so incredible. I mean, we learn something new about Denis every single day. And ladies and gentlemen, you're tuning in to the new Psychology of Winning tour. I want to thank you, Jeff Webb, for your time and for graciously contributing your time, having important conversations about the future. Conversations on leadership that not just our country, but the world needs to have right now. So I want to thank you, Jeff Webb, for your contribution. And with that,
thank you.
We're going to gracefully move to our next segment. And wow, that was real powerful, Adora and Denis. I mean, I didn't know Denis was a cheerleader.
I didn't know whether I wanted anyone to know I was. But, no, I'm glad to admit that, because I had forgotten about that. And that was when I was a junior in high school. But you have to remember, I was 15 years old as a junior in high school. I was only 5'5" or 5'6", and I was Dumbo ears. And I mean, I had to, so I was a varsity baseball player, good baseball player, because even being small, I could be good. That's one sport you don't have to be a certain size, I mean, the ball comes across the plate and you hit it or you don't. I mean, it's a little easier. Basketball, not possible. Too short, 5'5". Football, no, Denis should play on the junior varsity. And so I was forever the junior varsity. So being a cheerleader, I could be a varsity cheerleader. And there were boys and girls. And so if you only knew, let's see, big dog, little dog, flop-eared pup, come on, La Jolla, eat 'em up. Fadada, 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 eat, boat and rada, boom. La Jolla.
Wow, Denis. I mean, we could just talk about this for a whole other segment.
I need to see a picture now, Denis. I need it. I'm counting on you.
And Adora, I know we're going to spend a few minutes here with Denis and just do a quick recap, but this has been incredible. I mean, going back to what we said earlier at the opening of the program, this is really like the dream team of the Olympic basketball days of the early 90s, where you had the greatest of the greats. And Brian Tracy, Denis Waitley, Bob Proctor, Les Brown. I mean, I could go on and on and on and list all of the folks that are part of this tour. And we're going to have Brian Tracy join us here in a few minutes. But Adora, how do you feel so far about the new Psychology of Winning tour?
I'm loving it. I'm just loving it so much. I want to hear Denis. I know you've got something that you were just about to say. What is it, Denis?
No, not necessarily. What I was thinking over what I just heard, and my light bulb was on. So we, I didn't know that we were going to hear from a financial expert, but when he talked about being able to take 1 + 1 and make it 5, I said I've had to take 1 + 1 and make it 11, because I didn't start understanding what being wealthy was until I was 55. So for those of you who are not in your 20s or 30s or 40s, I want you to understand something. Most multimillionaires are over the age of 50. Now the reason they are is that they've gone through a long apprenticeship like I did. They've made a lot of mistakes. They've tried a lot of different things. They've got a lot of knowledge and skills and attitudes, and they've failed a lot like I have. So just because you're not a multimillionaire at 50, don't worry. There's plenty of time. There's plenty of time to be able to leverage your relationships and be somebody who has a team working with you, whether they're employees, partners, or contractors, as Mr. Webb said. And you can leverage your time by doing only what you're good at and what you love to do. Focus more on that. And find other people who love doing what they do, which you don't do well. And I've had to do that in my life. Finally, I've had to find good financial experts and good people experts. And Dora, you've connected me with people I've never met because you're good. I have a difficult time cold calling. It's very difficult for me to pick up the phone and go, hello. It's hard to do that. Usually I like a referral. It's so much easier if somebody refers me, but to have that self-worth, the belief that you have something to offer, to be willing to pick up that phone. The incoming calls you receive are not going to offer you much. They want something from you. That's why they're calling you. So you have to make the outgoing call in order to get what you want, because if you keep waiting for the phone to ring, you'll find telemarketers. But if you want to give your own message out, you need to make the call and have enough courage and self-worth to believe that you're as good as the best, not better than the rest. So I picked up these things and I said, okay, Dennis, I'm going to leverage my time better. Why? I've got less time than many people on this call. That's what you learn when you're 88. You learn. And I like what he said. During the day, I ask myself, what am I doing right now that will benefit what I'm trying to do, my main priorities? Am I doing what am I doing what I want to do? Am I going where I want to go? Am I becoming who I want to become? We need to take a time audit during the day and say, is what I'm doing right now furthering me toward my primary passion and my goals? Or am I doing things that are tension relieving? Am I looking at my phone to see how many thumbs up I get? How many followers I have? How many positive messages? Of course, we want to be reinforced, but instead we need to be making the messages, not just reading the messages, creating the messages, because we have so little time and so much to do, but there's still plenty of time. So I got a lot of takeaways. I got a takeaway that I need to have more friends in different industries to make sure that I don't get in a comfort zone that goes to seed. Unless you're learning something new, you're not learning anything at all. You're just rehashing and hanging around the same people. And I'm so grateful to be able to hang around in this meeting people I never would have spent time in my own living room with, because we're going in different directions. But look what's happened. I've been able to talk to Brian longer today than I'm able to talk to him in person. Why is that? It's because we're using our time in our own ways, and we're spending our time sometimes in ways that are distractions rather than the law of attraction. So I learned a lot already. I learned from Jeff. I learned from Mr. Song. I call him Mr. Song because I just like the song part of it, singing the song. And he's very bright and very quick, and he's on to something, about leveraging and about the team. I forgot about how important it was to have other people. Wow. Could I ever have succeeded alone? Not for a day. The psychology of winning would be where it was for a year, in a drawer. And here's the take. I wrote the psychology of winning, put it in a drawer. Why? It's not good enough to be published. Why, Dennis? It's already written. No, you're not good enough to be published. Oh, you mean I wrote something that I think isn't good enough? No, you wrote something that you loved, that was your passion, but you don't think that the author is good enough. You're just a writer, Dennis, not an author yet. Don't you understand? It's all about our belief system and our faith and projecting that forward. That's what this whole system, this whole tour is all about. It's not the Denis Waitley tour. It's the tour for each of us that we take to fulfill ourselves and make the world a better place. You want significance in life? Just remember, you're not the center of the universe, and just make sure that you're helping other people achieve their dreams, and you'll have all the money and time to enjoy that time that you want, because by helping other people, they'll look at you as somebody they want to be around. They don't want to be around people who are self-centered. They want to be around people who are value-centered and who value them.
You just gave us so many great takeaways. I want to reflect back and share with you all. Knowing Denis Waitley 20 years, Denis, you've never raised your voice at me, but there was once that your tone got a little tense. And that was because I was considering taking on the technical aspect of something behind the scenes. And you said, Adora, no, your time is so much more valuable. And I want you doing the things that you're the best at. Please, we'll pay someone to do that. Don't do that with your time. And you let me know again that everything we do, the call that we take or don't take, and that speaks to what you're talking about right now, the power of leverage, do what you do best, outsource, value your time. Is this taking me where I want to go and with who I want to be with, which is super, super powerful. Mo, I want to let you step in.
Well, thank you, Adora, and thank you, Denis. And I know that we're going to have plenty of time to have conversations, but I want to start talking a little bit, Denis, about Brian Tracy, because Brian Tracy is going to be joining us in just a couple minutes here. And, we see him in the green room, and we're really excited to speak with Brian. And, Denis, when it comes to the titans of this business, Brian is at the top of the list as far as people that have been impacted. And I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on how excited you are to have this incredible conversation with him.
Well, I couldn't be more excited. I may have said that about everyone, but it's especially true with Brian. Brian is very close. He lives close by. He's very close to my heart. We've known each other for a long time, but a lot of it's been by proxy. I know Brian came from Canada. I know his background. I know what he's achieved. I may have written 20 books, but he's written nearly 100. And Brian has an encyclopedia in his mind, and he is an authority on so many different subjects, but it's because he really knows them. He studies them. He reads more. He reads more than I think Earl Nightingale did, and Earl Nightingale read more than anyone I knew. But Brian really knows what he's talking about because he studied it. And so when he gives information to people, it's not a lot of rah-rah stuff. He's not necessarily the one that light needs to shine on him. And he doesn't jump around the stage, and he doesn't have to run back and forth and jump up and down like we do at a rock concert in order to be somebody exciting. He comes straight at you with a machine gun of solid information that you can apply to your life, whether you want to be a speaker, a writer, whether you want to have money and sales. So he really is what I call the talking and living encyclopedia of how to win in our business. And I don't say that because he's coming on. If he weren't coming on, I'd still say it. If people ask me who I feel is a colleague that I probably am closest to in the way we think and what we're trying to accomplish, he's as close as anyone has ever been. And I'm so proud to have him as a friend and colleague and a mentor as well, because I follow him. I know Brian Tracy International. I know how he's influenced people. When I go to China, they ask me about Brian. Whenever I travel anywhere in the world, there's always Brian. Brian's been there, or he is there with an affiliate or somebody that's working with him. He's been able to reach out across the world with his message, and his message of the psychology of achievement, the psychology of sales. And he can, if you have a question, he can give you some kind of insight about it. But better than that, he's got a wonderful family. He's got a wonderful wife, Barbara. He's got wonderful daughters. He's got a wonderful son, and he walks his talk. And he's been through maybe more than I have physically. I talk about what I've just been through, but he's been through every bit as much as I have, and he's overcome it in ways in which I hope I can learn from and have the resiliency and the courage to win my battles like he's won his. And that's what I think about Brian.
Wow.
The guy from Canada. And I think he knows more about the Edmonton Oilers and Wayne Gretzky than he may have told anybody about.
Well, we're excited. We're about to bring Brian in. And I agree, Denis. I mean, Brian Tracy has influenced me because he has taught me practical application. when I listen to Brian Tracy tapes, as I have for years, he has been a mentor of mine from afar because he showed me real ways to achieve success, not philosophy, not feel good messages, not escapism. And I think that that's really the fundamental difference between the handful of folks that we consider to be the greatest versus those that are doing the best that they can, but are not in the same sentence as a Brian Tracy or Denis Waitley. So I'm excited. We're about to bring Brian Tracy in. In fact, let's bring him in now. Brian Tracy, welcome, sir, to the New Psychology of Winning Tour. I'm so thrilled and honored to have you with us. And I just want to, the first question, sir, is how do you feel about the words that you just heard from Denis Waitley about you? Please, Brian Tracy.
Well, I'm a bit overwhelmed because that's how I feel about Denis as the great leader, the great thought leader. He broke all the barriers with psychology of winning. And I always think of Denis as the great one. And when he says something nice about me, I'm really flattered, but I think it all applies to him.
I see all those books behind you, Brian. You know, you're sitting there and you're studying. I've never seen so many books, and you know, only 90 are yours, but you read so many books. I don't know how you read so much. When did you start reading as much as you do?
Well, when I was a little boy, somehow I taught myself to read probably at the age of 5 or 6, and we didn't have really very much. So I would go down to the local drugstore, sort of drugstore, and candy and chocolates, and they had a section for comic books. So I would go down there and I would steal 6 to 10 comic books, and I would take them home and I would read them from cover to cover, and then I would take them back when nobody was looking and steal another 10 and replace them with the other one. So I kept replacing, and I learned pretty quickly that the owner of the store was watching me, and he knew if I stole the comic books, I would bring them back. And so I always did. And that's how I started reading. And I just read and read. You know, there's a great author named Elbert Hubbard, and Elbert Hubbard was so prolific as an author. He just wrote this entire series of books. Great writers. He had to actually develop his own publishing plant because he wrote and published so many books. So people would come to him and visit him and say, Mr. Hubbard, how can I become a great writer? And he said, the only way to learn to write is to write and write and write and write and write and write and write. And that's one of my favorite answers in everything. And so I remember running into a gentleman who taught speaking, and he said the same thing. The only way to learn to be a good speaker is to speak and speak and speak and speak and speak and speak and speak. And that's pretty true for our friends who are on this show, is that they are here because instead of watching television or reading comic books or idle socializing, what they did is they just read and read and read and read. And then they applied what they learned. And this is really important. There has to be a very close distance between learning and application. Other than that, no matter how smart you are, you'll just lose it. It'll just fall through your mind. So it's learn and do, learn and do, learn and do. And that's been my driving force. And it's one of the things I learned when Denis, my first audio program was The Psychology of Winning. And I told you about that when we spoke, that my wife and I got married in 1979, and we took a honeymoon, and the honeymoon was from Edmonton to Calgary to Banff, and then all the way up through the Rocky Mountains to Jasper. And there was no radio communication there. And so we had your program, Psychology of Winning. We listened to it throughout our entire honeymoon. And we still remember that. Barbara probably told you the same thing. And so it was really good. It sort of gave us a foundation for what you could do with this medium. And your ideas about goals and responsibility and hard work and I mean, these were really consistent with what we believed to be true, but the way you put it drove it home. The emphasis was so good that we never didn't do what you told us in Psychology of Winning. Is we learned and did, and then we came up with this idea a couple of years later about actually recording a seminar. I was giving a seminar it was called the Phoenix Seminar, which is how you rise out of the ashes and live another 500 years, which actually is a bird. It's a symbol in every culture and religion worldwide. But anyway, Barbara said to me, people said, geez, could we get a recording of this? Could we get a recording? And so I said, sure. So we got a cheap recorder and a friend, and he sat there and he stopped and started it, and we recorded it live. And then we took that on masters, and then we took it and we made 8 cassette albums, and we sold them to our graduates, and they raved about it. And so Barbara said, you got to send this to Nightingale Conant. You got to send this to Nightingale Conant. I said, no. Nightingale Conant, these are the giants. These are the MGM, Grand Fox. You can't, I'm a nobody from nowhere up here in the woods of Edmonton, of Alberta. And she said, no, it's a good program. So I said, okay, because I remember that somebody Earl had heard your program and brought you together with Lloyd Conant, and the program became world champion. So I finally said, okay. So I called them up tentatively, sort of, and I said, excuse me, I've written a program that I think recorded a program that might be of interest to you. Who would I talk to? They said, oh, you talked to Bun Goodwin. He was the producer, director. You remember him? We all do. And so I called, they switched me to Bun, and he said, well, sounds good. Send it down. We'll take a look at it. It was that simple. I thought, oh my God, it was going to be an enormous thing that would take weeks and months. And no, they said, send it down. So I sent it down the following week. On Monday, I phoned and I said, did you get the program I sent you last week? She said, yes, Lloyd. And Lloyd Conant was the great man in recording and audio programs. I don't know about you, I felt like he was like a father to me. When I learned that he had died, I just cried because he was such a good man, But anyway, we were meeting with him and Vic, his son, and Lloyd. No, I'm sorry. Go back up. So I called them and they said, yes, Lloyd came in on Friday evening on his way home. He said, is there anything new to listen to? And yeah, well, this one just came in from Canada. He said, well, I'll listen to it on the way home. And so I called back on Friday, said, he really liked it. He wants to record it. Well, I darn near crap myself, excuse the expression. I mean, that's like sending a handmade camera to or video to MGM Grand Heaven and say, we want to star you in a movie. You know, I said, well, he said, well, when can you come down here to discuss it? I said, blah, 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 blah. And I was speaking in Toronto on the Thursday. This was Monday. How about Wednesday? And they said, great. So I got in a plane, flew down there on Tuesday. I met with them on Wednesday. And they said, yeah, we like this. We're going to record this. Well, this is because you were the god of recording at that time. I'm going to be up there next to God. Holy smokes. I still am. You can tell in my voice. And so I went down there, I met them. And as you know, they're just ordinary guys, really hardworking, very pleasant, as honest as the day is long. I mean, I thought it was something major, like winning the Olympics. And so they cleaned it all up, edited it, recorded it, and it sold really well out of the gate. They came back and said, we have to take this raw thing that you said is, I have to take you into our studio to record it. I'm sure you had that experience later as they insisted that you do it in their studios so they could keep it clean. So I flew down and re-recorded Psychology of Achievement, and that's now in 35 languages worldwide, very popular. And everything that we've done again in the studios, and it's wonderful. And as our friend just said a couple of minutes ago, Mo, the reason why it's successful and the reason why your stuff is successful is because it's very practical. Is you're not trying to tell people they can be or do or have something that's impossible. What you do is you tell them practical, honest things. If you do this, these are the results that you'll get. This is what other people did, and these are the results they got. And nobody's better than you. Nobody's smarter than you. If other people can learn and do these things, so can you. Simply a matter, as you said a little earlier, I've been listening to you for a while now. I'll make darn good and sure you don't say anything that I don't know about. But anyway, but the thing is, your philosophy and mine is the same. The most important thing of all, I think, is one of your sessions is the importance of self-responsibility. As I studied this for thousands of hours, and what I found is a turning point in your life is when you accept responsibility for who you are and for everything that you become. You don't blame other people. You don't make excuses. You accept responsibility. So I teach my audiences, I say, here are the magic words. And the magic words are, I am responsible. And I want you to say it. So they say it. When you ask them to say it, they oh, no, I'm responsible. No. Let's say it like you mean it. I am responsible. No. Come on. Say it. And this time, third time out, I am responsible. And everybody cheers and everybody laughs. Everybody just laughs because they love that idea of being responsible. They just love the idea. And when you encourage them to really shout it out, it can be a life changer. I've read so much material from great men and women who said that the turning point in their life was when they realized that they were responsible for their own life. There's no excuses. No excuses.
And how, Brian? You know, every time you tell that story, I think back because I do have, and it's not right in front of me or I'd pick it up and show it, but I do have the Phoenix seminar. I love that Phoenix because, you know, Phoenix is coming out of the ashes, that beautiful bird. And there's a mystical value and a practical value in that whole story about the Phoenix rising out of the ashes. And remember, you and I had dinner last month together and we were just talking between the two of us. And I never really did think that you came up with the psychology of achievement because of the psychology of winning. You had what you had, I had what I had. They named it in a way so that it would fit into this whole pattern of the direction in which they were going. So yes. I never once felt that you in any way were tying on or tagging with because you already had your own thing. And I listened to it in your voice before. And of course, we both had to go and record in their studio, our program according to the way they want it. Now, you were able to do that because for some reason you're better at being able to get those words out. But I did have to have Earl in the engineering booth, and you weren't on yesterday, but Earl Nightingale had to stand in the engineering booth looking through the glass at me. And I must admit, I had a very hard time reading and making what I was reading have any meaning to the microphone because the microphone was just a microphone. He said, no, it's a person, Dennis. The microphone is the human being who's listening to you. And you need to talk with them, don't present to them. Don't give them your expertise. Don't tell them how great you are. Tell them what you've learned. You come out of the audience. You're part of the audience, Dennis. You're not the guy up on the platform giving them these kernels of wisdom based upon all your success. I hadn't had much success before I recorded the album. In fact, I recorded it from me. And when Earl actually, and I mentioned this yesterday, Earl had to stand there and look at me, and I had to glance up from the music stand and look at him. And he said, come on, talk with me. And I said, it's easy for you, Mr. Nightingale. You've been on the radio and you use the microphone as an audience. I'm used to getting in front of people and making them laugh and just doing it off the top of my head and getting lost in the story and not making a key point. And I have 20 key points, but by the time I get 2 out, the session is over. So I've always tried to give too much information in too many different words and tell too many stories and too many funny things. And it's in watching you, listening to you, reading you that I've realized how well you're able to synthesize and bring to some easy to understand, easy to apply information on a number of different subjects. And I mean that. A lot of my respect comes from your ability to do that in a way that people actually say, I got something out of that. They did the same thing with Jim Rohn and with Earl. With Jim, they would say, that was something I'm going to write down and remember. And you and I both know that Jim would say, you're going to want to write this down. Or he would always say, you're going to want to write this one down.
Yeah.
And everyone in the audience would write it down, and they're still doing that with you and Jim today. And so I think with people taking notes is at least the fact that they're beginning to believe that they're responsible for the outcome of their lives. And if they can believe that one thing you just said, Brian, we're dealt a hand in life, and we didn't deal the hand. The hand was dealt to us in our genetics and our early environment and who our parents were and all of that. But God never asked anyone not to play his or her own hand. And I think God always speaks to me and says, Dennis, you've played some winning hands and you played some losing hands. And you've made some decisions that weren't good for you. And I never intervened, did I? I said, no, you let me make those mistakes. Why didn't you tell me I was making them at the time? And my conversation with God says, I just wanted to see if you had the courage to take responsibility for the consequence or reward of your own choices and actions. I wanted to see if you could live with what you did rather than blaming me or asking me. I'm always available to you, but you can lead a good or a bad life depending on your choices and responsibility. And so you hit it on the head just in your opening remarks, Brian, by saying, I am responsible for who I am, whether I want to admit it or not. And it's not the government, it's not the high taxes, it's not the pandemic, although it's affected each and every one of us. But as I said, coming in, Brian, you've been through as many physical, emotional ups and downs in your life as I have, and you're going through them like a champion.
Well, one of my favorite stories, and I always tell this because I teach speaking, I always say anything that is spoken is public domain. In other words, it's not copyrightable. So therefore, anything that you hear from me, take it and use it. Incorporate it if you want to incorporate it into your own speaking. Well, one of my favorite stories is it's back in the last century, and this horseman riding down the road with thundering stallion, and he's riding down the road, and he comes and he sees a bird, a sparrow, laying on the side of the road with his feet up in the air, and the horseman pulls up his horse, and he said, "And what are you doing there?" He said, the sparrow said, "There is a rumor that the sky is about to fall." And the horseman says, "And you think you're going to save it with your puny little legs?" And the sparrow says, "One does what one can." And I always like that. It's sort of a family story of us. Is one does what one can. You can't change the world, but you could do what you can do. And that's really important, is that you can do something. One does what one can.
I like that. I like that a lot. And you remind me also of a story like that. So there's a story about an old man, and he had a horse, and his horse was his only way of earning money because it plowed his field. but the horse got out of the barn during a storm and ran away. And everyone in the village came, "You poor man, that is such bad news to hear about your horse getting away. Now you have no way to plow your field." And he says, "You don't know whether that horse escaping was good or whether it was bad." And they said, "Well, of course it's bad, it's gone." And then 2 weeks later, the horse came back with a bunch of other wild stallions and had 20 horses he brought back with him. And he had so many horses, he had to sell some off. And they said, "What great fortune. With all those horses back, now you can sell them and make money." He said, "You don't know whether them coming back is good or bad." And the long story short is he had a son who was very powerful in martial arts, and his son fell off one of the horses, broke his leg, and his leg was shattered, and he was unable to practice his martial arts. Everyone said, "Oh, your poor son, that's the worst news we've heard." He said, "You don't know whether him falling off the horse and breaking his leg was good or bad." And then a warlord came in and recruited all the men, and they went off to conquer the world, and they were all killed. And the young man who broke his leg on the horse, you don't know whether it was good or bad till you take responsibility for the outcome yourself, rather than blame the circumstances which you're in. So when people say, "Boy, Dennis, you had throat cancer," and I said, "So did Brian Tracy." And he said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, he overcame that." And so he gave me some courage. In fact, when I told Brian I had throat cancer, he gave me some ideas and some things I should do and some therapies and some ways I should think and some action I should take. And we talked about the things he did that I could do that would help me get well. And I said, that helped me because I didn't know how bad it was or whether it was good. But I do know that I didn't learn sweet until I tasted bitter. And just in being with you, Brian, and being a colleague and going through our little ups and our roller coasters, we're still taking responsibility for the outcome without blaming circumstance and without blaming other people. I don't want to fix the blame. I want to fix the situation. I want to fix what caused my problem.
Yes. And I studied the causation of cancer. I read 21 books on cancer. Some years ago, I had a friend who had cancer, and I was romantically involved with her. So I studied everything I could possibly find. And what I found was that cancer is largely psychological and emotional. And I said, "Well, what about all of these, different problems that you can have?" And so no, I went and I visited a cancer specialist in Malaysia, a woman. They said, "You've got to speak to her. She's a genius at this in Kuala Lumpur." So I went to see her and I said, "I've got cancer." And she said, "Right side or left side?" And nobody ever asked me that question, right side or left side. I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, if men have cancer on the right side, women have cancer on the left side. Men have cancer because they've lost money. Women have cancer because of a bad relationship." Next question. I couldn't believe it. And whether it was her or not, I'm not sure. But one of the pieces of advice that I give is, people say, "What advice would you give?" I say, listen to your doctors. Listen to your doctors. Your doctors spend 24 hours a day thinking about how to help you. Listen to your doctors. The doctors that you have are probably some of the best in the world. And so you go through an awful lot of sort of psychological evaluations and so on. So I just made a decision. I would listen to my doctors. And my doctor said, "If you listen to me, you'll be back speaking within 6 months." And I said, "Okay." So I followed his advice. I did what he actually, the various doctors, I did what each one of them said. And 6 months later, I gave my next talk to 500 people and kept going and never went back. So that's one of the most important things that I say. Oh, by the way, if anybody is concerned about cancer, I have a movie on YouTube, and it's called My Battle with Cancer. And some friends of mine videotaped me and several other people and put it all together in sort of a short movie about how to wrestle, how to deal with cancer. And number one, I would say, forget all this stuff about asparagus spears that you have in these various magazines and so on. No, listen to your doctors, because your doctors think all day, 24 hours a day, how they can help you. That's all they think about, is how they can help you. It's all cancer medicine is how can we shorten the amount of cancer that you have. And so therefore just listen to your doctors and do what they say and be calm. And
well, I think that's really great advice. And, I didn't have the conversation with you to talk about the cancers that we overcame.
yes.
And, Les Brown had a real bad case of prostate cancer. And 25 years ago, I had prostate cancer too. And I've moved forward from that. And so I've had these things happen like you have. Of all things, I put in a new heart valve to make myself live to be 100.
Oh
And
my.
it got infected, and I nearly died because of the new heart valve got infected that I was getting to extend my life. And just when I overcame that, I was diagnosed with throat cancer, and I've never smoked. So it's viral cancer in my case, but we're not talking. So I agree with you. I'm listening to the best possible doctor's advice I can get, and I'm plunging into it, but I'm also like you have, and we have to admit this, we're superimposing on top of that the most powerful, positive, optimistic chemistry that we possibly can by being responsible for the outcome of our wellness and our own health too. We're keeping that attitude of optimism. I mean, that's why I didn't wear a hospital gown. That's why I got dressed. I remember the nurses said, "Why are you getting dressed? You're not going anywhere." And I said, "Not today, but I'm going home soon." They said, "Why do you keep saying that? Your TV set is over the bed. You can only watch TV when you're in bed, and that's all you can do while you're here." I said, "No, I'm not turning the TV on. I'm not going to be in bed except to sleep. The bed is to sleep, not to lay down. If you lay down in bed and you're not sleeping, you will forget how to walk. Pretty soon you'll forget how to think. And if you watch TV too much, you won't need to think anymore. It will think for you." And so, and I remember you and I talking on the phone when I was in the nursing facility. And then you and I got together at the house. And many years ago, I got together with you and Barbara at your house. And it took me nearly 15 more years to get together with you for dinner again. And I promise never again to not call you to get together when you only live 10 minutes away from me. You and I live 10 minutes apart, yet we have to be on this Zoom call to spend this much time together. But I don't want to talk about cancer and cure and this. I want to talk about Brian Tracy's thoughts for today. What do we do today, Brian, to help people overcome the fear and the fact they're stunned with everything that's going wrong in the world?
Well, the most important thing of all is for you to have goals. And that's something I learned from you way back in the day, is what you focus your mind on determines the direction that you go. So what you have to do is you have to have written goals and plans. And Napoleon Hill said that in Think and Grow Rich, is you have to have goals and plans. And he called it your major definite purpose. And you write it down, and then you work on it every day. And you just keep busy working on something that is important to you. And eventually you get to the point where your belief becomes unshakable that you are going to accomplish this. And surprise, surprise, you will accomplish it. And so what I learned from you is decide what you want, write it down, and work on it every day. And that's what I do, is that I recommend to people. I have a coaching program that I teach, and I started teaching it in 1970, anyway, I forget, but we had a big recession. Businesses were falling out of the trees like apples. And I realized that most business people don't even know how to run a business. They don't know about strategic planning, and they don't know about hiring, and they don't know about growing their business, and they don't know about marketing and sales and leverage and getting referrals and so on. And so I decided I would do a coaching program, and I would charge $5,000 a year, and you'd come to me and spend one full day every 3 months. And during that period of time, we would go over a series of principles about between 10 and 12 exercises, and we would develop exercises and commitments. And then the next 3 months, you would work on these, and then you would come back, and you do this every 3 months. And people said, well, at $5,000, boy, that's a lot of money. I said, well, if you're not happy, I'll give you your money back. Because I don't believe that you should take anything that you're not perfectly happy with. So if at the end of the year you have not doubled your income and doubled your time off, then I'll give you your money back. No questions asked. And they said, would you do that? I said, absolutely. And so my key was I wanted to give them enough things to do at the beginning of the seminar, the first day, so that they would double their income and double their time off. And I did. And I never got a request for a refund. In 7 years of more than 1,000 business owners, I never got a request for a refund. Everybody doubled and tripled their income. Everybody spent double the amount of time they spent with their family. And it was really great. And here's what I would give to our friends, if I could just find it here. There's so much stuff. Yeah, here it is. In the first day of the seminar, I say, I'm going to introduce you now to your new best friend. It's a spiral notebook. And what you're going to do, and I'll take you through the exercise, you're going to write down 10 goals that you'd like to achieve in the next 12 months or so. In other words, these are less than 12-month goals. And just write them all down in the present tense as though they have already been achieved. I earn this amount, I weigh this amount, I achieve this, and so on. And then every morning you get up and you write down your 10 goals without looking at the previous page. This is really important. Don't look back. Just keep moving ahead. And as you write your goals, they're going to change. They're going to become different. The new goals will appear. Other goals will drop off. And within 12 months, you'll double your income and double your time off. And everybody did. And so if we could tell our friends here, a spiral notebook, and I say, it costs $1.59 for a spiral notebook. If you can't afford it, your mother will buy it for you. She wants you out of the house anyway. Anyway, so if you take this and play this and just write down your goals. So I teach you get up in the morning, write down your 10 goals. Get up in the morning, write down your 10 goals in the present tense, and then other things. But that's the turning point. And people said this was like a miracle to them. People who had been in coaching programs for one gentleman 3 years, $25,000 a year, he got more from writing out his goals every day than from 3 years of coaching at $25,000 a year. He said, this is like a miracle. And everybody who ever writes down their goals, it is like a miracle. And why? Because it keeps you really clear and really focused. And as you know, because you were talking about it, is that it activates your superconscious mind, and it starts to attract into your life people and circumstances that will open doors for you. It will change your life. I've had people in the first day of the coaching program. I had a good friend of mine. He got up. He said, "I'm out of here," and he got up and he headed for the door. This is about mid-afternoon. We were just taking a break, and I said, "Whoa!" I followed him out into the hall. I said, "Well, is everything okay? I mean, where are you going?" He said, I've already doubled my income on paper. I know what I'm going to do. I don't need to be here for the next year." And he walked out, and he spoke to him later. He doubled and tripled his income. He changed his life. He started a new business. He became a millionaire. He said, just writing your goals down starts to attract into your life everything that you need to make it possible. And, some people sell expensive stuff. I say to them, this doesn't cost anything. It costs a piece of paper and a pen. Write it down. And it seems that what you write down, if you write it in the present tense, is almost like you're writing it into your subconscious and superconscious mind. And then your mind works on it 24 hours a day. And just like you were talking earlier about the incredible power of your mind, well, you've got the mind, but you have to unleash the power. And the power is unleashed with written goals. With written goals, yeah.
I agree completely. You and I have been talking about that, and it sounds so simple and trite, and it's not It's not technologically advanced enough. It doesn't have an app to it. But there's another reason for that too, is that when you write a contract with yourself and you write it down, why do we have contracts? Why do the attorneys always ask us for the contract? Why does the bank ask us for a business plan? They want to know if our thoughts about paying them back for the loan we're going to get for the business is doable if we've given enough thought. That's why they ask us for a written plan for our business. And entrepreneurs are good at that because they're able to project and put down in a concrete way what they're trying to do. The other thing too that I learned not only from John Assaraf, from a neuroscientist, is that this interesting brain of ours only deals with what's most important. And it's always on the alert for what your dominant thought is of the day. Well, if you don't have a dominant thought for the day, then what you run into will be your dominant thing. People will give you a goal of theirs. In fact, all day long, we're achieving other people's goals because they're asking us for help in what they want to do. And when we watch television, we're watching other people making money with their script, which they've written down and learned in their script. And we wonder why we're not getting toward ours. It's because we're not focused. And the only way you can do that, and why do we use the present tense? Because the mind doesn't like to deal with the future. It likes to deal with what's happening right now. And it gives credence and importance and urgency to making your heart beat. That's in the now. To breathe, to live, to what am I doing? Not what am I going to do? Oh, that's a lower priority. What I'm going to do tomorrow. Who am I? I'm drinking. What are you drinking, Dennis? I'm drinking fresh water. No, I see you're drinking. No, I drink fresh water. Water is my favorite fitness drink. I eat lean source protein. I earn. No, you don't. I earn X amount. Oh, I thought you were going to earn that sometime in the future. I thought you were living on someday I'll. Oh, I thought you were putting all this on layaway. You're actually telling me, your subconscious, what you're doing with your life right now, and you expect me to believe it? Yes. I am responsible for the outcome. I am telling you, Dennis, I am this kind of person. I'm on time. I arrive early at appointments. No, you don't. I am arriving early for appointments. And I tell you, Brian, until I realized that the subway was the most efficient form of transportation because it runs on a track. It doesn't run in a rut. It runs on a track that has a destination that is predetermined. It knows where it's going, and it gets people there faster than when they try to figure it out on the way. If I learned nothing else in my life, I learned to write down the night before or in the morning. I learned to put that down. And it isn't just a big to-do list that I'm going to keep putting on the next list. It's something I'm committed to doing because I am doing it as my priority for the day. And I really do. I do believe that. I believe in keeping it short. I believe that you can do more than 5, right? You said we can do 5 or 10. The brain is incredible ability to accomplish things if it knows what you want. But if you want to be rich, it'll say, doing what? By providing what service? Tell me more. The brain doesn't like wishy-washy. The brain doesn't deal in, I am a winner. A winner doing what, Dennis, today? What do you win at? What are you actually doing? Don't tell me about, do you want to be rich and famous? You want to be famous for what? What contribution are you making today? And then I'll help you get there. But if you don't tell me where you're going, I'll just put it down as someday I'll. And that's an island that most people live on, someday I'll, when the timing is right. Well, the time is now.
That's really good. You know, I don't know where you start and I end, and vice versa, because these one-liners and ways of explaining things and coming back, geez, it seems like a lifetime of one-liners, and I don't know where they came from, but like I say, everything is public domain.
It is. Well, it came from the scriptures. It came from Chinese wisdom. It came from the great thinkers. I don't take credit for anything I think. I just happen to think along the lines that other people have who solve some problems.
Well, I had a really interesting experience some years ago. I read about the evolution of human society and the rise and fall of 26 great civilizations over history. And the gentleman who wrote about it got a Nobel Prize and Pulitzer Prize and everything else. And the name just escapes me. I know it was not Oswald Spengler, which is the name that keeps going around in my mind. It was another great historian. If I could turn around, I could pick up the book. But anyway, what he did is he studied the great civilizations. And what he found was that every civilization started off with a small tribe of people, sometimes just a small village of people. And then they were attacked. Almost invariably, they were attacked by an outside force, and they had to reorganize and respond. They had to fight back. And if they did, then they would grow, in which case they would come into conflict with another tribe. And if they won, then they would grow, but then they would come into conflict with another tribe. My favorite example of that, which I spent thousands of hours studying, was the story of Genghis Khan. And Genghis Khan, his tribe was wiped out, and he and his mother and his brother fled into the steppes to hide, to survive. And finally, he was able to find an uncle, and the uncle protected him. And so he started off with three: himself, his mother, Borchai, and his brother. And from that, he built the greatest empire in the history of the world. And then he looked at every empire in every part of the world. They all went through the same evolution. But he said, here was the incredible thing. He said, is their ability to respond effectively to unexpected reversals. And he called that their response ability. And I love that. This was their responsibility. They didn't make excuses. What they did is they put on their belts and got their spears and so on and fought back. And he said, and every society continued to grow as long as it continued to accept responsibility and fight back. But if ever it reached a point where they started to make excuses and blame other people and sell out to the enemy, then the society collapsed. As we lost 5 great civilizations in the last century: the Austro-Hungarian civilization, the German civilization, the Russian civilization, and 2 others, the Ottoman civilization. When they refused to fight back, then they very soon collapsed and became footnotes to history. Well, it's the same thing in our business. In life, whatever you start off, you're going to have to attack and counterattack and learn and take in the new lessons and try new things and fail and fall down and get back up again. And if you do it right and you keep doing it, then you will survive and you will grow and you will become a big success. So therefore, you tell people you're going to have big challenges in life. Yes, that's the price of admission.
That's right. Well, I love that because it reminds me of our colleague, Stephen Covey. You know, Stephen Covey was a dear friend as well. When he was teaching at BYU, I used to watch him many, many years ago. And when he wrote The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, he used that same term that you got from Genghis Khan: responsibility, the ability to respond effectively under pressure, which is going to happen to us at least well, I'm older than you, as you know, so you're the next generation of bigger thought leaders from me. But we both know that every week as long as we live, we're going to get another surprise. And many surprises are not what we would like to have, like a Christmas gift. They're going to be a surprise we didn't expect that is not positive. And that ability to have that kind of resiliency is everything. But I love that responsibility. And I know when you use the term fight, you're not using it in the metaphor of war. You're using it in the way that you attack a problem. And you attack a problem with a solution, with doing something positive, In fact, Lee Kuan Yew, who was the developer of the Singapore Miracle, which is Singapore, and the first prime minister of Singapore,
Yes.
he believed in a meritocracy and being a person of merit, meaning using whatever you have inside of you to make the best you possibly can to achieve by merit rather than just by need. And I know you and I are both understanding that if you expect to be entitled, it's very difficult to be empowered. It's very difficult to use empowerment if you feel entitlement. And so I'm not entitled to anything in my life except my free will right now to choose the way I think and act. But I'm empowered by what I believe I'm capable of doing. And that is kind of wrapped up together. But you and I are an echo chamber in a way. But when you echo it, it's more than an echo. It's kind of a tsunami or a wave. And let's see, are you working on about book 96 or where are you in the
book number 92?
Oh, 92. And I've written the same book 20 times with a different cover and a different title. What's your latest book about?
This book is called Make More Money. And I was asked to do it by Audible, as a matter of fact. And we had a difference of opinion. But what it is basically the habits of rich millionaires and billionaires and how you can develop them yourself. And so basically I did the research. How do they spend their days? How do they spend their nights? How do they spend their weekends and so on? And I wrote down, it's really, really good book. It's a short book, but it's good enough to release in the small books that are going out today.
And one or two ideas on, I like the title, Make More Money. It's kind of simple, but it sure tells what it is for many people.
Yeah, well, what it talks about is what is it that wealthy people do, millionaires do, and versus poor people. And millionaires are always looking for ways to create value and to add value to other people. It's always looking at the world as what can I do to bring value, to improve people's lives and work. And that's their whole idea. And then when they see an idea, then they throw their whole hearts into it because they know that's how you make money. So they're constantly thinking in terms of making money by creating value. Let me take a look at these. Why become wealthy? I read all this research on self-made millionaires, and I said, I'm right in here. As I began to study self-made millionaires, I became one. And it's it's the most amazing damn thing. Is as you study the subject over and over, you start to do things differently, in a different way. You get up a little bit earlier, you work a little harder, you stay a little later, as Jim Rohn said, and surprise, surprise. And then I look and I say, well, where do people become wealthy? And there's 5 major areas. Number one, people start their own business. And 80% of all fortunes are created by people who start their own business in wherever it happens to be. And then there's real estate, investing, and so on. And then you look at their mindset, the habits. Number one mindset is hard work and self-discipline. And I could spend a whole day on this, but I have been asked to write a book. And I wrote a book called No Excuses, The Power of Self-Discipline. I was approached by a publisher, and they said, we've determined that there is a market for something on self-discipline, and we'd like you to write it for us, which is, wow. I mean, that's just not the way it usually works. And I said, sure. So I did. And they released it, and it's now in multiple languages worldwide. And people write back to me. You can tell if it's a good book because the royalties, you get a lot of royalties. But the other thing is people email and say, this book changed my life. This book changed my life. Is I never realized how important self-discipline was. And Albert Hubbard, who we've talked about before, Albert Hubbard, great writer, great thinker. He said, the key to success is self-discipline, and self-discipline is defined as doing what you should do, when you should do it, whether you feel like it or not. And you've probably heard that definition, but it is a great definition. It is the ability to make yourself do what you should do, when you should do it, whether you feel like it or not. And what Albert said and other people said is anybody can do it if they feel like it. You don't get any points for doing it when you feel like it. It's when you don't feel like it, but it is required. You've got to do it now. And so when you develop the habit, and this the flip side of this is, anything you should do repeatedly becomes a new habit. And Goethe said, everything is hard before it's easy. And I always love that. Everything is hard before it's easy. Once you develop the habit by repeatedly practicing it, it gets easier and easier, and then it becomes automatic. You just do it. You wake up in the morning and you just do it. You don't think of quitting before the job is done. You just discipline yourself to start and complete your most important task. I had this great experience. I had, I'll find it here, is I have several publishers who are really great, but one publisher, they asked me if I had anything on time management. So I had written a book. It was double your income, double your time off, which was my guarantee if you took my coaching program. And he said, well, send it to us and we'll take a look at it. I sent it to them and they said, well, we like this because I had written 21 21s. That means there's 21 books that have 21 chapters on the subject. And like one is closing the sale, 21 ways to close the sale. Another one is becoming a self-made millionaire, 21 ways to become a self-made millionaire. So I sent them this book, this manuscript, and it was called Double Your Income, Double Your Time Off. They said, we like it, but we don't like the title. The title is kind of flat. However, there is a chapter there, chapter 15, it's called Eat That Frog. And that's got some appeal because right now, Who Moved My Cheese, fish, animal stories seem to be popular. And so if you could take that idea of Eat That Frog and run it from the first chapter all the way through the entire manuscript, then we could run with it. And when a publisher tells you that if you do this, they'll do that, then you do it. You know what I'm talking about. The publishers have the power to say yes or no. So I said, okay. So I rewrote it, sent it to them. They thought they'd sell 10 million copies. As of today, they've sold 3 million and made it the best-selling book on time management in the history of the world. They call it Eat That Frog. And
I love that.
Do you have this one?
I do.
Oh, okay. Well, it's called Eat That Frog. And basically, people become millionaires when they read this. And what it says basically from the beginning is decide the most important thing that you can possibly do right now and start doing it and stay with it till it's done. That's it. Go home, be rich. And
I like that Eat That Frog, and I love the self-discipline too, because I've been around so many astronauts and prisoners of war and so many Olympians and so many people who've overcome obstacles. And I've always said that discipline is doing within when you're doing without. And like you say, I don't know an Olympian that hasn't practiced for 1,200 days for one moment. And 1,200 days is a long time to get up at 5 in the morning and work 7 days a week on a single discipline for the opportunity to appear in a games when you might come in. Well, you certainly have a very difficult time coming in first, second, or third, but even coming 100th in the world would be, I don't think I've ever done anything where I've come in 100th in the world in anything, but to come in first, second, or third in my discipline would be very interesting. The word discipline comes from disciple. And of course, a disciple is when you learn, when Plato and Aristotle get together and they learn from one another, and we're a disciple of other people who've been there and done that. Why would you have to live life by trial and error? It would take me 10 lifetimes to become successful. If I couldn't read you, and if I couldn't read Jim Rohn or listen to him, if I couldn't read Think and Grow Rich, if I couldn't read the scriptures, if I didn't know about history, how would I ever know what I could do rather than have to do it myself and make the mistake myself? There isn't enough time to make all the mistakes yourself. And that's why it's so important to learn from other people and not have the big ego. It's not all about me. It's all about what we can learn from one another. And I love the self-discipline thing, Brian. I think we need a lot more of it in this world and in this country. And I know that societies who don't survive for longer than 200 or 300 years have lost their ability to take responsibility for the outcome and to lose that sense of discipline. They develop the fact that I'm born in America, so why shouldn't I have it? Well, it takes setting an example, a lot more responsibility. And both you and I are pretty apolitical. In other words, we're independent thinkers who don't just go with the crowd and join a party and check off the things for our party on one side. We're open to what the other side has to offer so that we can vote issues, not parties, and not red or blue or purple or green or any other thing. We vote issues that are based on some of the fundamental and most important things. And that's what I do at this point in my life. I will never follow the crowd in anything they're yelling about. I'd rather be an inner winner than an outer shouter. I'd rather be disciplined in the way I am. I'd rather have less money and more respect. And we both know about fame and fortune, don't we? I've learned that it's not even 14 minutes long. I'm lucky that 20 years from now, I'll still have something up on the internet.
If an internet exists, as opposed to something that's probably implanted in your brain. One of the things that I fell in love with was the importance of free markets and freedom. And I had a very smart guy, 25 years in publishing industry in New York, and now he's a writer and publisher. He came into my office once, and I said, we were doing our seminar on speaking, and I said, how are you? I hadn't expected him to be there, and he said, doing great, just heading north. And so I said, well, what are you working on now? He said, well, I'm working on values. And I said, that's interesting. He said, yes. He said, here's the exercise. He said, think about your most important value for the next week. Just say, what is my most important value? And don't be satisfied with the first answer. What is my most important value? And I've studied values as you have. You can tell what a person's values are by what they do under pressure, what they do when everything's going to hell in a handbasket. What do you do under pressure? You can tell what your values are. That's when it really emerges. And so I said thank you, and I shared it with our speaking academy graduates, and they all took it away. And so I began thinking, what is my greatest value? And after a week, and Barbara and I went back and forth on this, I concluded that my most important value is freedom. It's freedom, is that I love to be free. And because of that, I love others to be free. I love a society that encourages freedom. And I did the same thing with each of my kids. I have never criticized them. I have never forced them to do anything. I've always created an environment where they can be free, and done everything possible to create the resources so they can be free. And I began thinking about that freedom. And you think about America. Why is America such a great country? And it's because it was established on the basis of freedom. These people came here because they wanted to be free. And then I started looking at all of the different political philosophies. And I came up with this insight. I said, people are always talking about, we've got to tax these people and we've got to blah, 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 blah. And I said, everybody's always talking about taking away freedom from others. But have you ever had anybody say, I've got too much freedom. I wish you'd take a little bit away from me. I have too much money to spend on myself and my family. So maybe you could find a way to tax it away from me so that I don't have that much freedom. I said, people would say, you must be insane. Nobody ever says I have too much freedom. We never have too much freedom. And if we have freedom, we want more freedom. One of my favorite memories was my first car. You remember your first car? and you get your first car on your 16th birthday, the day that you turn 16, you get your driver's license and you get your car. With my children, I have 4 children, and 3 of them all got their cars the day they got they turned 16. But we worked on it and planned it and prepared it and organized it and took lessons and everything else. And bang, they hit 16 and they were gone in their cars. And they still remember that joy of driving down the street in your car because it gives you so much freedom. Your kids are free. It's just a wonderful thing. And so what I believe in, my whole political philosophy is that I believe that people should be free. People should have the freedom to become everything they're capable of becoming. And what you taught me, and I had already put in probably 50,000 hours studying economics. But one of the things you did is you basically taught how important freedom is and how to achieve your own freedom by setting goals and plans and taking responsibility and picking yourself up over and over again. Is basically what you do is you have taught people how to not only get the freedom, but to get it back again and to keep on doing until you achieve the goals that you set for yourself. That's a great thing. That's a great thing. When you give people ideas and information on how to be successful in any particular area, you expand their ability to be free. Because the more knowledge and skill you have, the greater freedom you have to achieve your goals, to be what you want to be, to accomplish what you want to accomplish. And so that's my great goal. And I speak to people, lots of people, and I don't know anybody. I don't know very many people who have a value other than freedom. It may not be their first goal, but freedom is way up there. And so everything that I do, you work hard, save your money, pay your bills, keep out of debt. So everything is so that you can be free. And with my kids, the same thing. Is my kids, I do everything possible to make sure that they have freedom. Anyway, that's my thought. And freedom.
And I know it is, and I know that also doesn't mean that you're a total permissive, which means that if it feels good, do it, baby. That's not the same thing as freedom. That's not having any. There are certain rules in life, like we write things down, we do what we say, we deliver what we promise, we don't make excuses. That's all part of freedom.
Freedom and responsibility. Freedom and responsibility go together.
They go. You can't have one without the other, because if you are permissive or overly strict, if you're authoritarianism or if you're overly permissive, you have a tree that has no boundaries and no way to take root, and it breaks at the slightest blowing of the wind. Yes. So we all have rules and boundaries. The rules of the game of life are pretty simple. There are penalties. You make first downs. You probably won't get a touchdown with a long pass every play, and it'll be intercepted. The game of life is interesting. There's no timeouts, no substitutions. The clock is always running. Instant replay doesn't cut it. Instant pre-play helps. But unless you're playing the game at the time on the field, you're really a spectator watching it happen for somebody else. But, I really so enjoy getting your take on it because, like you, when you're at my house and when we're together, you're always asking me what I'm thinking and what's happening and what's going on in my life. Because when I talk, I don't learn. But when I ask questions and then be quiet and have a quiet moment and get a pen ready, I learn. And I like to write down what I learned so I can remember it. And you and I give credit too to the people that we've learned from. I try not to say, as I've always said, or I heard from a wise man once. I know that Billy Graham said this to me. I know that you wrote this in your book and that Jim Rohn said this. You can go to a job every day, but a career is something that you build inside, and those things. I don't take credit for other people's work, so I share that. But this is really important to have this talk with you, and we'll have to get together in person again. You've been kind enough to come over a couple of times recently and and just talk. But we've had other people around us, and we both felt that we shouldn't just talk with each other when we have other people, because that's rude. And how do they say? The people who mind don't matter, and the people who matter don't mind. So
Speaking of having other people with you, that was not on purpose, but this is so great, letting us watch in the background as you shared your personal memories and thoughts and freedom of the new car. And we have a special guest moderator that we'll be interviewing more fully in the background. You both know him, your mutual friend, Jim Rohn's longtime business partner and the man behind the scenes a lot of times when this, what did you call it earlier, Mo? The Super Bowl, the A team, I don't know.
Well, no, this is certainly Adora. Thank you for that. And we're about to bring up Kyle Wilson in about 1 minute. And this is certainly equivalent to the dream team of the early 90s, when we had Michael Jordan, Larry Bird on the same team. And now the folks in the virtual auditorium have been agreeing with that. I mean, people are in tears. People have been literally saying that they're physically shaking at the idea of Brian Tracy and Denis Waitley, two of the greatest of all time in the field of self-help, in my opinion, at least, because of what, Brian, we spoke a little earlier about the practical application component. In my opinion, what makes Brian Tracy the greatest of all time, along with Denis Waitley, and who's the greatest, I don't know. That's a debate. Michael Jordan, LeBron James, depends who you talk to. But certainly they're two of the greatest because of two simple words: practical application. Brian, you did not teach me, you did not give me a way to feel numb about pain. You know, you didn't give me escapism. You didn't give me a philosophy to ruminate on. Brian, you gave me the gift of a system, of something to actually go out and do. And the same is true for you, Denis. And I just wanted to take a quick second to thank you guys for doing this, because this is historical, as people in the virtual auditorium have been saying. And I wanted to thank you guys and Adora Evans for making this possible on the Los Angeles Tribune. And it would not be possible without Kyle Wilson. So let's go ahead and bring him in and get the conversation rolling. And Adora, how excited are you to have Kyle join us in this engaging dialogue?
Oh, I'm so excited. Kyle and I met because people kept talking to each of us about each other, something like that. So it didn't take me long to learn how much of the self-development industry has been impacted by Kyle Wilson. So I'm going to give the floor to Kyle so he can ask some questions. Kyle, welcome. And thank you for bringing Brian. You're responsible for this particular reunion, which was so important to Mo that he promised me a trip if I got this done. Just FYI. So thank you. You are having us all win right now.
Hey, thank you so much. And Brian and Denis, two of my great mentors in my life. And I just took another, 5 pages of notes. And this is like the 50th time, right? You guys mentioned another of my mentors, Jim Rohn, multiple times. And, I was so honored in 2004. You both spoke at the Jim Rohn 3-day event. And my favorite photo was the 3 of you guys at a table. And Brian, of course, you and I did our first seminar in Atlanta in 1991 with Og Mandino, which was incredible. And then later on with Jim Rohn. And of course, Denis, you and I started working together in 2004. And we just did the 3-day retreat. So this is such an honor to be with you guys. And I hate to interrupt the conversation. This has been incredible listening to you guys.
No, Kyle, you're more than just the cement that puts and the glue that puts things together. You're in your own right. Tony Robbins learned a lot from Jim Rohn, as we know. And you not only learned a lot from Jim, but you also made it possible for Jim to be heard worldwide. And you really were the wind beneath his wings, more than that. And you synthesized and internalized not only a lot of Jim, but you've also added your own experiences, which have had the same roller coaster event that we've had in our lives. So it's so great to be, and then you and I and Brian, you know, and even John Assaraf were over at the house. And if we wouldn't have been all together, this wouldn't have happened. So it's great. We want to hear some of your take. So what are some of the things that you can add? And Brian and I also want to ask Brian a question or ask me one, but bring a little of your Kyle Wilson, Jim Rohn experience in too. What do you think Jim would say if he were here with us today?
Oh, wow. He would be, just like you were saying, he would be listening. He would be taking notes. And, you know, again, I just want to echo everything you both have been teaching. It's fundamentals. It's, as Mo had just said, it's principle based. And that's why it has stood the test of time. And, you know, the thing I think people say, what's the biggest lesson I learned from Jim? And there's so many, but Brian was talking about bringing value, right? In his new book, the ability to bring value to the marketplace. And that's something you both have always done. And that's what I've tried to build my career on, is making money is in direct proportion to the ability to serve people and to bring value. And so I'm just so grateful for that. And I think in this particular moment in time, you know, they asked Jim, hey, what's the future going to be like? And he said, oh, the future will be two things. It'll be opportunity mixed with difficulty. So I think that's not changed, right? Any of us that think these are the most difficult times in history just haven't traveled a lot and haven't read a lot. There have been much, much, much more difficult times in history. So Brian, I loved you sharing about the 25 civilizations. That was powerful. I've not heard you talk about that before. So thank you for sharing that.
Well, it's important to understand that, and Dennis was saying it, is how will things be in the future? They'll be different from today.
Yeah, I know both of you are optimists, right? It's like you're not, you can share truth about difficulties and challenges, but yet you're the ultimate optimist because you believe in the human spirit. You believe in, you know, how God set this thing up. And so it's nothing new. It's just the way it is. And Dennis, I remember in 2004 at the Jim Rohn 3-day event, you talking about China, you talking about some of the things that you thought were mindsets here in America that were hindering us potentially. You know, looking now 17 years later, what have you seen happen the last 17 years? Not to put you on the spot, that's kind of a difficult question, but.
Well, I've sure seen a lot. You know, I was in 50 Chinese cities in 2018. So I thought it was really great. Me in 50 cities, had I known that it would have been better to do a Zoom in the 50 cities rather than be there. But I learned a lot about China. I learned that they're more capitalistic in many ways than we are. I know they're not as concerned about the environment as we might be. And I know they're very concerned about the material aspects of life. I know that Confucius and some of the ancient Chinese wisdom has been cast aside for a while. And I know that maybe money is more important to them in many ways, some ways than the spiritual development has been. And yet, on the other hand, I can't say that because I know many Chinese who are absolutely intent on teaching their children all about their ancestors, about their grandparents. They even set the table for their grandparents who are not alive. And on Chinese New Year, they go over all the history of their families together. So just as you could talk about Chinese being the adversary, you can talk about them also having been one of the earliest civilizations. And what I've learned is no society has ever survived its own success. There comes a time usually when you forget what you learned from the older generation and you forget what it takes to continue to succeed because you think it comes automatically just because you're born in that particular society. And I think we have to keep giving rebirth over and over again. And we recycle this because it doesn't just continue of its own accord. Everything changes. And I've never seen a society that will usually last longer than 300 years unless the younger generation is taking responsibility for their outcomes and learning from the mistakes that have gone before them. So you need to learn from history so you don't repeat it. And you need to learn from your mistakes so you don't repeat them. But I think you need to be an optimist, because optimism does rule every entrepreneur.
Absolutely. Brian, what do you have there?
Well, you're watching. This is a book, and I did about several thousand hours of research, travel, speaking, and then I wrote this book. And the book is called Something for Nothing. Something for Nothing, and it says the causes and cures of all our problems and what you can do to save the American dream. And I began to study this 50 years ago and writing on it and traveling and speaking. And I'm now working to get it republished, because when it came out, there's always little problems that occur. But basically what it says, I call it the SFN theory, something for nothing, is that if people get this idea that it's possible to get more than you get more out than you put in, and they start to look for getting something for less, or something for even less, and something for eventually for nothing, then it destroys their personalities. It basically destroys their characters, because you have to be willing to pay the price of success. There's that great Western song, what's that? Pay the price and believe. If you, what is that? You cannot and achieve. But basically, it says that you've got to be willing to pay the price for the success that you want, and right from the beginning. And then you got to pay it even harder. Is you have to work really, really hard, and you have to be prepared. As you and I, Kyle, have worked together. Geez, we're going back 30 years, you and I, and we have to be prepared to work a long time. And Dennis was talking about crashing through in his 50s, and that's not unusual. Most people don't succeed until they've had all of these years of putting in before you can finally start taking out. So what I think is the great destructive factor is something for nothing. People are trying to get something for nothing, looking for something for nothing. And I say, you can't get something for nothing. It just simply doesn't work out. And if you do try to get something for nothing, you're going to end up getting nothing for something. And
that philosophy has always been there, right? People, yes. Because you guys have been doing this for a while. And when you look at today versus, the 70s, 80s, 90s, there's always been that, how can I get there? The get rich quick, if you will.
Yes.
And that's what I love about both of you, as well as Jim Rohn. The philosophy was very principle based. And when you do the right principles, it's guaranteed, right? Success is guaranteed. And Dennis, you talked about even financially with investing. Last time we had a conversation, even in the 60s, when you started, you shifted how you approached investing. And yet, people think, why would you start that in your 60s? But it's guaranteed if you do the right principles. And this is true for health. It's true for money. It's true for business. Why is it difficult for people to understand that? Because it is noisy, right? It's noisy out in the marketplace. People wanting to promise the get there faster, quicker, without having to do the core principles.
Yes. Well, first of all, we all want to rub the lamp and have the genie come out and say, you got three wishes, and you rub the genie and you think there's this magic lamp that you can rub, and it just, that's an illusion that we all want to believe in, that you can get more out than you put in. And that it just, in my life, it has never worked that way at all. And I've not met anyone who's been a true success over a long period who hasn't put in the effort. That's one thing. And I think, how to get anything you want by doing nothing would probably be a bestseller, but it wouldn't have anything written in it. Remember, that's what the book is. It's what men need to know, or what men know about women. And there's that title of that book, and then you open it up, and the pages are all blank, because men don't really understand, because they don't listen enough. We tend to say it and do it, and then say, oh, gee, I forgot to listen, or I don't take the time. So that's one thing that we learned But another thing is, I just don't believe in taking more than I put in. I'll say it over and over again. If you always give more value than you receive in payment, you'll always be sought for the bargain that you deliver by giving more in value than you expect to receive. But if you expect to be paid more than you give in time, in effort, and value, then it's an illusion for you. You may get more money, but you will not get the character, respect. Who wants to be famous if you're not respected? Who wants to be known by the masses as somebody who's a taker? Who wants to be a Ponzi scheme guy? None of us wants to be that. And none of us wants to do it in a, shall we say, criminal or less than ethical way. Who wants to be unethical? Does anyone want to be unethical because that's the way to get to the top? Of course not. We all have this deep heart inside. And so I echo what Jim has said, what Brian has said, what Napoleon Hill has said, what the Lord has said, what Confucius say. Confucius say, women like river, man like rock. Rock crumble and wear away under river, but river continues to flow. And I say, wait a minute, are you saying that the weaker sex is actually stronger? No, there is no weaker sex. River runs deep, river runs, but it makes music softer than hard rock. So I learned from the Tao Te Ching, from Lao Tzu. In fact, that young Chinese guy did say, wow, you went to school with Confucius. I said, no, he's 1,800 years old. I'm only 800 years old. He said, well, you spew out this Chinese wisdom. And I said, the ancient Chinese and the Egyptians and the Mayans and the Incas and the Aztecs and like Brian says, you study the Ottoman Empire, the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, the Portuguese Empire, the British Empire, and the American Empire. And you find that empires don't last. Only synergistic societies do that are making the whole greater than the sum of the parts. And you have to be looking at that. And that's why we study history, so that we look at the bad and the good together and say, let's not do that again. Let's not be that way next time. But let's not run away from history. Let's learn from it.
Well said, Dennis. Hey, Brian and Dennis, thanks for letting me hop on, and didn't mean to interrupt your conversation, but such an honor to talk to both of you guys today. Thank you for the impact you've had on my life and the impact you've had on so many. I'm going to hand it back to Mo and Adora. But
thank you, Kyle.
And thanks for taking your Sunday, by the way, to be with us today. So thank you, guys.
And also, Kyle, we want to take a quick second to thank you, Kyle, for the work that you do, because you have helped keep Jim Rohn's legacy as active, as relevant as it was when the gentleman was here in physical form. And there was a very touching comment here from Amy Jacobs. 100% that Jim Rohn is here in spirit.
Yes.
And he is looking down upon this experience right now, smiling from ear to ear. I would agree, Amy. I would thank you, Kyle, for the work that you do. This is indeed the New Psychology of Winning Tour, a historical moment, no matter how you look at it. I want to thank Brian and Dennis, and we're going to have a few more minutes here before we move on to our next segment. But before we do that, since we do have Brian Tracy here, and since this tour is largely about the personal development field, changing lives, transforming individuals, but also Denis Waitley. Now, one thing that I've learned in the short time that I have been privileged and honored and humbled with the opportunity to work with Denis Waitley is he doesn't talk about himself. It's amazing. So I'm going to ask Denis Waitley for permission to ask Brian Tracy in closing to share with our audience what he wants to share with our audience, but specifically about the impact that Denis Waitley has made.
Mo, we don't ask Denis for permission on this. Denis doesn't get to say. Denis doesn't get to say. Brian.
I will assert that and just ask Brian directly to speak on the impact that Denis Waitley has had in the personal development field. And Kyle, you'll stick around with us. Please,
Okay.
Brian.
Well, that's a trick question because I don't know where I would approach it from. But I will say this. When I first listened to Denis, that was right at the beginning of the audio cassette industry. The only thing that was out there was Lead the Field with Earl Nightingale. And the whole idea of actually producing a program other than Lead the Field, or rather than Earl Nightingale, was completely anathema to Nightingale Conant. However, one thing led to another, and they produced Denis's program, and they broke the bank at Monte Carlo. Is maybe Earl's programs, and Earl's programs were excellent, but Denis's program just broke the bank. And I had never listened to an audio program before, but I got one of their beautiful brochures, and it promised the moon. And so I purchased Denis's program, and I listened to it several times. My wife and I listened to it. And what it did is it's kind of just, I say, imagine coming home at night and the house is dark and you run around the house turning on the lights. Well, that's what happens when you listen to Psychology of Winning. Basically, if you've not been exposed to these ideas, you start running around your mental house turning on lights. As you're starting to, holy smokes, wow. And you're starting to see things and have perceptions of things that you hadn't thought about before. And then basically you just had one run through, you want to do it again and again. And so what Denis did is he kind of just broke open this whole way of thinking. So within, I think, 5 years, there are 500 audio programs in the market somewhere. People were producing them all over the world. And Denis broke the ground. Denis was the front runner there. And he really helped me. And I always sort of refer to him with a certain amount of reverence, because he is such a good guy. And his program was such a good program. And so knowing Denis and working with Denis and learning from Denis has been one of the most important things in my life. And I would just suggest, if you have not listened to The Psychology of Winning by Denis Waitley, then before this is over, you must order it and listen to it. You must order it and listen to it. And then if you want something additional, I may have something.
And then go and check out The Psychology of Achievement after that.
It will be helpful to you.
Denis Waitley, we'd love to hear your thoughts on what Brian just said, and also on Brian Tracy's impact in the industry. And we want to hear your thoughts on Brian, just as we've heard Brian's thoughts on you. Please, Denis Waitley.
Well, I'd like to say it in fewer words, but because I could go on for the rest of the show and talk about that. But what I will say is, Brian, Bob Proctor said something that I need to correct. We didn't sell 100 million albums, because there's 6 cassettes in an album, and the albums cost $50 a piece, as you and I know. So over a period of time, Nightingale Conant may have sold $100 million worth of gross sales of the album over a long period of time. So when we say broke the bank, what happened is direct marketing worked. America needed something on winning. It came along after Lead the Field. Earl Nightingale helped promote it. The content was good enough. And then lo and behold, I was able to be on the stage with the same people that I was talking about, the Brian Tracys, the Stephen Coveys, the Robert Schulers, the Paul Harveys, the Art Linkletters, the Jim Rohns, the Zig Ziglars, Norman Vincent Peale. I got a chance to be with the people that I had always admired and studied. And Brian, as my neighbor 10 minutes away, I wouldn't mind living in the same room of your house so I could get more of you up front, close, and personal. You're one of the greatest influencers, as Jim Rohn has been, as a thought leader in the world of business, personal, and professional life. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I was so blessed to know that the psychology of achievement, the psychology of you could do the psychology of everything, because that's how well read and learned you are. And talk about application. I'm going to write that down. And when you said write it down, and Jim Rohn said you're going to want to write this down, Your impact on me has been, I do write it down. And when you're my age, your list is short. It's very clear. Your handwriting is not as good, but you write it down and you think it, you see it, write it down, and you do it. Because you do it because now you know that time is the only equal opportunity employer. And when you have 168 hours a week to spend, but none to save, I have never known a scientist to invent another minute. So just remember, each minute that you go on what you've written down that you're focused on doing, you're on your way to become successful. And Brian, the long story and short of it is, all I can say is you're one of the greatest, and it's my privilege to be in your company, to have this conversation, which I wish we would have every day of the week. And we should have it at least once a month at the minimum, because we live so close.
Yes.
And Kyle, I have to say to you too, you're not just a connector and somebody who's helped other people. You came to my home, you recorded me, you have gotten me out to a market. You helped my career at a time when people were saying, oh yes, is he still alive? And some people would say, I didn't know he was still alive. So you breathed new life into my career, but you also made it possible to have a marvelous retreat at our home and share with your inner circle, where we all got together and talked over life. So you're also a very powerful influence in my life and will be in the future. But I've got to say, if what Mo said, what do you have to say about Brian? Everything and not enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how we can top it. This is the New Psychology of Winning Tour. I want to thank Brian Tracy once again. I'm going to thank Denis Waitley, and we will graciously go to the next segment with Kyle Wilson, because Brian, you've been so generous with your time. Please, Adora, go ahead.
Yes, Brian, thank you so much for coming here today. I loved watching your face light up and your laughter, and the laughter that you brought to Denis. You guys, it was tremendous just to share in your camaraderie. And, you know, may we all you've blessed so many of us. We grew up listening to you guys, and this has been a gift that will be watched again and again. So thank you so much. And Denis, you know, I love you so much, and we'll see you at 2:55 PST, Denis.
Very good.
Thank you, Adora.
Thanks, Brian.
Love you both.
Thank you, Kyle.
See you soon.
I love you. Hey, let's get together sooner than another month. I owe you a dinner. I think I'll take you to a nice restaurant.
I'm only drinking liquids, but I'll drink my liquid as if it's sea bass and Chateaubriand. So whatever I do, I'll pretend. I'll remember what it tastes like, but I'll call you first, because I'm not going to say, let's get together sometime. I'm going to call you and let's make it happen.
Wonderful. I love you, Denis.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I love you guys.
And Adora, stick around. We have another segment here with Kyle. Wow. Let's do a quick debrief. Kyle, what are your thoughts on that incredible moment in time that we were able to experience here live on the LA Tribune TV network?
Yeah, it was amazing. And, you know, I've spent so much time with Brian and Denis. They've been on my podcast, the whole thing, go back 30 years. And I always learn something new. And Mo and Adora, first of all, great job. I mean, you brought together some amazing people, Les, John, Bob, and of course, Brian, with, you know, my mentor, Denis Waitley. So it's great, phenomenal job. It takes so much to put this on. But yeah, I took at least 5 pages of notes. Here's what I love with interviews of that type. And you put Brian and Denis together, and it reminds me of me putting Jim Rohn together with contemporaries. What comes out is wisdom. It's not just the seminar. And that's why I felt like I heard so many things that were new for me, because we're tapping into what's just the tip of the iceberg of what they both know. And that was the beauty of it. It wasn't a 60-minute presentation. although those are so powerful, it was tapping into wisdom. And to see the questions that were being brought up between them, what's important to them. And if we have eyes to see and ears to hear, we would also realize it's important to us and to our kids and to our world. And so, I was honored just to sit there and take notes. I felt bad that I was in any way impeding them going longer because it was really a beautiful thing to watch.
Absolutely. Now I'm going to step back, Adora, and have you and Kyle have a powerful conversation together. But I agree, Kyle, that was nothing short of a historical moment, as folks in the comment section agreed to. Hey, Adora, what did you run off to? I guess you and I are sticking around for a couple minutes here, Kyle. But let's talk a little bit before Adora comes back about Jim Rohn. Someone left in the comment section that they could feel Jim Rohn's presence with Brian Tracy and Denis Waitley. And, what was the man like for those that don't have the same kind of didn't have the same kind of access to him that you've had, that maybe the audience does not know about Jim Rohn?
Yeah, and I'll agree with Amy. I remember her comment. I felt Jim's presence. I felt Jim's presence often. He passed away in 2009, and I've had some incredible moments that I have felt him show up. Truly, and other people have as well. And so, yes, I echo that. Yeah, Jim was amazing. And first of all, he's very private. Like a lot of people will message me, hey, Kyle, I want to see Jim Rohn's journals. Well, that's not going to happen. He was very private, but he was authentic. So who you saw on stage is who you saw behind stage. And he really did not want to be famous per se. He wanted to have impact. And one of my favorite quotes by Jim was that he would tell me, it wasn't a quote on stage, it was a one-on-one quote. He'd say, Kyle, I want to be the guy that impacts the few that impact the many. Well, guess what? You look at Tony Robbins, you look at Darren Hardy, Eric Worre, Hal Elrod, the list goes on and on and on of his students that he impacted. So he was the guy. He did impact more than the few, but that really was his goal. His goal wasn't to I own Jim Rohn International, and I would book him up 100+ dates, and he'd say, we got to back this off. And he wanted me to back off how many interviews, and he would turn down book deals. And because he really was about living a life he wanted to live and having an impact that could really have a ripple effect. And he did that.
It's so awesome. And I want to dive into some of those moments that you felt him show up. And first just share, I know I've shared this with you before, but I was living in a boarded up home at 18 with no electricity. And I had already lived on my own from the age of 15 and for a little while at 12, and exposed to an adventurous life, a colorful life like many already. And instead of paying for my electricity, I invested in a distributor kit. And so on a Walkman radio with Jim Rohn was the very first cassette tape that I got. And Jim was saying, hey, you're in this metaphor. You could probably quote it, Kyle. You're in this metaphorical sailboat is what he was talking about, and that you're going to arrive at a destination. I felt like he was talking right to me. There wasn't sheetrock in the walls. It was kind of dim. And he said, the good news is all you have to do is set your sail in a new direction. It may take you longer than it takes other people, but if you just keep heading there, you will arrive. And he said, go get mentors. And I thought, oh no one's going to mentor me. I'm the town scandal. I'd already been divorced. I was supposed to marry a pastor. I ran away in the middle of the night. And then he said, go get mentors. And so he said, the library is full of them. And, I'm one of many, 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 many people that feel like Jim Rohn, Denis Waitley, these different people talked right to them. So how did you and Jim originally come into contact?
And real quick, Adora, before Kyle answers that, Dr. Natalie Forrest and Rex are, of course, helping us with the new Psychology of Winning tour. So we're going to invite them back. And Adora, if you want to stick around, let's go ahead and bring Rex Sykes and Dr. Natalie Forrest, two legends in their own right. Of course, Rex Sykes, Kyle, has been in the business for about 40 years. Natalie is very prominent in the women's empowerment field. And so we want to have a mastermind session here and give them an opportunity to also pick your brain, Kyle. So with that being said, Rex and Natalie, welcome to the conversation. Kyle, please go ahead. Answer Adora's question. Thank you.
Hi, Natalie and Rex.
Hi, Kyle.
Yeah, my story was I grew up in a small town, never went to college, and actually got in trouble, was doing drugs, the whole thing. So I can relate, Adora. And I heard a whisper actually to sell. I had started a small business and to sell it and to move to Dallas, which seemed kind of crazy. But so the first lesson is listen to the small whispers. And I did. And I didn't know who Jim Rohn was, but within a year of moving to a new place, not really knowing anyone and not having anything going on, I attended a seminar, and the guy putting on the seminar was looking to hire people. And he said, you're going to have to make 100 cold calls a day. You're going to have to go speak. Well, 100 cold calls, that seemed crazy, but speaking seemed impossible. The fear of speaking was huge for me, but I still felt in that bubble, that whisper in that bubble. And that led to me becoming his top sales rep, and then eventually led to me meeting Jim Rohn and promoting Jim Rohn. And after I started putting on these events and got really good at it, and then I'm traveling around the country, and that's when I started hiring Brian Tracy and Og Mandino and Jim Rohn. And after about 3 years, I'm getting now 2,500 people for an event. And Jim came to me one day and he said, listen, for this next event, me and my partner have split up. He owes me $500,000. So just from now on, just go through me. I said, hey, Jim, I think I'm a pretty good promoter. I think you're the world's best speaker. I would love to have an exclusive. And that idea was probably better to me than it was to him. He wasn't really looking for a partner. So I said, listen, it'll be my company. I'll pick up the tab. I'll pay for everything. And I'll pay you like a speakers bureau off the top. I just want exclusivity. And that first year took him from 20 dates to 110, tripled his speaking fee, and started creating products. And one of the first products became a viral tool I sold 6 million of. And then we were off to the races. And I would say the thing about Jim was he was almost, for a promoter, he was almost like the gateway drug to personal development. People would hear Jim Rohn and they're like, I need more of this. So I started another company called Your Success Store. And that's when I got to start selling Brian Tracy and Les Brown and Mark Victor Hansen and Denis Waitley, and started booking them for all the companies I was taking Jim into, and started creating their products, and ended up creating over 100 intellectual properties and built a big seminar team. And, it was just a phenomenal relationship because Jim was a pure speaker philosopher, much like Denis, and then I got to be a pure marketer promoter. And I remember, I'm being kind of long-winded here on this one, and then I'll just want to get this in. I remember the first time I heard Brian Tracy, and he was, it was a Zig Ziglar Brian Tracy event. And I don't even think I was a seminar promoter yet. I went to this event and I was so attracted to Brian, I took like 20 pages of notes. And so fast forward 3 years later, I am now promoting him for the first time. And I remember the first time I got a flyer in the mail from Nightingale promoting Denis Waitley. So you have these moments that, and by the way, that first event I did with Brian, with Og Mandino, I'd actually hired Denis, and we couldn't make the deposit in time and they canceled us. And in 2004, at the big Jim Rohn 3-day event I put on, he said, my biggest regret was not working with you earlier. And I said, I hate to tell you this, but I did hire you in 1991. And we missed the deadline. But yeah, Jim, unbelievable. Brian, unbelievable. Denis, unbelievable. These are mega thought leaders, but more importantly, principle-based thought leaders that if you do what they teach, that's one of the biggest lessons I got from Jim, that success is predictable. And if you do the right things in the right order over time, you're guaranteed success. Not the shortcut stuff, but the real stuff.
Well, I know Natalie and Rex are eager to talk with you. And when I'm here, I sometimes just keep firing. So I'm going to ask one more question and go in the background for a minute and come back in with that. And when I come back, I want to know about one of those moments you felt, Jim. So Natalie and Rex, you're not allowed. That question's not yours. So I just, one of my favorite things about you is what you just talked about. You've worked with a lot of people in the industry, and you could work with a lot more, but you're my kind of guy, and Denis is my kind of guy, because your integrity and principles are everything to you. And people say that, but it doesn't take long. And in a person's space, you can feel where they stand with all that. And you very quickly, it is who you are. So can you speak a little bit about that? Why integrity? Why principles?
Thank you, Adora. And I'll say it's self-serving too. It's the shortcut. It's the thing that actually works in life. It's how it's set up. And so I was raised that way. But I also have realized, Zig Ziglar said something that really impacted me greatly 30 years ago. He said, never do a good deal with a bad guy. And that's not just principles, that's truth. That doesn't work. And so it's a shortcut to success. I'll just say from a very practical standpoint. On the other side, it takes faith though. I think we have to beat our head against the wall sometimes to say, oh, that get rich quick thing is actually going to slow me down. That partner that doesn't have integrity is going to actually slow me down. So I think, but it does take faith, and sometimes it takes experience, because you want to have integrity without judgment, right? You want to have principles without judgment. So I try not judge someone else. I just have to say, does that really fit into the things I want to represent, that I want to value, where I want to invest my time? Eventually, that's the big question. Who and what and where do I want to invest my time? And I am, my wiring was like a type A aggressive person. I've definitely mellowed. So you're going to make some mistakes and you're going to do some things. And if you're paying attention, you'll say, that's not where I want to invest time. Here's where I definitely want to invest time. And so for me, also age has helped me, I think, really realize, like just the conversation with Denis and Brian, that's where I want to be. I want to soak that in, right? And just learn from it.
I love that you said that. This is my comment and I'm passing. I love that you shared that you were type A, which we celebrate, and aggressive, which has how is that? And you said, now I've calmed that down a little bit. I think real leaders authentically share, look, there's some of this that didn't work out for me. Right. And that's how I learned.
I wouldn't be here, Adora, honestly, if I wasn't out trying to take over the seminar world and fill up huge rooms. And then I had to learn with that, that worked here, but it didn't work relationally. And even though Jim Rohn was my mentor, I didn't have ears to hear at the time on some of those subtleties that as I've gotten older, I think I get it now a little more, right?
Okay. Rex and Natalie, I'm going to be kind.
Thanks, Adora.
You're welcome.
Good stuff.
Cool. I would say, Kyle, just thank you for keeping the source alive, because so often the source is lost. We all quote people and we forget to quote them. And so things get passed on, and you've managed to keep that alive. I kid Tony by saying, if you wait long enough, every quote in the world will be attributed to Tony Robbins. And you have a history and preserved the legacy of so many. So we really do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would also say, and then I'll pass to Natalie, but I would also like to say, this is you and the people you've worked with represent what Napoleon Hill would call a true mastermind, where there's a division of labor. Each person has their expertise. Many content providers who are really good content makers and providers can't market, don't know how to do what you do, and you bring them, in an aligned vision, you bring them to the world and have uplifted them so that they can uplift others. And that is truly a demonstration of what's possible when people work together in harmony and share a vision. So thank you for that.
No, thank you.
All right, I think I can jump in. Kyle, it's such a pleasure, such an honor to meet you. I love how you bring all these minds together and how you connect people. If you've heard me before ask questions, I usually try to ask a little different questions. And one of the things that has struck me throughout these days here, now we're on day 3, is that from all of those legends thus far, we've keep hearing about family and how important the family is and making time for the family, whether it's valuing the family or, as Dennis says, IRS. And I believe you've written one book. I know you've written more books, so let me phrase this differently. I know one of the books that I believe you're in is called Mom and Dadpreneurs. And I think that is such an important issue. How do you handle being as successful, as out in the open as you are, while being a family man? And I know there's more to the story than I just put into this question, but could you share for everybody in the audience how you manage that and what matters to you in that?
No, thank you. It's a great question. By the way, yeah, all these were books, and one of them is Success Habits of Super Achievers that Dennis, Brian, Les Brown, John Assaraf, Darren Hardy are all part of, and that's a more recent one. But Mom and Dadpreneurs, yeah, I feel like I did catch that pass early on, that family is the most important thing. So people would say, wow, Kyle, you're just so busy. Well, I was busy. Time was blocked out though. So if someone said, hey, I'm flying in, and this still exists, even though my kids are grown now, but if I'm flying in, can you pick me up at the airport? Can we have lunch? The answer was probably no. I mean, I had a business I was running, and my nights and weekends were reserved for my kids and my family, right? I was the soccer coach. I was Indian princess dad with my daughter. And I think you just have to be intentional to do that. I always say God, and I'm speaking from a man's perspective here, and I think this 100% would be a woman's perspective too, maybe just changed a little bit differently in how this was something I remember saying, okay, so I'm at this, 27, 28. So I'm trying to conquer the world in business because I didn't have a business background. I was having to learn this on the go. I'm trying to understand marriage with someone from the opposite sex that thinks differently. Then I don't know if I understood that completely at 27, how different men and women can be. And I'm also now supposed to parent. So here's 3 of the toughest jobs that I'm loaded with ignorance about, all at the same time. And I don't know why it's set up that way, but it is set up that way oftentimes. And so you just got to make it a priority and just realize, if I had to give someone advice, I'll say less is more in business. Mm-hmm. More is not more. Having more refined ideas. I've had some ideas that became big, and that took some refined thinking. Sometimes you have to let go of a lot to really make the 1 or 2 things big. So it's not about more, it's about quality. And now with family time, I learned from Brian Tracy, it is about more. Mm-hmm. He's like, more opportunities, because if you are restricted on the amount of time you can spend with your family, excuse me, sorry.
Okay.
you might miss the moments because, as you know, we're all human beings. And some parents think, okay, I'm with my kids. Why aren't they talking? Why aren't they, why are they in a bad mood? Well, that's just part of life, right? And you just never know those moments that's going to be the magical moments. So quality time with your family is really important. Quantity time with your family is really important. Quality time in business, though, having refined less quality time, I have found that there's truth in that.
Mm-hmm. So the last part that you just mentioned reminds me of how sometimes we talk to people, and this is moving away from the family just for a second. I'll get back to that. You call them up and they go, I'm busy. And it's like, okay, are you busy, like busy, or are you productively busy? And you just mentioned, quality time and refinement. So how do you deal with all the programs that you have, from the masterminds to the book program to the events, how you then, compartmentalize, or how do you make it work? Because you could probably say, I'm busy. How do you make it work?
A lot. Yeah, that is a common thing I say. So I think in the beginning, so people say, how'd you create all this? Well, one year at a time. So it's like a music, a band, right? Mm-hmm. A rock band or whoever. They're going to come out with a new album every 1 to 2 years. So in the beginning, they don't have anything. But at the end of 10 years, they have 5 albums. So when you see someone that's really successful that you want to be like, just think in terms of how long did it take them. Mm-hmm. So again, go create one thing that's really, really good. And then go create another thing that's really good. Now, as you start creating things, hopefully you build systems and you attract the right people to work with. And then you have to prune, right? If you have a garden, if you have trees, you do have to prune. And so it really is about time. It's having a farming mentality. Farming says, if I want pecans, it's going to take 5 years. I used to have a vineyard. If I want a vineyard, it's going to take 5 years, not 6 months. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to go plant a vineyard and have wine in a year. It's going to take 5 years, and it's going to take another 5 years to create that. And so I think it's the same way in business, Natalie. People want to build too much too fast, and they don't give themselves the time to attract the right team, build the right systems, create really good products. I'm definitely not a fan of just throw it up and let it hit the wall. I am a fan. I call myself a principle-based marketer. So I am a marketer, but it's principle-based strategic marketer. And the number one key to having a principle-based product is to make it really good, right? So if you have really great products, so I have one that I created that sold 6 million copies of. Right? It was this Jim Rohn quote book that had a to and a from, and it was a bit of a God download. And I did them for Zig, I did them for Brian Tracy, and those went on to move 2 million. But that came after a lot of thought, and it really checked all these different boxes. I have this thing called the wheel, and the wheel has 5 things that you have to think about to get a spoke. And so I think a lot of people skip the strategic part, and sometimes they skip, how can I make this really great where it's going to knock down all the other dominoes? And they want to just build too fast because they see someone else, but they don't really realize it took time for the person that they're wanting to emulate to create those products or to create that customer base or to build that team. The team's the hardest part, in my opinion. And I don't go hire. I try and attract. Everything I do, I want to attract versus pursue. I'm a fisherman versus a hunter in how I market and how I want to attract a tribe.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I was going to ask you, you're a mind reader too, because the question I was going to ask, Natalie asked, and you answered so eloquently, and I do think it's important. You've combined so many different aspects. One is time for people to understand. I think we're in a disposable world where everything is fast and quick and and cheap, and if it doesn't work today, we throw it out and get something else. And what you talk about with time is, back when we were in agrarian culture, predominantly, had agrarian entrepreneurs, they understood that if they planted something, there was a season, and you couldn't harvest before that season, and it might be multiple times before you had enough in terms of your stock. And what I would ask, I guess, is for people who are listening now and who don't have that sense because they haven't grown up that way, they have been exposed to, the information that we've all been exposed to in the last 40, 50, since we become an industrial or now an information age. How do you help people? How could you help people to understand this better than you do it adequately? I mean, beautifully, but for some people, it's just an intellectual concept that they don't really embody. It's not like they don't own the concept. So they go, yeah, time, but they don't get it. How can we better help people understand that it will take time?
It really is back to philosophy. And being a Jim Rohn student, Jim was very principle based, talked a lot about nature, and Denis, obviously, Brian, obviously. While you were asking the question, a thing popped in my head, so I'll share this that is semi-related. It's a cousin to what you're asking, but it's still the same principle. There are people I know, people I massively respect, that teach multiple streams of income. And one person comes to mind, he's got like 40. And so he's all over the place. He's spread 1,000 different ways. Another person I know has got like 3, and he's worth more than most of these people put together. And he's made it really simple. And so sometimes we're attracted to the busyness, as Natalie talked about. We're attracted to, I watch, people are so attracted. Oh, multiple streams, 40 streams. Let me, and then they miss the one thing that could be the gold mine. And it all gets back to philosophy. And Jim Rohn in his 5 major pieces of life puzzle talked about number 1 is philosophy. Activity's number 2, but philosophy, where are you going? What is the set of the cell? And I think once you figure out how it works out there, and it's tempting. It's tempting to get, excited for the get rich quick thing, and then the secret thing that no one else knows and's talking about. And, Jim Rohn said, be a student, learn from everyone, but make sure everything you do is the product of your own conclusion. So I say, take it all in. I'm not afraid to listen to anything or anyone, just take it all in. But then you have to decide based on your personality, based on your goals, based on what really resonates with you, the life you want to build. And I do think, Rex, it is unique for everyone. So there is this self-discovery process. So, Jim Rohn talked about journals. I've kept a journal for 30 years. Brian was talking about writing down your 10 goals. I call mine intentions. Intentions work better for me than goals. But it's incredible when they happen. Now they don't always happen. And then I have a list of long-term intentions and a long list and then a list of short-term intentions. And then I have a place where I put the ones that happen and I check them off. And every year I have my top 20 things that happen that year. So I think you've got to enjoy the process. You've got to find out what works for you. Did I create all this by myself in a vacuum? No, it was by being a student of Denis and Brian and Jim and trying out what works for me. And the last thing I'll say is I have done some things that really have, nailed it when it comes to that thing. And then I've done some things that I have massively failed at. I'm 60 and there are a couple of things I can't believe I missed it. Wow, I was so great here and I was so fooled over here and didn't do the right things. So we are humans. We are imperfect. The main thing is to keep asking yourself the right questions, get around the right people, and find what really works for you. And that's going to make you happy. That's going to help you check those boxes.
I love it. Natalie?
Yeah, I got to follow up, obviously, on that one. We've talked over the last 2.5 days also about failure. whether failure is necessary. There are all these different schools of thought. Failure is necessary, fail forward. Yesterday I learned failure is the fertilizer. I wrote that down. So you just mentioned, if you have huge successes and then huge failures, how important do you think it is to experience failures? And curveball, are there such things as failures if you're actually learning from them?
Yeah, I think I don't know on the curveball part that I think that's less important, that we try and describe if it's a failure or not, and just say failure is part of life. It is part of how we learn. There are some things we learn quickly. It's like, man, I get that, and I celebrate that. And then there's other things I am on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm a 1 or a 2, and I'm having to learn as I go. But I would submit that, back to what Brian was talking about, responsibility, that some of my biggest challenges, which could also be called failures, maybe sometimes they were failures, sometimes they were challenges though, right? Things that happened have all become the things that I've grown the most. They've helped me find a new opportunity if I was patient enough to let it play out. And so, as Jim Rohn would say, the key from failure is that you learn from it. It is possible to keep failing over and over and over and never learn from it. It's not automatic that failure is going to be good, but there is that, as Brian, I think, nailed it by saying, how are you going to handle the challenge, the attack, the problem, the mistake? Are you going to learn from it? Or are you going to keep repeating it? And it does take some self-awareness. It does take, a mindset to learn from it. So not all failure is not failure. Some failure is repeated failure if we're not willing to learn from it. And I got to say, some of the things I'm looking at in my own life are things I haven't learned from. And you know why? For me specifically, it's because I'm too fixated on certain other things. Like I fixated on these 3 things and have ignored these 3 things and thought I had the answer over here. And I haven't been as self-aware about it, right? And again, that's maybe back to our wiring. It's back to different things. But that is the power. You mentioned masterminds earlier on. And, the one I'm a part of is the people. If you have enough people in your world that can reflect back to you successes that are different than you have. It's like, okay, this person's a great investor. This person's got great health. This person's a great parent. This person has great relationships. This person is a brilliant business mind, a brilliant marketer. Now you have something to kind of say, I'm doing good here, but I'm doing really bad over here. And so who you hang around with is important, and putting yourself in those environments that it's not just your own clique of people that think like you.
Wow. Absolutely.
Well, I would just say it's really great to be able to talk to you because you exemplify the principle-based acquisition and learning. And for somebody who are listening, if they take the principles that you are offering to us, they will benefit in so many ways. We all will. I think that it's really fascinating because one of the things that you said is that the person who had 3 businesses was richer than the people that had all the others. And so I think sometimes in the personal development field, people think or are oftentimes driven as if it's just money that everybody's after. It's success, fame, money. We've heard Dennis say it, or Brian say, I wasn't really, or you talk about Jim, I'm not really that interested in the fame. It's not that. If I can impact a few people who can impact the many, I'm good with that. But there are people who want to be better with their family, or they want to live in a little piece of land somewhere away from everything else. And they just want to have this kind of pleasant lifestyle and live without, worry. Somebody else may just want to learn how to play the piano and enjoy, creating music in their life. It's not just about financial success or about, creating massive business. The funny part about it is, I think, is that you can do whatever you intend to do. And what you point out is to attract and to you put it out there. I was saying, if you throw out a boomerang comes back, not a teacup. It is one of those things that if you put it out there and you want your ideal lifestyle or your ideal clients or your ideal business partners, what you're saying is give it time and do the right things. And no matter what happens, if you can learn from it and grow from it, you will ultimately be successful. But am I close to what you're saying?
Yes. So the first part of what you're saying, I 100%, I agree with both. But the first part of what you're saying about how do you define success?
Yeah.
100%. I think it's so important for people to define success for them. Yeah. And I just got a example here. So like my son who's grown, if he makes a sandwich, if we make sandwiches, right? And I'm eating my sandwich, I catch myself thinking, how could I sell sandwiches? How could I go market this sandwich? How about if I had a takeout? How about if I owned a restaurant? And he's sitting there enjoying his sandwich. Right. Now, who's more sophisticated in their thought? The marketer or the person who's actually enjoying the moment, right? And so I get to learn from him, it's about being present. And so here I'm out of balance over here, and here he is showing me a different way to experience life. So Jim Rohn would say, discover what makes you happy. And that, if you can do that, that makes you a massive success. On the second part of it, Rex, I do think there are formulas. Brian Tracy would talk about how to make a Caesar salad, right? Well, there's XYZ ingredients, and they have to be put in the right order. There is a bit of a science to all success. And so, yes, having the intention, like when I talk about attraction marketing, it does also go without saying you have to do the right things, right? You have to have the right product, the right audience. There are certain things you'll need to do. But granted, if you know how to do them for your industry, and and part of that's just watching what your competition does and trying to learn what they do, what already works.
Okay, so we have our next panel of thought leaders, but I get to have my question answered,
Yeah, okay.
Kyle, because look, Napoleon Hill, all the way back to Napoleon Hill, we know many of our thought leaders have a closet spiritual life, or Napoleon Hill was not closet about it, but we've been closet about it overall, right? So many of our audience has this feeling of, supernatural, miraculous that is actually natural, whatever you want to label it. Tell us about one of those moments that you felt Jim Rohn there with you.
Wow, Adora, you're going to go there. Okay.
Sure am.
I have received messages from Jim. They're crazy. If you were to take, if you let them play out, it's incredible. And we don't have time to go there, and I just don't think it's the right place to share that specific stuff. But I will say this. Phil Collin and Def Leppard, who I filmed with, did a mastermind at my house. And him and his wife and Debbie Blackwell, who's also a singer for Delta Deep that Phil does some stuff with, she was there too. And by the end of the day, Debbie and Phil's wife, Helen, came up to me crying. And they're like, this has been the most incredible time. And the people here, they just were crying. And they've done this thousands of times, right? Backstage, meet and greet, and they're like, something magical. And then Debbie shared with me, she felt her son, who had been murdered a couple of years before, really felt his presence. And I said, well, I feel Jim Rohn's presence. And we had that conversation, and that was 6 years ago, and her and I still talk about it. But then they said, we've done this thousands of times. This was in the top 10 experiences we've ever had because of whatever was there. And so she felt her son, I felt Jim Rohn. I have done talks before where at the end I'll be wrapping it up talking about Jim Rohn said, because of, because of examples, because of testimonials, you can achieve anything you want. It's out there. And I would then kind of go into what I felt like Jim Rohn's telling that group. And you could hear a pin drop. And they're crying, I'm crying. I don't have that ability. This isn't something I'm polished telling, the audience that I've rehearsed 10,000 times. It really happens in real time, authentically. And I don't say it if I don't feel it, but there have been times I felt it. And
we're bringing you back then on our spiritual, we're doing a spiritually quantum physics based event coming up in the first quarter. So we're going to take you deep into that. All right, Kyle, we'll bring our oracles around you so that, no, just kidding. Kind of. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new Psychology of Winning tour. We just heard some incredible insights, and that conversation went everywhere. I don't think there was a subject matter that was missed, whether it was mentally, spiritually, relationally, financially, physically. Kyle, you covered it all, brother. Thank you.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks for having me, and really well done, guys. Good job. Congrats.
Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that coming from you. I'm honored
to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. And I'm excited because this next panel consists of some real remarkable folks. I mean, we're going to step back and have Rex and Natalie do a deep dive with these folks. But when it comes to the type of individuals that we want a part of this, Adora and Rex and Natalie, we're talking about people that are going to be sharing the stage here, the 2021 version of what a stage is, with the likes of Brian Tracy and Bob Proctor. And so we wanted to make sure that the thought leaders that are invited have a lot to contribute. And let's bring those thought leaders in. Of course, we're talking about Anne, Michelle, and Marcus. And we might have another special guest joining us in a few minutes. But for now, let's get rolling here. And Anne was actually named the Photographer of the Year recently, which is absolutely incredible. If you think about all of the photographers, and we have the Photographer of the Year in the state of California with us, Marcus, Michelle, some real incredible, powerful thought leaders. Hey, we set the expectations high, guys. So I hope you guys are ready to fire it up. I got the pencil ready. I'm going to take some notes. I'm going to kick it off by doing this. Every single person is going to have the full floor. Share with our audience what it is about your work that you're proudest of. So let's start with you, Marcus. The floor is yours. Let's make sure you're unmuted. Go ahead, Adora. Go ahead.
Okay,
it's okay. I'm used to you doing that to me by now, Adora.
I know. We've got a thing.
Go ahead.
I'm so glad you're starting with Marcus, because Marcus, we got to bring Denis Waitley on to Breakfast of Champions and the social media show. I just attended Marcus's event and Embrace Your Ambition. He's at the Breakfast of Champions event with Grant Cardone right now.
Wow.
And Marcus is a former pastor, and he's going to tell you more about himself. But Marcus, I love everything that you're about. I met Trent Shelton with Marcus, and now I'll let the floor be everyone else's. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me, my friend. It's so great to see you, hear your voice, and see all your beautiful faces. I can't see them, but like you said, this is the 2021 version, so I can still feel it. If energy is not your thing, I might not be your guy, but something tells me that you guys are following the legends of motivation and literally some of the greatest thought leaders in the world. So I feel like it is. So that being said, I think the greatest thing as far as my work is concerned is that I haven't allowed any of the adversity and the things that happen in life around me to stop me. Literally starting from being born in poverty, having a father who struggled a lot, alcoholism, some other addictions, had to fight and overcome a lot. I started struggling with crippling anxiety at age 9, literally was afraid to death, so I didn't live until a dance with death at age 18 almost took me off the map. And that was just the beginning. Then in my 20s was the next 10 years of a wilderness experience. It literally was like a living hell, but through all of that, I just kept putting one foot in front of the other. And I've been able to build some things that are really significant. Right now, one of the things I'm most proud of is Adora just mentioned it. Thank you for having me, by the way. Is a traveling breakthrough experience. It is a faith-based personal development event. We literally just had Amberly Lago, Trent Shelton, Devin Steele, former NFL guys. I mean, just an incredible, remarkable event where we are taking hope, healing, love, and light on the road for people who need it. And I can't think of a time where people need it more, because what I know is that there's a lot of people who are going through a lot, and we like to wear this pretty mask and feel like we got to have it all together and have all the answers, and you don't. And it's okay for you to hurt, and it's okay for you to struggle, and it's okay for you to take a time out and take a breather as long as you don't quit. So that being said, I have allowed myself to continue to press forward and to not quit. And I empower all those around me to do the same. And that's what I'm doing with my partner, Miss Ashley Faye Brandstetter, as we take Embrace Your Ambition on the road. I hope that answers your question, and I'm looking forward to an incredible
Marcus.
segment.
Marcus, please stop being stoic. We want a little more energy here. So I'd appreciate it if you could amp it up a little bit. Let's go now to the incredible Michelle Wilson. I want to make sure that Michelle Wilson, it looks like you might be frozen over there, Michelle. So let's go ahead and go to Ann while Michelle goes in the green room, and we'll bring you back in a moment, Michelle, to make sure your internet is working. So Ann, let's go to you because you were recently named Photographer of the Year, and a lot of the testimonials for your work is folks have a transformational experience in your studio. And one thing that Ann has been very well known for is helping people not just have the greatest photos that they've ever had, but helping people feel attractive, helping people's self-esteem. She's taken Lisa Nichols photos. She's taken, you could go on and on with all of the living legends that have worked with Ann. And Ann, I'm curious, what is it about your work that you're proudest of? Please, the floor is yours.
Well, number one, I want to say thank you for having me here. This is incredible to be on stage with some of the thought leaders that have been my heroes and have helped me on my own journey. And as a photographer that wasn't always a master at my craft, and I was only taking pictures of my clients, but I couldn't really see them because I couldn't see myself. And coming from a very bad divorce, ended up homeless, living in my car off and on with my 6-year-old, I realized that one day nobody was coming to rescue me. I had to rescue myself. And I have to take this homeless alley cat and create a roaring lion. So I took what I could with all self-development that I could find, and I rebuilt my life up so I could be the best version of myself, that I could start loving me again. Because when you've been in certain situations in your life that beaten you down, where you're broken, it's hard to get in front of other people and tell and show them the best versions of themselves when you are not feeling that you're in your own image and your own soul. So for me, it's been incredible learning from some of the best in the development industry, like Brian Tracy that was just on here, Dr. Jane Dyer. I studied a lot through his teachings, and also Les Brown. Lisa Nichols, of course, was somebody that I felt saved my life. If it wasn't for The Secret and me finding her and self-development and also law of attraction, I probably wouldn't be here. And I went up to her at some point when she was speaking at a networking event I was at, and I said, "Thank you. You don't know who I am, but you did save my life." And somehow she saw a marketing piece that I held in my lap, in my hands, and she said, "Let me see what you got there." And she saw my photography and said, "I have to come in and I have to have a photo shoot with you." And little did I know that she had a big transformation in her studio of finding back to her. She said, "I had everything figured out with my spirituality and everything else, but this was the last piece of me that I needed, and that was falling in love with Lisa, all of Lisa." So I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all these thought leaders, and I am excited to be able to show people their true essence through my lens.
Thank you so much. And let's go ahead and bring in two more special folks, of course, Michelle and Barry Shore. And I've always said the world needs more of Barry Shore, but we're gonna wait until Michelle has the floor before we go to Barry. So Michelle, we're gonna give you the floor first to share what it is about your work that you're proudest of. And then between Marcus Black and Barry Shore, guys, if you're sitting down in a chair, get up. Because if you don't get up now, they will make you get up. Michelle, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mo, and thank you, Natalie and Rex. And it's just such an honor to be here. I was a teen mom, and teen mom gone to business strategist, but you know, 3 divorces. I was living in I had no car, no money, a 3-year-old, no job. And it was through personal development and spiritual development that changed my life and my world. And I feel like I'm pinching myself the last 3 days when I see the Denis Waitley and Les Brown and Bob Proctor, because those were all the things that I was listening to just to build myself up. And it's truly an honor and truly a blessing to be here. Like I said, I'm just pinching myself. And what I'm really most proud of, you know, we're talking about winning, and it's really about all the obstacles I overcame. I just never gave up. And what I'm really proud about today is, you know, I took this year to really think about what is my purpose. And I really believe, you know, all the struggles, all the obstacles, all the pain that I suffered over the years, it was for a reason. You know, the last 12 years, I've been taking care of my son who's had a life-threatening disease, and he has autism. And I was building a business and taking care of my son. So that's my gift, I believe. And it was through really becoming a master planner. And so I looked at it, what is my purpose? And I really love working with entrepreneurs, startup companies, and especially mompreneurs. I think Jeff was talking about, he had that book about mompreneurs and dadpreneurs. So I'm going to go out and get that book. And also just the collaboration with the Los Angeles Tribune, looking forward to really spotlighting businesses and a new upcoming talk show. And really, I just love serving. This is what the whole weekend has been about, is serving others, uplifting others. And I love the humility that we've had over the last 3 days. I'm just so at awe. And so thank you again.
Thank you, Michelle. A pleasure to have you. And you didn't need to correct yourself. It is a little humid in here, so I'm going to go turn the AC on. But before I do that, I'm going to give the floor to who the world we need more of, and that's Barry Shore. So go ahead, Barry, and take the floor and let the world know a little bit about how proud you are about all of the work that you do. And remember, Barry, you've got to always do your best and never take anything personal. And these are cards that I got from Barry Shore, and the world needs more of Barry Shore. Barry, you're muted. Let's unmute you and give you the floor. Go ahead. You're muted, Barry.
Oh, bountiful, beloved immortal beings. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, here we go again. Good day, beautiful, bountiful, beloved immortal beings, and good-looking people. Now, Mo, how can I make the categorical statement that all the thousands and tens of thousands and eventually hundreds of thousands of people who will be watching this are all good-looking? Because by definition, if they've tuned into the new psychology of winning, each person here is good looking because they're always looking for and finding the good. That's the key to being a good looking person. And I just want to play off the riff of wonderful, fabulous Michelle. Michelle, you are just stunningly beautiful because you were looking for the good even when you were supposedly down and out. And when you were, you knew that you could bounce back because you were stellar. You knew that you were stardust. And you said several things I just want to make people aware of in this amazing situation we call POW and WOW, because POW stands for psychology of winning and WOW stands for words of wisdom. And that's what you've given us, wonderful Michelle. And you talked about these ideas called WHO, W-H-O, and H-O-W. WHO stands for winners help others. That's what you were doing, Michelle. And that's what everybody in this room and all the people who are interacting is doing. It's about winners helping others. That's the genius of real life. And when you do that, you help others win. That's how. So we have who and how. And the real sense of what's happening in our psychology of winning, this amazing soiree that has been put together by Mo, LA Tribune, by Adora, by Rex, by Bob, by Denis, by all the dozens and dozens of amazing beings that are channeling their goodness through to and you and for you. It's all about hope. Hope stands for helping others progress every day. Helping others progress every day. So I just want to do a quick story, Mo, because I think you're going to ask me, hey, Barry, why should anybody listen to you? And part of the reason is my story. And the story is very simple. I think it'll be very telling for you. Imagine the following. standing up in the morning, hale and hearty, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound, and that evening be in the hospital totally, completely paralyzed, not from an automobile accident, not a spinal injury, a rare disease that I never heard of the day before took over my body and rendered me a quadriplegic. I was 144 days in the hospital. I was 2 years in a hospital bed in my own home. I couldn't turn over by myself. 4 years in a wheelchair. I had braces on both my legs, from my hips to my ankles. That was progress. Thank God today I'm able to be vertical and ambulatory with the help of a 7-foot walking wand made for me by a Zen master, but I still cannot walk up a stair by myself. I can't walk up a curb by myself. And I have help 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. But you hear my voice. Positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant. And by the way, Mo, you have the card you're going to show everybody. It's all because of one word. And that one word is smile. Smile. Yeah, smile. Because SMILE is an acronym that stands for Seeing Miracles in Life Every Day. Imagine being paralyzed, totally can't move, and still seeing miracles in life every day. Thank you, wonderful Rex and Mo, and thank you, Marcus, and thank you, Ann and Natalie and Michelle and all the thousands and thousands of people that are not just watching, but feeling the energy, the power that is being channeled through, because we're all a cog. A cog stands for channel of goodness, a child of God. You know, Mo, that we work with the 3 fundamentals of life. And I learned this many years ago from Dennis. Let's be blunt. Dennis is a nonagenarian in these 90s. I heard this from Dennis and other people decades ago, and I put my own little spin on it to bring forth the 3 fundamentals of life. You said one of them, Michelle, and so beautiful. Life has purpose. And when you lead a purpose-driven life, you can go mad. Now, Marcus, mad in this case is a good word, because MAD is an acronym that stands for make a difference. When you lead a purpose-driven life, you make a difference. And the 3rd fundamental of life is to unlock and uncover the power and the secrets of everyday words and terms. Everyday word, like right now. Imagine this group and all the people that have been around the new psychology winning is being carried over that magical, mystical, mythical platform called the internet. Now you ask anybody, because it's going to be carried all over the world. You ask anybody, what does WWW stand for? And invariably, most people tell you, hey, it has to do with the internet. Factually speaking, they're correct. But in our world, the world of the positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant, WWW stands for, drum roll, fanfare, da-da-da-da. What a wonderful world.
What a wonderful world. Please remember, ladies and gentlemen, to dream big and to keep smiling. And I want everyone, before I leave and have Dr. Natalie and Rex lead the way, leave comments right now and type, the world needs more of Very Short. I want you guys to write that right now in the comments. The world needs more of Very Short. I'm not seeing it, folks. Leave it in the comments. Come on, Yasmin. Come on, Camille. Come on, everyone. The world needs more Very Short. Dr. Natalie Forrest, please.
Well, it's kind of hard to follow you, Barry. You know that. I have no acronyms. I had one yesterday. I'm out. But I'm still winning. And I'd love to know right now from each of you, what is the biggest win? I know you shared some of your stories, which are really, really important. I'm so grateful that you're doing that. Whether it's, Lisa Nichols, or whether it's being able to find your purpose or overcoming some difficult challenges. The biggest win in your life thus far, what has that been? And why is it the biggest win for you? Since we know everybody has a different interpretation of wins. And I'm going to throw it just for fun. Let's see, any, miny, mo. I'm going to throw it at Michelle. Go.
Wow. Thank you so much, Natalie. And boy, Barry, the voice, it just vibrates through me. So my biggest win has been a 12-year journey with he was 6 when he was diagnosed, and he's 12 now. And he's had over 14 surgeries. And he is my inspiration every single day. Dennis was talking about how he hasn't been able to eat in 2 months. My son, he's actually on a feeding tube, but he hasn't been able to eat in the last 2 months. And so it was just so inspiring to hear his story, because I thought he was just so real and raw. And my son, the other day, the therapist said, who are your 3 superheroes? And he said, 1, my mom, because she takes care of me. Second was Spider-Man because he's so funny. And the third one was the Avengers because they never give up. He never gives up. And he's always saying, I'm going to be better tomorrow. I'm getting better. He never looks at his current situation. So for me, I believe God gave me as a gift to remind me how life is so purposeful, so precious. And he reminds me every day just to keep going forward no matter what. So thank you for allowing me to share.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, that is powerful. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that. And it reminds me of what Dennis said as well, right? Don't look back, look at where you're going. That is amazing. How inspiring. Well, how inspiring. Well, Marcus, what is your biggest personal win and why do you think it's a win?
It's an incredible question, and thank you so much for asking. And I would say being able to break the cycle of multiple generational curses. Because when you ask the biggest win, I could point to a lot of accolades. I could point to a lot of things I'm doing in my state, in my community, traveling the world, like literally working closely with Mr. Les Brown, one of my mentors, my spiritual father, Trent Shelton, my brother, my friend. We're building things together. Like this, there's all these things that don't even make sense that I'm able to do. But the biggest win is that I was able to break the cycle of poverty. I was able to break the cycle of abuse. I was able to break the cycle of just the chaos, brokenness, fighting with my wife and I. We've been together. We were just talking about that in tears that like it stopped with both of us. There's a thing called the ACE test. If you don't know what that is, it stands for Adverse Child Experiences. If you take it, it's literally a 10 scale. And if you score anything over a 4, that means you're doing pretty bad. The outlook doesn't look so great for you. And I scored an 8 and my wife scored a 9. And we're either supposed to be in a box, but definitely not here in somebody's prison, dead. And not only are we not doing that, we're building a happy, healthy family. She's chasing her dream. I'm pursuing my dream. We're inspiring people all around us to step up, to realize what's possible. And you get to make the choice. You're not defined by what happened to you. You're not defined by anything happening outside of you. It's up to you to make the choice. And that's a choice we made. And that's my biggest win.
I love the choice. I love the choice. And I know you also shared a little bit already, but right now, you're thinking about your biggest personal win. What is it and why?
Well, I would say that my biggest win is actually coming out on the other side from what I have been through, and coming from a generation of women that used to say I can't to I can, and breaking that cycle that Marcus said, that we can. We have choices every single day when we wake up in the morning, what we want to do and what we want to do with our lives. And once you realize that you have a choice when you put the feet down and you work towards your goals and your dreams, and if you get to your dreams fast, then dream bigger. Dream bigger. There's no ceiling. And I have 3 sons, and my win is to be the woman that they are looking up to, that they want in their future wives when they come to that point. And life is limitless. All you need to do is set your mind, believe, don't worry so much about the how, and you will win.
Wow. Very cool. I love that we keep talking about choice. This is my kind of panel. I talk about choice all the time. Just make one, make one, make one. Well, Barry, Ambassador of Joy, biggest personal win other than giving me a hug. What else is your other
Wait.
biggest win?
We're not going past that, Dr. Natalie. Let's do hug right now. The whole panel. Let's do the whole panel. I got to tell you what a hug stands for. Ready? Hug stands for heartfelt, unlimited giving. Heartfelt, unlimited giving. Now, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Roar! Come on, Marcus. Let's go. Whoa. Personally, my biggest win is at this very moment to be able to play jazz with Michelle, Marcus, and Dr. Natalie, of course, Rex, because of the word you just used, choice. I have been privileged to interact with, as of this moment, over 3 million people throughout the world who have received the Keep Smiling cards that Rex was holding up before. Over 3 million people have received these cards shared around the world. And when I share this, I always share with people the 6 most important words that anybody could integrate, utilize, and leverage in their life. And these 6 words are choice, not chance. determines your destiny. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. When you utilize those and you internalize those, you leverage those, you will be an ace. And it's not just adverse child experiences. It's really about Adora Crystal Evans. Adora, you listening? You are the ace, baby. Adora Crystal Evans. So the biggest win is recognizing 6 words. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Hello, beautiful panel.
Hello, wonderful Rex.
It's so good to be with you, Barry.
Hello and goodbye.
It's so good to be with all of you. And Marcus, my brother. Oh my God, it's so good to be. Michelle, so awesome. And Barry, I want to ask a question. I have an answer, but I want to hear from you because I think it's truly important. Each of you exemplify something that I don't want ever to miss out on. And it's an interesting thing. Napoleon Hill modeled 520 of the richest people, said they almost all went bust, had hardship, great difficulty, lost their money and things multiple times before they ever became successful. And you were homeless. Marcus, you came from poverty. Michelle, your difficulties that you have encountered in your life. Barry, being paralyzed overnight. Essentially, you are not defined by disability or by circumstances. You have proven what we just a moment ago you said. Marcus said it beautifully. Barry, you each have, but Barry said it beautifully too. Choice, not chance. But here's my question, because of the many people who are listening. Why do you suppose that so many people who have breakthroughs and go on to greater success come from extreme hardship, difficulty, and or go almost bust? I mean, if you look at Lady Gaga or Pink, who lived in Jewel lived in her car, with her mother for many years before she broke through. Why do you suppose that people, it seems, have to go to the bottom sometimes in order to start coming up? And I'd like you each to answer, but we'll start with Anne.
I think it comes also about appreciation. You don't appreciate what you have until you don't have it anymore. And coming from different, we're all coming from different hardships. And I don't think it matters where you come from. It's when you wake up and say, okay, I can either stay here or I can make the decision of getting out of where I'm at. And a lot of people stay where they are because they don't know how, or they expect somebody to come and help them or rescue them. When you really have to, you are the person that has to help yourself. And that comes, it's always an internal job to move forward. It doesn't matter how many coaches, how many seminars, how many courses you take. It's up to you to implement everything to move forward to the next level.
Beautiful, beautiful. Marcus, I want to move to you because you, sir, hang out with Grant Cardone and Glenn Lundy and Alpha 6 and David Spizak and people who are really making a big difference in the world. And for you, how did you come from where you did or to get to where you are?
It really comes down to the power of perspective, because you don't realize the blessings, what a blessing you have until you've been without. You don't realize how powerful the simple things like the ability to work, like the ability to move, to breathe, to try to create and build something until you've been starved and had the absence of it. And I got 2 little boys who I want to never experience the type of pain and the traumas. I have a wife who I want to never experience the pain and the traumas that I saw. This was a commitment that I made to myself as a small child, right? So when you think about that power of perspective, it's when you have been without everything, you know what it means to want to have to work harder for it and to go get it. But I really like the question, because I see so many people I talk to and they just take life for granted. And it really, for me, the biggest thing was the dance with death I talk about, that experience. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm living on borrowed time. So because of that, I realized that every day of my life is a blessing. Every moment is a blessing. Every opportunity is a blessing. Every person, seeing your faces, hearing your voices, listening and learning from you is a blessing. And that makes me walk in extreme gratitude. And that means that I'm making it all count. I'm putting it all on the table because I'm living on borrowed time. And in reality, all of us, we never know. We're one snap away from that being the end, but so many of us take it for granted. But those who've had such extreme hardship and adversity typically don't take it as much for granted because they know what it feels like to be without, and so they want to make it count.
Beautiful, beautiful. I want to also just point out that you and your wife didn't let a paper and pencil test define you either, and so many people do. They let circumstances or events define themselves. So beautiful. Thank you for that. And Michelle?
Thank you so much, Rex. That's an awesome question. And for me, I know that I am aware that every choice I made has led me up to today. And one of the things that I've learned is the power of gratitude, the power of choice, and we've heard the power of association. But Denis Waitley had said earlier, you don't know the sweet until you experience the bitter. So because I've had challenges throughout my life, and the thing that really got me through is just being so thankful and grateful that God brought me through. And so I live with gratitude every single morning because I've seen my son. Our breath is the most important thing in the world. So when I wake up, that's the first thing I thank God for is the breath. So with that, thank you for letting me share.
Oh, that is beautiful. Absolutely. Thank you for that. And Barry, my friend? And you're all my friends, Barry.
And that is true. And the genius of the word friend, by the way, as Rex will know, because we discussed it before, it's in my book, The Joy of Living. If you drop the R from friend, you know what you have, Marcus? A fiend. So it's really important to learn how to become a friend, not only to somebody else, but guess who? And that is where the law comes in. Now, law is a very interesting word. I was speaking recently to a couple of people who have experienced what others would call great difficulty. In other words, they were raised in no-parent households, in gangs, in prison, and now at the age, thank God, of 23 and 26, they are out in the world helping others. So why do I say that? Because I asked one of them, I said, when you hear the word law, what do you think of? Take a breath, because law, the man. I said, let's shift. By the way, the key of life is what we're talking about right here now. It's called shift happens. Unfortunately, Marcus and Ann and Michelle, you know what happens? Most people can't pronounce the F in shift, and they have the other stuff. But shift is what you want to have happen. So law stands for love and wisdom. You see, when you understand the law of life, that in order to go up, you must first go down. It's a diving board. Been on a diving board, you run and you jump in, and in order to get up there, you got to go down first. The good Lord, when she loves you, enables you to touch a place where you can really soar upwards. That's the law. And the word joy stands for journey of you. When you recognize that you are a soul experiencing life fully, that's who you are, then you can really live in joy daily, the journey of you. So let your law of attraction, love and wisdom surround you. And there is nothing in this world, absolutely nothing in this world that can in any way ever impede you becoming a blessing. I'm not sure, I think it was you, Marcus. The real key of life, in my humble opinion, is not to be blessed with things, is to become a blessing, to be that channel in life. When you are a blessing, now you can live in joy, happiness, peace, and love.
Barry, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. I'm going to pass the mic to Dr. Natalie in a second, but I wanted to say two things. One is, and not to compete with you, sir. In 1980, around 1980, I created a workshop called Discover Your Excellent Self, which was the YES workshop. So YES stands for Your Excellent Self. And been doing it ever since. So the point is that we all need to discover that. And so many of us have discovered it through hardship and through difficulty. And yet none of you who are here on the panel at least have allowed circumstances, events, other people, disabilities to define you or to hold you back. And I think so many people need that takeaway to understand that in spite of everything, we shouldn't run from the problems, but embrace the problems, learn how to go through the problems, release the problems, and move forward as you all exemplify. I thank you for that, very, each of you for that. And so I'd love to pass the mic to Dr. Natalie.
All right. I'm ready. So I got a question because you've all clearly just shared from your inner experiences, from your daily experiences, the challenges. And as Rex was pointing out, it is so important that we share those. There is no overnight success. And we heard Kyle talk about that earlier as well. You've all mentioned to some degree gratitude. So I want to dig a little deeper because gratitude is crucial. Faith, spirituality is crucial. In those days, in those times that were the darkest, let's say you wake up in the morning and you're like, I can't anymore. Do I really want to do this? I know I've got a kid. I know I got this, but I'm just done. I'm tired. Who do you reach out to? Not what, but who do you reach out to in those moments? How about I'll start with you right now, Mark, since you've been nodding and smiling.
I'm always nodding and smiling. I appreciate that. So when you say who, you talking about a person, like a mentor?
I don't know if it's a mentor. I don't know if it's your spouse. I don't know if it's your sister. I don't know if it's your cat. I don't know. Who do you reach out to?
So when I'm feeling heavy and things are clouded in the mind and I need to tap into the space of gratitude, this might be different. Maybe it's backwards. I don't know, but it works for me. There is no person. It's actually the opposite. For me, it is silence and the noise. And this is a part of my daily routine. Those who know me closely, I feel like we live in a perpetual state of overwhelm because we are being bombarded in our minds and our hearts with things, with notifications, with news, with negativity. And when I feel that mounting up in anxiety and depression, I go to the lake. I turn the phone off. I do this every day. And I sit and I feel the breeze hit my face. And I listen to the waves crash. And my thoughts begin to calm. As my thoughts begin to calm, the clouds in my mind begin to unravel and I can think clearly. That's where I go and I pray and I meditate and I listen and I feel. And after that, that's when most of my biggest inspiration comes and I start my day with a clean slate to be able to go and get back on track. And then I'm full because people are like, how do you refill yourself? That's how I do it. It's literally taking away because so much is happening in our minds. We don't even realize it. So much is happening in the subconscious that we just need a break from it all. So turn the TV off, turn the news off, turn the notifications off for a minute. I know, trust me, the world's been going a long time. It can survive without us for an hour. And we go and do that. And it just fills my soul. And I feel so much better. And I'm so grateful because what I'm focused on in that moment is not everything I need to do and not what I don't have, but what I do have, which is a heart that's beating, breath in my lungs, and an opportunity to make this day matter.
Oh man, you read my mind. Because earlier I wanted to ask Kyle the question about solitude, because I know Jim Rohn also talks about solitude. On the one hand, we talk about surrounding ourselves with all the right people and all the right things and so forth. But in the end, do we need that solitude? So I'm with you, Marcus. I meditate every morning. It's like, no. I gotta have my me time, or I walk after I drop my daughter off. And, to me, that's me reconnecting with me. But yes, absolutely. How about you, Michelle? What do you do? Who do you turn to?
Wow, there were so many periods in my times that I didn't know what to do. So I just had to surrender to God. And there was a scripture for me. I can do all things through Christ who strengthened me, because he was my strength. Because there were times when the doctors didn't know. And, it was just so overwhelming. And I just had to surrender. And it's in that quietness and surrendering, because I couldn't go to my mom at the time. You try to go to people, but they don't have the answer. So for me, it's just surrendering to God and back to just being thankful and grateful. So that is what I do when I get overwhelmed. It's just prayer, meditation, and just being silent.
Wow. Yes. Okay. This is the Corinthians. I don't know if you can see it, but it's the Corinthians. I was like, love is patient. I love everybody. Love is patient. And of course, I love Mr. Barry Shore. So, Barry, what do you do in those moments that might be initially not as joyful?
I'm going to shock you all. I haven't had one of those moments in about 48 years, maybe even 58. So, but I will say to you, hello, I was standing up in the morning, and in the evening I was paralyzed. Now, did I sing in the evening when I was paralyzed, say, wow, this is great, what a new world? No, I'm not an idiot. So for me, being tapped by the good Lord, because he said, Mr. Shore, I need your attention now. That's why he put me down. He said, I need your attention. So I needed to become more attentive. And I would like to say, just like everybody has mentioned, so I'm going to hold something up. I hope you can see it. Tell me, can everybody see? This is a water bottle, right? So what do I have? Marcus, can you read what I have written on this water bottle?
It says love.
And
joy?
Love and gratitude.
Oh, there we go. Love and gratitude.
I wrap all my water bottles with these two words, love and gratitude. So when I drink in the morning the elixir of life, which is love and gratitude, I literally ingest this remarkable miracle called clean water, and thank the good Lord that I'm able to do it. I can actually hold it. Imagine, I couldn't hold this bottle for years. Think of that. I couldn't pick it up. So for me, in the morning when my eyes open, first thing I do is I say my ABCs. Abundance, bountiful, channeling of good. I thank the good Lord that I'm even here and I can get up and move, because I couldn't do that for years. And then I drink love and gratitude. Thank you. Hello, Ace.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the new Psychology of Winning Tour. We're about to wrap up this panel, but before we do that, we're going to give each individual the full floor to share their closing thoughts, 2 minutes or less, starting with Anne. Anne, the floor is yours to share your final thoughts with the audience.
So I want to say something that I learned from Lisa Nichols' grandmother, and that is that quitters never win and winners never quit. And that's been something that's stuck in my head, that if you quit, you don't win. You have to keep on going. It's no matter what your obstacles are. And in my case, I put it up to the universe, or I had a pretend worry shelf that I said, whatever my problems was, it's going to be on the universe worry shelf, and universe is going to help me and guide me to where I need to be. And it has never failed. And you have to just believe and move forward. So that's my message to you, is move forward and just keep on pushing and believe that you will end up where you need to be.
Thank you so much. And worry shelf, that sounds like a good business idea. Michelle Wilson, final word, 2 minutes or less. Floor is yours.
Yeah, this has been such an amazing panel. Thank you, Anne. And thank you, Marcus. And thank you, Joy. You know, you are so amazing. For me, it's really what Anne just said. You know, quitters never win. And so winning is just really don't quit. And I am just so thankful with all the wisdom. That's what I've learned. We talked about love, you know, the last 3 days. We talked about wisdom. So I would highly recommend take something from this event and apply it. That's what I've done in all my, in my life, especially my personal development journey, is taking one thing and applying it, because it's those baby steps that will get you closer to your dreams. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Michelle. 2 minutes or less. Marcus Black, final word for the audience. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to be very brief. Listen, I'm going to give you the fundamentals. It all starts with fundamentals, and I can't think of anything more fundamental than the ABCs. So I'm going to give you the ABCs of winning, but in reverse. And I'm not going to give them all to you because we don't have enough time, but I'm going to start with letter D. And D literally is distraction leads to destruction. You got to pay attention to what's coming through your eyes, what's coming into your mind, what you allow to infiltrate your soul, because when you become distracted, it leads to destroying everything you want in this life. The next one, letter C, connection leads to conversion. Everybody wants to talk about, how do I convert more leads? How do I convert more sales? How do I build? Connection is the answer. Build relationships. Focus on the love that you have for people, genuine connection. And it always has led to so many doors being open for me, including this opportunity. Connection leads to your conversion. Listen, if you want to do something big, letter B, belief is the bedrock. If you don't know what bedrock is, it's a foundation. Belief is the bedrock. So I'm saying, they always tell you become what you believe, good or bad. Yes, they are right. So it starts with a belief. Why not believe that you can change the world? Why not believe that you were put here to win? And letter A, belief is good, but belief is not enough. You got to be about action. Action is the activator. The dream that you have in your heart and soul is motion activated. So you take a step, even if it's one step every single day, because slow steps are better than no steps. And then you can go and win the day, which lets you win the week, which lets you win the month, the year, and the rest of your life, because you can. Thank y'all for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Marcus Black versus Barry Shore acronym battle. Who will win? Barry Shore. Let's see if you win this round.
Before we go to Barry Shore, I have to say, Barry Shore, I heard you you're muted, but I heard you calling me out on yes. And you know what? You wonder if people talk like this in real life. They do. Every message from Barry Shore before I got his wonderful book and his joy package that he sent to me is like the land of unicorns and fairies and magical things. It's a place I want to live, you know. Hello, Adora. It's Mr. Barry Shore giving you more joy. I just want to say thank you. And then after hearing your voice messages and reading that the living of joy, how to slay stress and be happy, from paralyzed to long distance swimmer, I went, what is my excuse for not leaping out of joy? And I mean, leaping out of bed with glitter everywhere. And Dennis is in the background, you guys, listening and smiling ear to ear. I want you to know he's been paying attention to you all. Okay, now Barry Shore.
Thank you so much for that, Adora. Barry Shore, floor is yours.
Thank you. Barry Shore wants to inundate the world with dog poop. Did he say dog poop? He said dog poop. He wants to inundate the world with dog poop because dog poop stands for doing of good, power of one person. You are all mad. You make a difference. That's the genius of life. Never think, well, what can I do? You can. As Marcus just said, a slow step is better than no step. Do what Ann says and never give up. Be like Michelle and understand that winning is the essence of life. Life stands for living inspirationally for eternity. We want to inundate the world with dog poop, doing of good, power of one person.
Thank you for that, Barry Shore. Please remember to keep smiling. And I'm excited because here we go. Let's try that again over here. And I'm excited because that panel is just warming it up. So I want to thank this incredible group of thought leaders for contributing, for getting the energy going. I appreciate all of you. And certainly you'll all be invited back to speak again on this platform. And I'm excited, Adora, because what I know, and let's keep Rex and Natalie up here as well. What I know about the next speaker is it's very apropos to finish off with some real powerful, dynamic women speakers that have changed the world. When we decided to put this together, we wanted to make women's empowerment something very important, because I know that Dennis has written a book with his daughters, and he has actually practiced what he preaches, and he's always done his best to open up opportunities for women and lead by example. And so, of course, yesterday our final keynote speakers were women. The first day, they were women. We opened up with Forbes Riley. You know, we have Sharon Lechter tomorrow. And so it's really appropriate for us to have Tracy Jewell, who's one of those thought leaders, one of those individuals that's actively making a difference. And the world already knows her. She's a very well-known individual, and she's best known for making an impact in people's lives, for inspiring people, for changing lives, for transforming people. And I'm excited to bring her in about 1 minute to have about 15 minutes of a full keynote. I'm going to have my pencil ready. I got my paper ready. We're going to sit back and we're going to listen to her have the full floor. Look, Natalie's got it. Rex, I hope you have a pencil and paper around you as well. Adora, I hope you do as well. And with that being said, I just want to real quickly, 30 seconds or less, ask everyone, how excited are they? Starting with you, Dr. Forrest.
How excited am I? You asking me that question. I'm gonna get really excited soon here. I'm just joyful right now. Because I think we've learned so much already, and now we get to hear Tracy. In the previous panel, we just talked about, you know, some of the challenges that we all face. And I think Tracy can speak to that. And I think Tracy will be able to share with us, as much as she wants to, how you can become a success through your challenges. And I think that's going to be very, very inspiring and, most of all, motivating for anybody in the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Forrest. How excited are you, Adora?
So excited. And
Rex thought I was going to select him. Did you see that?
I did too. And Denis Waitley will be back after Tracy Jewell with Brooke, our crypto bestie. Yeah, I'm really excited about Tracy. She's been a television celebrity on a reality show. She got married without, I'm not going to tell the whole story, so I'll back off now. But I think it's going to be incredible. I always think, you know, when we get to hear from someone their vulnerable share of what they overcome, it gives us faith and the ability to apply these things in our own life. So super excited.
Thank you for that, Adora. Rex, please.
Well, I'm a little bit like Barry Shore. I'm always excited. I always think that good things are coming no matter what's coming. And to have someone like Tracy come and share and be here at this time, this day, with everything that we've been doing the last 3 days is just an incredible, incredible opportunity for all of us. So I'm thrilled.
And without further ado, welcome to the New Psychology of Winning Tour. Tracy Jewell, the floor is now yours. We're going to sit back, give you the floor, and take notes. Tracy Jewell.
Thank you so much for such a beautiful introduction, guys. I've just been sitting here listening to that panel and listening to all the speakers over the last few days, and 100% on women empowerment. I really just feel that energy from the men and the women speakers in this summit, because female empowerment is so, so important, because we all, equally men, women, can win, can be successful in life. And for women, I think it's all about this collaboration. It's so beautiful to see so many of us collaborating and being part of these just inspiring, actionable, like taking action panels. I've just been sitting here in awe, and I'm just so excited to be here and be part of this and share a little bit that I believe that self-care rituals are one of the keys to winning at life. And for me personally, I've been through some really challenging times, and I've done that on national and international television. And that's really hard to do when, you know, you're a public profile and a public speaker, and everyone knows, you know, your challenges can be really, really tough. And how I got through some of the challenges in life is committing to myself and committing to showing up every day in self-care practices. And I thought, I can't control what's going on out there. And a lot of us, I know, feel that, whether it's because of COVID, whether it's because of economic or career uncertainty right now, or instability in our relationships, or what we do for work or money. We need to make a commitment to self and find certainty with us. And we can do that by showing up and committing to showing up for ourselves every day through the practices of self-care. We need to learn to take care of ourselves first. It always starts internally with us. This is a key part to winning. In order to win at all parts of our life, right, whether that be financial, relationships, career, goals, we need to win at this self-care mastery first. And I think this is one of the fallacies around self-care, is that we think self-care is just, you know, having a glass of rosé on a Sunday in the bath, and that's great. I love that too. I love having a massage and all that feel good kind of pampering self-care stuff. But self-care is all aspects of our life. Self-care is the financial self-care. It is the social self-care. It's spiritual self-care. It's career self-care. And when we can integrate all those aspects, we are truly winning in our lives. And I'd love to share with you some tips today about how we can master self-care mastery for ourselves, so then we can show up in the world. Because let me tell you that we can't give anything of ourselves away to other people, our jobs, our careers, even our purpose, our life mission life. We can't give anything away if we don't have it and we don't give it to ourselves first. We need to give it to ourselves first. And I'll share a little bit about my story. The statistics, especially here, I'm based in Australia, and the world around domestic violence and workplace sexual harassment and toxic relationships is just staggering. And, anxiety and depression is on the rise. Unfortunately, these are things that, I have experienced personally. I've experienced anxiety and depression in the past. And when I really took a step back from where I was in my life, and I think a lot of that anxiety came from, I was attracting things in my life that weren't aligned with me, and I found myself in toxic situations and toxic relationships. And what I realized is I was giving so much energy to all this toxicity around me. There was nothing left for me. I was completely burnt out. And burnout, is a symptom of anxiety, right? I would wake up at like 5 in the morning on fight or flight, not being able to, disconnect from everything that was going around me because there was so much energy happening and so much toxicity. I really needed to just shut off and realize that regardless of what was happening on the outside, because I couldn't control all of it, what I really started to understand is I needed to commit to that self-care practice. I needed to start every day, because at that time, I couldn't remove myself from work. I couldn't remove myself from some of the external factors. But what I could do every day is take that first time out for me to build myself up, to unplug the power, those power cords where you've got all the power buttons, to unplug from it all and fill my energy first back up. So then at least, regardless of what the day held for me, and there was a lot of challenges at those times, I would have enough to give without being completely wiped out with all these anxiety symptoms every day. I made that commitment, and this was back in 2019. I made that commitment to myself every day to show up for self-care. I did 1 year of self-care. I journaled my self-care practices every day. And, there were days where it was hard to show up for myself. Sometimes it's so much easier, right, not to let others down. Like, we'd never cancel on an important business meeting or that really hot date that we want to go on, or be there for our children. Like, we would never dream of canceling that type of stuff. But why are we so easy to cancel on ourselves? So I treated showing up in my self-care every day as an important business meeting. It was a non-negotiable way to start my day. Like, it had to happen. And some days, I didn't have the creativity or the ideas of what self-care activity to do, because I really wanted to encompass all the aspects of self-care, right? I wanted to make sure my financial self-care, my spiritual self-care, my social self-care, self-care with my family, it was all being looked after. So I literally printed, get this, a self-care checklist off the internet of like 1,000 ideas of self-care. And I printed it off and I put it here on my whiteboard. And every day, if I was struggling to come up with something, I would randomly select an idea of self-care, and I would commit to practicing that every day. And then I would journal about what came out of experiencing that self-care practice. And look, some days were easy. Some days it was just going for a walk in nature, which I love because I live right near a beautiful river and park. Some days was just taking a moment with a cup of tea and just being grateful, or writing down my gratitude. But some days, the activities were hard. The activities were things like writing a letter to my future self, Who do I need to forgive in my past to be able to forgive and move forward? But what was so beautiful about showing up every day is this ripple effect. My self-care started to affect everyone around me. It literally transformed my life in all areas of my life. And I think self-care is something that in a professional setting, and we're talking a lot in this summit about success and business success, self-care is often, especially for us that are wellness professionals and coaches that look after our clients, we forget our own self-care too, right? And self-care is something that's very overlooked with professionals and career. So I can't wait to deep dive. That's a little bit about my story, but I can't wait to deep dive. And I love, it's all about inspired action, like a lot of us has been saying, and Mark has said it before on the panel. It's all about inspired action. So here's some key takeaways for you to take away to start implementing your self-care practices so you can start winning at life. I think we need to stop with forgetting the hustle fallacy, right? I think we have this notion, and we all love to work hard, right? We need to forget this notion that we need to work and hustle and work until we burn out, because we'll either blow out or we'll burn out with this hustling mentality. And I think as women especially, we have this, get it girl and let's hustle to get things done. And really, if your primary success strategy is hustling and working hard as you humanly can, you are the one that's going to pay the price for it. Yes, in the short term, you might get success, but long term, you're going to pay the price with burnout. So there is a different approach with self-care every day that is actually going to build the foundation for you to have enough energy every day to succeed without having to hustle. Another key part is that self-care has actual tangible, demonstrable business building benefits, because it's all about more than just how we show up at work. It's the activities outside of work that make our life meaningful, give us energy, so then we have more to contribute at work, right? It actually can be a career and business performance enhancer. Why is that? If we are happy and fulfilled as a person in our lives, of course, we're going to have more to share in our work. Of course, the time that we do share at work that isn't more time at work, but the time we do share at work is going to be more productive. We're going to have more of ourselves to share. We're going to be more integrated. We're going to be happier. We're going to have more joy and flow and peace and ease in our life. So I think it's almost like turning it on its head, that self-care first actually will build your business faster, and it will enable you to show up and make that impact, from a very, very, that tangible, unique, kind of vulnerable and authentic energy, rather than that hustle hard energy that I think a lot of us as women has been programmed that we need to have, that hard hustle energy, rather than coming from that vulnerable, authentic, feminine space of looking after ourselves and then looking after others. And as I keep saying, we think that taking time out for ourselves will take up energy and time that we want to give to others. It's actually the opposite is true. By taking that time out for ourselves actually gives us the energy to give more to others, to give more to our day. I have a little baby boy at home. He's only 7 months old. And even, when he was born up till now, I commit to my self-care practice every morning. Every single day, I show up for myself first. And just like they say on airplanes, if the oxygen masks drop, and I know we've all heard this before, I know I've heard Brian Tracy say this before, and a few of our amazing speakers, if the oxygen masks drop, we want to put it on ourselves first before we even put it on our children, which I know, like, consciously we think that's not right. I just want to give so much to my children, right? I want to give so much to my husband or my wife or my partner or my employees. But just like they're teaching us on the airplane, if we don't put that mask on ourselves first, if we don't look after ourselves first, there's not going to be the opportunity eventually for us to look after everyone else, including our children, which I know strikes a chord for a lot of the mums listening to this. And that's why the opposite is actually true. Self-care actually gives us energy. And if you can't find the time to give yourself that time. You're not going to find time to do everything else because you're simply not going to have the energy to do everything that you possibly can and create your ideal lifestyle and win at life and create everything that you deserve to create in your life. So the more time and energy you give yourself is the more time and energy that you'll have for everything else in your life. And it's so funny how many people get that backward. And that was a big one, a big aha moment for me to learn many years ago. Another thing about setting yourself up for success using self-care rituals is self-care really gives you that edge, right? It's like sharpening your blade, and it's like this secret power of energy that you can give to yourself that isn't reliant on anyone else in your life. You can give yourself the self-care, and it really does give you that edge for everyone else. So, I mean, I could go on and on about all these tips that can really help you in self-care and showing up. But we are all here watching the summit and watching these amazing speakers because we do want to grow. We do want to win. We do want to stretch. We do want to learn, right? But if our default is always to be on this autopilot, we need to get comfortable to looking within rather than externally and saying, well, how can I show up for myself today rather than how can I show up and hustle for everyone else?
Tracy, you are, I'm hearing background. Woo. Okay, you are Soul Tribe 100%. And I love the distinction you brought that, you know, a bath is a wonderful self-care ritual, massage, but really the work of who do I need to forgive, writing a letter to my future self, that those are the things that when we slow down, we actually speed up, when we slow down to care for our nervous systems. And I think this has become really, really relevant to men and women all over the world, especially in this past couple of years where we've been in this condensed experience, this global timeout. And so thank you so much for your contribution. I know that you gave us a free gift that we'll be giving out at the end of the summit. And we also have a VIP series later of Q&As with Denis Waitley and different people. We'll invite you into that for our VIPs as well. Is there anything you would like to close with before we bring on our next segment?
Thank you so much, Adora. I really loved being here. And I just think, let this be the reminder. Are you consciously prioritizing me time and space to look after yourself today? And start with today.
Glorious. All right. In the chat, are you going to start with today? Prioritizing some more IRS moments, but now it's the intimate relationship with self. I see Dennis smiling back there. He gave us that IRS tip. All right, Tracy, thank you so much. Thank you for all that you do. You guys check her out on Instagram. She's such an authentic example of what it is to care for self, care for others, and to do that powerfully and vulnerably in public, so that other people feel comfortable in their own, you know, authenticities. Thank you so much, Tracy. Bye. All right. So let's bring on our next panel. Rex and Natalie, I'll pull you in a little bit in a moment once we have Brooke in. But hi there, Dennis. Oh, we've got you muted. Yeah. Let's get you unmuted.
Okay. Hey, I've enjoyed that panel a lot. You know, I sit there in the green room and they don't know I'm there. You can see me there, but they can't see me there. But I've learned a lot with the panelists that have come after the, you know, the main event is everybody. So there are no icons here because everybody is an icon in his or her own way. Mm-hmm. So you learn as much from any panelist as you learn from the so-called headliners. So I don't look at myself as a headliner. I'm one of the panelists. I just happen to get to come on earlier than some of the other panelists.
And you just happen to be the guy that we're honoring, and you're the new psychology of winning. But I love how you look at it. That reminds us of how to look at ourselves, and also reminds us to appreciate what we're each bringing to the table. And we all love that so much about you.
Well, I learned a lot from her just now. You know, I'm not condescending at all. So I'm not a man that is saying, okay, let's have more women. I'm so far past that. You know, diversity to me is experience. How was your life? What happened in your life? I don't see diversity. I experience it. And as I've mentioned to you many times, my mother was negative, but she was my mother and she gave me life, and I gave her a rose on my birthday. My grandmother was the most wonderful, inspiring woman I loved more than anyone on earth. My grandmother from England. And I have 2 daughters by birth. I have 2 daughters by marriage, stepdaughters. So that's 4. I have a daughter by adoption from Mexico. That's 5. I have granddaughters. I have great granddaughters. So they're women in my life are the greatest influences on my life. And it gives me gentleness, awareness, the ability to listen, the ability to pause before I jump into something, the ability to look at all sides. And so I see a woman's contribution as at least equal to a man's in every respect. I always have and I always will. And if a man says, well, Dennis is selling out to the women's movement, well, of course I'm not. Women are at least equal to men, always have been. The women leaders that I've studied, I knew Golda Meir, for example. She was the first woman prime minister of Israel. You couldn't even vote there when she became prime minister. And she was a divorced grandmother. And she had a big wart on her nose and she had roll down hose. She wasn't that beautiful on the outside, according to movie star type, but she was one of the most beautiful souls. Yes, I studied Margaret Thatcher, and she's the Iron Lady. And whether you're on the left or right didn't matter to me because I studied Indira Gandhi. I've looked at Cleopatra. I look at all the mystical women in Greek mythology. And I look at all the women Olympians, Wilma Rudolph, who had polio and scarlet fever. And she was the fastest woman in the world in 1960. And she says, just because I'm a world-class athlete doesn't make me a world-class person. So the women in my life have been so powerful that I'm so grateful that you've been able to begin to focus more and more on how important it is for women's intuition, women's knowledge, women's wisdom, women's offering to get the big stage, because it's not a good old boy network and it's not a man's world. And the glass ceiling was imposed by men, but now it's more self-imposed. And so we have to shatter it and get rid of it and get rid of these different perceptions of where individuals should be and the roles they should have. So I'm all ears and all eyes for the women that you brought forward, and I'm eager for the next one.
Oh, so awesome. Well, before I bring the next one, I wanted to share something with you guys that you've given me so many tips over the years, and you shared how you would drive on your bike 12 miles to your grandmother's house because she would edify you with words. And you want to share a little bit about that before I say what I'm going to say?
Yeah, I really do. You know, I realized why my mother was so bitter. My father left. She had 3 children. She didn't get a check. He was in the war. They got divorced. She had a hard life. She didn't have much fun. She didn't remarry. And she became embittered a little bit. But I understood. I finally understood that I didn't know what she was going through in order to make our life better. But I could hardly wait to get away from the bitterness and from the criticism and from the feeling of unworthiness. And I got on my bike and pedaled 12 miles for the sheer privilege of having my grandmother. Here he comes, Mr. Potential. And I would come over to her house and she'd say, oh boy. So as soon as we get through mowing the lawn, and I'm going to show you today to catch the lawn, the little bit left over from the lawn in a catch, and then we'll dump it on the flowers and vegetables and use it as fertilizer. And then after I'd mow her lawn, she'd say, let's just edge it a little bit along that's it. That's near perfection. She said, now as a reward, I'm going to give you a big piece of pile of mode of apple pie. Wow, Grandma, that's the best pie. She said, you deserve it. You got the reward. You mow such a great lawn, but let me tell you, let's go plant. And Adora, she never complained. She never said a negative word about anything or anyone. And we just planted a garden during World War II. And everything that came out of her mouth, I can smell the lilac of her shampoo. I can see the fragile beauty of her soul. She was 54 and I was 9, and she was everything to me. So I could hardly wait to get away from where I was to where she was, but she gave me the greatest wisdom of all. We focused on the vegetables, the flowers, and the fruit. We pulled the weeds out. And I couldn't understand why you don't need to water weeds. They are the most resilient, strong, tough, difficult, and they come in every day on the wind. And they come in without invitation and without any necessity for fertilizer. You don't have to put anything on them to grow. They just arrive. So we dealt with those weeds, and we turned the weeds of discouragement into the seeds of greatness. And all she ever did is say, model yourself after people who serve other people with value. And I learned more. I love her as much to this day as I did during those days. And I think about her every night. Now, here's something important.
Okay.
Who are the most important people in the world? The people that you think about all the time. And I think about her every single night before I go to bed. I say, good night, Grandma. I can feel your presence. I can smell your bath. I can smell your shampoo. I can see your pinafore dress. I can see your Priscilla curtains. I can see you waving at the window to say goodbye. I remember she lived alone for 43 years by herself in a little frame house. And she hadn't talked to anyone for over 2 weeks sometimes, because it took me sometimes 2 weeks to get back over. So she hadn't talked to anyone so long, she just barely could speak, but she would go, you're the first person I talked to. She could hardly wait for me to come, and I could hardly wait to get back, and I never wanted to leave. And so we're always together. But my grandmother is the role model in my life.
Well, I'm about to bring up a woman, but I want to tell you, because of you, I think the past week, the affirmative time that I normally have in the morning listening to my affirmations, instead, I replaced it with a playlist of songs my grandmother and I used to sing together. They're country songs. And one of them is like Deeper Than the Holler, and I'm Gonna Love You Forever and Ever, Amen. And I'm so, Josh, I forget the guy's name, but Your Man, I'm so glad to be your man. So it's these men singing about this eternal love, but I'm seeing my grandma, and I'm seeing the trees, and I'm hearing her, and I'm feeling that deep, deep, deep love. And it really is a beautiful thing. So thank you for presencing that. And speaking of women, so our next guest that we're bringing up is Brooke J. Lacey. She's someone who became TikTok famous during the pandemic as a 45-year-old woman without doing dances. And Dennis, she has a motherboard tattooed on her neck and code tattooed. And so she teaches women. She's helped little girls build computers. And one of my favorite lines by her was like, look, women are complaining that there aren't enough jobs in tech. Guess what? Women aren't applying. You know, women get out there and apply, which speaks to what you said. So she's known as your crypto bestie, your tech bestie. And because you called me, or at the end of one of our calls, you started telling me about all this virtual reality that's coming and all this cryptocurrency trading. I thought you would really enjoy popping in on this conversation. But isn't that interesting that the base of technology is the motherboard, right?
That's right. It's not the fatherboard, it's the motherboard. And also, incidentally, I watch Gold Rush sometimes. Isn't it interesting? It's the mother load. When you really get the riches, not the father load. And so it's the mother of all, the mother of all inventions. And so believe me, my heart is a combination of the influence of the woman's side of life.
Oh, Brooke, what would you like to say to
Oh, I'm on.
Dennis? Yes, you are on. You thought you were in the background. What
I
would
was
you like
like,
to say
here
to
I
Dennis?
am. I'm like listening to Dennis, like, yes, of course, the father board. No.
No, welcome aboard. It's your time. It's my
Oh.
time to learn more from you, Brooke. So I'm so excited to be on with you right now and to let you tell a little bit more about what you're doing and what you're thinking and what's happening in the world of the blockchain world of the future. You know, I've been reading about life after Google. I understand the difference between what Google's doing and virtual reality and also the Bitcoin world. So I'm so excited about cryptocurrency, but the real values that are behind this. This is not just psychobabble, and this is not just this is not just Monopoly we're playing. This is the real game.
It is the real game. It's the real deal. And so
Before
many people.
before you dive in, what would you like to say to Dennis? I know you wanted to say some things about him. We saw your TikTok. He didn't see it. So I'm going to let you two in. I'm going to pop out.
I think, Dennis, you should just know that this is a huge honor. And usually I'm very articulate. And I just want you to know that I'm so honored to be a part of this. I'm so honored that that you even have an interest in talking with me about this. I can't stress enough how amazing your impact has been in so many lives. And I know you've probably heard it all kinds of times, but I hope that each time you hear it, especially from me, it is so important what you do and the lives that you've changed in this world. You are truly a gem, and I am so grateful for you. And all of the people that you've had here, it's just a huge honor. Please understand that you've changed a lot of people's lives, including mine.
Well, thank you very much. I always feel humble. Adora knows I don't like to talk about myself.
I know.
I like to bring other people out, and that's what I'd like to do. I'd like you to tell us and me more about what you're doing, and then I'd like to confirm what I've been learning to try to keep up with what you're doing.
Well, I would love that. So I think the biggest thing for me is that, everyone's very excited about something that's new, right? That's we need to understand financial literacy as a whole, right? And not just women, not just marginalized communities, but all of us need to understand how finances affect us. And when we talk about cryptocurrency, it's really just like this arm, right? This arm of understanding. It's a very different world where we're investing in something that is accruing value and that we hold on to because it's creating generational wealth. So when I talk to women about this, and maybe they're in like a difficult situation or they just don't have the education, we have to really start with finance and economics as a whole. And then we get to the cryptocurrency, and it's cool, right? Like it's the new thing and everyone's talking about it. But the reality is it's a movement. It's an idea. It's let's take back control of our own life. And in cryptocurrency, that's kind of the underlying issue, is that we really need control over our own and autonomy over our own finances and our own investing. So I think it's an education thing where we really need to educate people. But I really love the idea of having control over our investments. And so a lot of women maybe don't have that education. Maybe they were really never exposed to that. Maybe they've been in a situation where they just don't deal with the finances in the family. And so to move over to cryptocurrency, they have to understand the finances to begin with. So it's kind of amazing how many women have been really excited about this, really interested in it. And Yeah, I mean, and the TikTok thing's cool because it's like it's a tool to be able to reach a bunch of people. So, you know, a lot of people joke about being TikTok famous, but I look at it as such a great audience reaching tool. So,
You know, Brooke, one of the things when I was sitting in the audience and hearing you talk, I was thinking, wow, wait, she's dynamic, she's amazing, she's powerful, she's got grit and grace and all the things. And then when she said, you know, cryptocurrency is here, it's where the economy's going, whether you like it or not. So
Whether
if
you
you
like it or
don't
not.
learn about it, you're going to be left behind. My mind started making up all these things. And then I learned later Singapore is only trading in cryptocurrency. So
El
Dennis-
Salvador.
El Salvador. Sorry, I said
No, no,
Singapore.
it's okay.
There we
So-
go. Thank you for the correction.
Yeah.
And so, Dennis, what were you sharing with me about the virtual reality and where we're going? And then I'm going to move out again.
Well, first of all, you know, cryptocurrency sounds like a mystical fad that somebody thought up as a Ponzi scheme
Yes.
that doesn't have any value. And so it has no value, but you pay for it. And then the more people that buy it, it goes up. So
Right.
people say, so if I buy one and then somebody else buys it too, then mine goes up because it's like a chain letter. And so for many years, people have said, oh, well, it's a fad. It's coming and going. And if it is a fad, then why is China and the United States of America prepared to develop their own cryptocurrency as a means of exchange for services rendered throughout all the banks and services throughout the world? Why is China prepared to say that their cryptocurrency may be more valuable than our cryptocurrency?
Right.
And we're looking at the dollar and the yuan, and we're looking at not gold behind the dollar anymore, but only the value of what it represents. And so what I'm saying is, be careful, Dennis, because remember, at first you said, oh, well, I don't think I'd be an early adopter in cryptocurrencies until I see whether Bitcoin is going to be the one. And as you know, there are many, many cryptocurrencies and cryptocurrency developers and mines and miners who are mining it. But the easiest way for me to say it first is that businesses who are investing in cryptocurrencies are doing so that their goods and services can be bartered and paid for in a meaningful way.
Right.
So instead of Denis Waitley bringing in his bag of gold nuggets that he dug out of the earth and giving you a nugget
Right.
for food, I'm able to trade my Bitcoin, my currency, for your service. And so because more people are using that method of transacting in business, it's the greatest barter business in the world, is trading services for services by having a means of expressing that. And I don't know who's going to end up with the best Bitcoin. And I don't know where it's going. I don't know whether there'll be one like giant Amazon or giant, shall we say, Jeff Bezos or giant Bill Gates or Tesla.
Elon Musk. Yeah.
Elon Musk, you know,
Yeah.
but I will say that don't take lightly what Brooke is saying, because not only is it a form of exchange for goods and services, it leads to a much bigger concept,
Right.
which is, and Brooke, I'll mention it, and then I want you to go deeper. So
Yeah.
my granddaughters and great granddaughters one of them is into cryptocurrencies. She's 28, a granddaughter. She knows more than I do. So she's 28 and she's on top of it. But I have a great granddaughter who's living in virtual reality right now with people throughout the world, where in her world, which is a tablet and friends all over the world, she's living in more of a virtual world right now.
Sure.
Not totally, but
Right.
part of it. And so someone asked me, and I said, well, if you took a board game of Monopoly and you used, instead of Monopoly money, which is fake, but it represents what we're given at the beginning of the game, the money we use to buy the hotels, and we buy the houses on each of these properties that we buy, and we hope people will land on them, so they have to pay us. And the game of Monopoly is to have all the money in front of you, and everyone else goes broke. And so you win because you didn't go to jail that much, and you didn't land on their properties more than yours. I said, what if the game of Monopoly turned out to be life? And what happened if a cryptocurrency, which was a legal exchange and tender for real life, were the method that we used to play our game? And what if you could go into hotels, resorts, art, music, drama, virtually as well as in reality, and pay for those services? And what if Monopoly became a virtual game of life with a combination of cryptocurrency and the blockchain approach to computing and accelerated reality? What we, there's AR, and then there's VR, and then there's R, virtual reality. I don't know what do you call it? Assisted? No, what's
AR is augmented reality. So
augmented reality, virtual reality, and blockchain.
But like, what is reality? When we start adding all of these things, like, then we get into this very existential, I don't want to cut you off. I just was like, what is it really? Are we combining those things? Is it separate? Like, how are we, really defining these things?
I'm leading back into you. Facebook changed its name to Meta.
Yes.
And I know what meta needs are and what meta this is.
Right.
And now I know what metaverse is. I knew the universe, but now I know metaverse. And I also know people who are already trading virtual art. I didn't know that. But also I didn't know that Clubhouse was an audio platform that you could talk on without being seen. I thought it was a place you go after you play golf.
We all kind of thought that at first. Like, what is this thing? But
no, I know it. So it's very strange. So now we have meta, and meta almost means everything or more or beyond.
Yes.
And verse is the universe. But I actually believe that there'll be so many people throughout the world paying for their virtual vacations, in virtual resorts, and buying virtual property, but furnishing those properties and visiting those properties. And some people in the world, we have to remember, can't fly on an airplane to these places. They have to live in a virtual world that we, my age, don't even understand. We understand the Wizard of Oz, but we don't understand virtual reality, cryptocurrency, or blockchain. We don't know what a blockchain is. We think it's a block with a chain on it.
Right.
So, but beyond Google, there's Google, speed and power, and big, shall we say, big repositories that need lots of water to keep it from heating so much that they can't get any more speed out of a computer. And then there's the new world of virtual reality, and blockchain and cryptocurrency. So I want to turn it back over, and I want you to help me understand what it is you're doing and how you're showing this world, because I thought TikTok was a poem about going up the clock. That was Hickory Dock, but I didn't know much about TikTok till I found out from somebody else that it was huge. So,
well, I think that the thing to remember is that for those of us, I'm Gen X, right? So I'm 45 years old, and TikTok was just another social platform. So I come from a world, right? I got into tech in the early 90s, got my hands on a computer in, I think, 1992. It had Windows 3.1 on it. And I fell in love with it. I loved the code and the elegance and the solitude of it. And so, throughout my career, I've really just immersed myself. It never really came naturally to me, but, each of these pieces of technology builds on itself. And the cybersecurity, the pieces that have to be secure for us to like live in this digital world has kind of built on itself. So about 10 years ago, the technology of blockchain happened, right? I don't ever say that it was invented or created. It was really discovered because it was already there. It's like electricity wasn't really created. It was just discovered or invented, right? So blockchain is just this very, very secure technology that cannot be hacked. Everyone, they throw that word around a lot, hacked and hackers. So, when, and I'll talk about the social media piece, is that all kind of happened in the same sense, right? Like we were in chat rooms and then we were, talking on the phone. Like there was all these pieces of technology and then social media came through. And for us that had just been following along like this whole time, we're like, okay, this is just another thing. So when TikTok came along, I felt that way. Like, this is just another thing. This is just another way to communicate with people. Well, it had started as like a music app where these kids were sort of dancing around and, having fun. And music was part of it. And they were like, doing dances and just silly things. And frankly, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, be silly. That's how we, get through life. So in quarantine, early 2020, when quarantine happened, I live in Idaho, so we all had quarantine happen. And I could feel the walls closing in. It was like, oh my gosh, I think I've watched every Netflix show like ever. And I was like, I'm going to download TikTok. Why not? And I just found myself for like a good 3 or 4 days, just watching, just scrolling through and laughing and just thought, this is the coolest, funniest thing I've ever seen. And then I just decided to start making videos. And it started out just being kind of funny and having my personality and, just being silly, and really speaking to other Gen Xers. Like, isn't it silly that we're all on this TikTok app? But what I realized is educating people, becoming this sort of citizen journalist, right? Like at first it was really just teaching other people how to use TikTok, because for those people that were my age were like, I don't know how to do this. This is just one more, newfangled technology. So I was teaching people how to use technology or how to use TikTok. And then I got into the, every once in a while. So I would do funny videos and really get the audience going. And then I would sort of throw in some of the technology stuff that I love to teach on. And then it became crypto. And then I realized, watching other people's videos, this was a big deal. People were starting to think about this. They were starting to understand that, the financial system is not what they really were told. It was definitely not what they thought it was. But it was because we were all exchanging knowledge, this like knowledge brokering, where we're all teaching each other and talking to each other about how we feel about things, that it kind of just, it became this movement, like, let's all educate each other. And my experience with cryptocurrency was way back when it started in 2009. Actually, it was October 31st of 2008 that an entity called Satoshi Nakamoto, some people refer to it as a him, could be a her, this human wrote a white paper describing this new cash, right? No one knew what it was going to be. Like, they're like, what? This is silly. And it finally sort of came to fruition in 2009 when blockchain technology, which is what the engine that powers Bitcoin, because everything other than Bitcoin, that's the altcoins, that's everything else. There's Bitcoin, which is the OG, right? The original. Blockchain technology came about, and this entity, Satoshi Nakamoto, said, I have this really, really foolproof situation, and I want to share that, and I'm going to explain how that works, and we can implement this into digital money, e-cash, and then we can also implement it into just technology as a whole. So it was kind of this, it was very slowly adopted. I think the very first transaction from Bitcoin was like 2 pizzas for I don't even know. I'm sure someone can correct me, but it's like 10 Bitcoin for 2 pizzas, and that's what got the ball rolling, so to speak. And after that, it was like this sort of underground, beautiful movement. A couple of years later, my ex-husband and I built a mining computer. So lots of these things, like all these terms that we throw out, because you had mentioned mining before, that's how this happens, right? Like you have to actually mine it, just like you go into a mine, like with your pickaxe and your, you know, helmet that has the light on it. You go and you mine gold, and then you have the gold. So same exact thing with Bitcoin. It was this thing where it's technology, it's doing some work, and then they give you a Bitcoin. And that's how it all started. And it's sort of like, you have to believe it. You have to believe in it and believe in the movement for there to be value. And so it's not just a way to transact between each other. It's a paradigm shift. We don't understand, like, just in general, we don't understand. I get very passionate about this. Like when it comes to just everyday things, like having a transaction for a cup of coffee, that can be something that's much bigger than just having that cup of coffee. And the fact that you worked hard for something, which is your money, your paycheck, you go buy a cup of coffee and you now have that transaction. But the issue here is that there's a third party there, right? There's a bank, there's a credit card fee that goes along with that, or a transaction with the cash register. Nobody uses cash anymore, right? But when we have control of it and there's no fee to the third party, then it becomes something that we as human beings can all agree on. And that's where blockchain technology comes in. We all just get to agree on it. Nobody's there making the decision for you. You're not giving your paycheck over to a bank and, you know, every other week you go deposit that and then they get to do what they want with it. No, you get to have complete control. And because of this very secure, I like to say that blockchain is like my new Marvel character. Like I want to be like blockchain and, you know, like save the world, because it's the best way to explain how this currency can change your life, because it's totally secure. I see Adora, come on.
I know. I know.
Stop me when I start saying.
I know. Well, it's not on purpose. It's only because we have other people in the green room. And, you know, one thing that I love so much about you, Brooke, is that you're very passionate and you know your stuff. I also love that you're a stand that women get to be free, and that I once heard you share that you left a marriage that just wasn't satisfactory, and you left because you could. You never had to think about, do I have the money? Am I going to be able to? And so I know you have a master class coming up where you teach women a very free basic class and introduce them how they can go further with you. So how do they reach you for that if they want the basics?
And I love that you stopped me. Dennis, like, I'm so glad you like lent me Adora, because she's so helpful to me, because I will just go on and like, don't I have like 3 hours? Dennis, don't you want to talk to me for like 3.5 hours? No, I'm sorry. I think it's really important to understand that, like, we as women need our own money. We need our own like control. So when Adora and I met, and a couple of other women came up and said, could you teach us about this so that maybe we can help other women that are in difficult situations where they can get out of it? And so I developed Crypto Besties, and it's kind of been this like program like swirling around in my head, and then of course came to fruition when I met the beautiful Adora. And so cryptobesties.io, like .io, it's the new thing, so we have to be like super technical. Cryptobesties.io. I'm going to do as many free masterclasses as I can possibly do. I try to get out the most like basic stuff in an hour. Obviously, there's so much more to it, but there's such a need for this. And most women, as soon as I start talking about crypto, their first response is, I just don't know. It's just too complicated. Well, I'm going to make it my mission to make it not complicated. It's that simple. So cryptobesties.io. You can find me anywhere, brookejlacy.com, Brooke J. Lacy, all social media. Dennis, thank you for having me. So excited.
What a powerful conversation. And Brooke, I have a whole
Hi,
host
Mo.
of Shiba Inu coins that I'm not going to sell. Okay. So
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to hold on to them for a while. And we're keeping up our theme of powerful women thought leaders. In fact, we have another powerful woman that's about to take the stage. Of course, she doesn't need an introduction. I'm talking about Leah Steele. Leah Steele has been making a difference on this planet for a long time. And after her, we have our final keynote speaker of the day, Rhonda Swan. So we're bringing the heat and we're bringing the power, continuing our theme, Dennis, to have a platform and empower and do what we can to have the top female speakers and entrepreneurs on the New Psychology of Winning Tour. So thank you, Brooke J. Lacy. I love that conversation. Let's do a quick reset here before we bring in Leah Steele. Adora, Dennis, how are you guys feeling so far?
Doing great. You know, if people don't know much about blockchain, they should read Life Beyond Google. So there are books all about it. It'll explain to you why it's better to have a computer that can't be hacked, which will be the new quantum computers. And that's all in the blockchain era. So you want to be not hacked. You don't want to say anything on the internet that can be used against you in the future. So you want to make sure that what you're saying is positive and helping the world rather than ranting and raving. We want that. You don't want to be hacked. You don't want to have ransomware. You want to control not only what you say, but what you spend and your bank account. And blockchain and crypto, you need to learn about them because no one knew when I knew that Amazon would be the biggest company in the world. They were only selling, get this, salsa. Hot salsa was the first product that was sold on the internet. And I said, www, hot. And they said, no, where do you buy it? I said, you buy it online. Where do you buy it from? It's something called Amazon. Is that a river? Is it a tall woman? Amazon is a tall, strong woman. It's also a long river, but it's also going to be the method of delivering. Nobody believed me in the early 1990s, and I didn't have enough money to be on the inside of the stock offering, which is to say, many times it's an inside job. It's up to you and me to get up to speed educationally on what's happening in the world. And this includes women, men, crypto, and blockchain.
Wow, Dennis. And it's not surprising to me that you were ahead of the curve back then. You historically have been a thought leader. And here you are at the tender young age of 88, talking to us, teaching me about blockchain and crypto. And I just, we're so lucky, Adora, to have Denis Waitley with us, collaborate with us on this new Psychology of Winning tour. I'm really excited, Adora, to learn more from Denis. We have a full day ahead of us tomorrow, but also about Leah Steele. Leah Steele, of course, is the CEO of the Leah Steele brand. She's host of the Wealth Witch podcast. Okay, WWP, the Wealth Witch podcast, which is one of the top podcasts for female entrepreneurs. So how excited are you guys for us to hear from Leah Steele very soon?
I'm ready.
You're ready? How about you, Adora?
Yeah, I'm super ready. I want to remind you guys, because Dennis is going to go away and our tour is wrapping up tomorrow, but our VIPs will get a special link where the tour continues. It's the after party and it's private on Zoom with Q&A. So make sure you grab that. Where did they grab it, Mo?
They go to wintourvip.com. Information will be sent to you after we close out here. So logistics will reach out to you one day after. So I think Monday night, logistics will be reaching out to everyone who's registered there. And we have limited space. So I don't know if we'll have anything available tomorrow, but as of now, there are a few spaces there because we don't want hundreds of people on Zoom or thousands of people on Zoom. It'll defeat the whole purpose of it. The whole point of it is for it to be an intimate opportunity for folks to have a Q&A. And so they are capping that out. I think it's going to be capped out soon. So if you go on there and it's not working, it's because there's simply no more space. But as of now, I believe there's space. So I'm
Dennis,
pumped up.
we
I'm
should
excited.
have removed you before we did our pitch. You did a great job of smiling. He doesn't like when but listen, Dennis, thank you for your time. And we're going to put you in the green room where I know you'll still be listening. And then, oh, I cut you off. Sorry, Dennis, you're in the green room. And I see you talking. Apologies. And the Wealth Witch podcast, I love that. I love that so much. That's so Soul Tribe. And I can't wait to hear from Leah. She's sitting in an amazing chair. It's like
I love that chair. Let's bring her in.
Let's bring her up.
Welcome, Leah Steele, to the New Psychology of Winning tour. I'm going to have you talk to Adora for a minute or two before you have the full screen to educate our audience on so many hidden gems that you're going to share with us. Adora, please.
All right. So Leah, yes, and you're in Bali right now?
I am in Bali.
And what is that like?
It's amazing. It's a beautiful day in Bali. It's rainy season right now, so it's kind of hit or miss in the mornings, but it's a beautiful, clear day. We're at about 7:40 a.m. here.
Oh, so awesome. So, we've been in this conversation of winning and what it really means to win today, which is, some people have said it's actually what it always meant to win, but the definition is reemerging. I'd love to know what winning to you means.
Yeah, I think for me, it's really about in today's, day and age, and with everything that we're going through as a collective globally, I really feel like winning is about how can we serve humanity? How can we help elevate the collective on this planet? And I think that we really do that from getting into a space of personal alignment with what our individual visions and goals and objectives are. And then I think if we show up from a place of service, of serving humanity from that place, then that's how we win.
When it comes to the new psychology of winning, what are the 3 areas of life that you think are most important, and how do you go about winning in those areas?
So I think that, for me, one of the things that I think is so foundational and is so important is really consciously cultivating that connection with the highest version of yourself, and then God, source, universe, all that is, whatever it is that you call, your creator, cultivating that connection. I think that it's so, so important. And so for me, that's the most foundational piece of how I am successful in every area of my life, and making sure that I'm really remaining dedicated to that connection. And so I think, that's sort of the first thing for me that I think is really important. And, it's also for me that realization that we are the most powerful creators in our reality. And when we embrace that we are the most powerful creators in our reality, that's really when magic gets to happen in our lives, because we take full responsibility and personal sovereignty for the things that are unfolding in our life. And so I say a lot, mind your mind, mind your mouth. And that's because we are always creating, and we can create positive and we can create negative. So for me, it's really that paying very close attention to our thoughts and our actions. And let's see, the third thing I think is that alignment piece, continuing to come back into a place of alignment. Am I serving my highest and best good right now? Am I serving the highest and best good of my community, my family, my friends, and ultimately the collective?
Yeah, so I've heard a rumor that there was a point that you were really broke in your life, and there was this moment that caused a turning to doing and believing and living and empowering the way that you are now. So will you share that with me and all of us?
Yeah, so I ended up going into my family business, which was addiction treatment, and had a sober living home and an outpatient program that were really quite successful for many years. And as a result of some billing software errors and some, lack of real true knowledge of financial custodianship on my part, those businesses actually ended up imploding and we lost everything. And it was a lot. We lost $3 million. We ended up almost $1 million in debt. We lost a house. We lost a car, all of our savings. My husband was giving plasma to pay for diapers and formula. Like, we were really at the lowest financial place I'd ever been at in my life. And in that moment, I got to make a decision. And I knew that I wasn't living my purpose, and I knew I wasn't living a soul-aligned life. And I made a choice in that moment to be of service, and to really step into my purpose work and to do that in the world instead of what I thought I should be doing, or, you know, what my family thought I should be doing.
Several. Okay. So, as you started moving through all of these pieces, what do you think as it relates to psychology of success today? Like, what does it take from you said mind your mouth. And, you know, there are so many opinions out there these days, thankfully, but with all that you've seen and experienced when it comes to the psychology of success, how do you think that happens?
Well, I think first and foremost, it's not as easy as people would lead you to believe it is. And the people that I see that are actually really, really successful are people that are devotional to the purpose work that they believe that they're here to do on the planet, and are able to be disciplined and dedicated to that purpose work and to show up consistently. And so I think, you know, success to me is just a series of choices and action. And when we continue to just show up and make the choice to do the work that we know we're here to do in the world, whether it's hard, whether it's easy, whether we are perceiving ourselves as winning at the moment or not, when we show up, even when it gets hard, the success comes after that. So it's consistency, dedication, discipline, and I think devotion to the work that you're here to do in the world.
Yeah, so that's powerful. I love the word devotion lately. And Denis calls it a magnificent obsession. You know, I think sometimes it's challenging to even know what is the work that you're supposed to be doing. So I want to know a few things about that before I get your practical, okay, put it in the ground, let's go to work. I want to know that how do you figure out the work that you're supposed to do?
Well, the first advice I give my clients is, what is the thing that you would do for free 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 hours a day? You love it so much that you would do it for free. Or is the thing that you could talk for 2 hours on this stage about without having to do much preparation work. So I think that's the starting place. You find the thing that you love so much that you would do it for free, and then you figure out how to monetize that.
Okay, so for creating success, so a lot of it's mindset, psychology, discipline, focus, show up. But what are some tried and true takeaways? Like, people have their pens right now for creating success that you have discovered.
So for me, what I live by is every morning I wake up and I do cultivate that conscious connection with my higher self and with God, source, universe, all that is. And I ask a question: how would you have me serve today? And then regardless of what that thing is, and regardless of what my calendar looks like, I do that thing. So I'm very, very committed to living a life that's divinely guided and doing the next right action, the thing that's right in front of me. And so when I begin my day that way, it brings me back into devotion of my purpose work and the mission and the reason that I'm here, which is to serve the collective. So I ask, how could I be of service today? How would you have me serve? And then on the same kind of vein, at night when I go to sleep, I do a check-in with myself and I ask myself, where did I fall out of alignment with that vision? Where did I fall out of alignment with what I was directed to do that day? And it's not from a place of beating myself up or judging myself. It's just data. So very objectively, I'm asking myself, okay, where did I not show up as my highest and best self today? And I have an awareness around that. And then I make a commitment to do better the next day. And I think the other most powerful thing for me is that I just stay in a state of constant curiosity as the day goes on. I'm really diligent in being aware of where programming and conditioning is actually causing me to fall off my path or to shift off my path. And so I just stay in that state of curiosity about how I can be better, about how I can do better, and about how I can serve humanity.
Thank you, Leah. This is the new Psychology of Winning tour. I have to get in on this, Adora, because I'm sitting here. First of all, Leah, you got me going through pencils, sister. I mean, you got so many gems that I'm just writing down here. And you talk about programming, okay? Now, this event, we've had some people that have been masters of programming. Bob Proctor, Denis Waitley, Brian Tracy. I could go on and on and on. So the idea of programming is a reoccurring theme here on this tour. So, Leah, what are some ways that folks that seem to keep making the same mistake over and over again, right? There's folks that they know what they should be doing, but they're not doing it. So what practical tips do you have for our audience? I'm going to give you the floor. Hopefully you can share at least a few minutes worth of jewels on this particular subject matter to give them a practical approach to help lead their life and help lead their business. Because what I know is you've spoken with some of the most preeminent people on your podcast. You've been successful for a long time, so you know what it takes. And I'm going to ask you to help those folks that seem to just be in a rut, help them get out of a rut with something practical. The floor is yours, Miss Leah Steele.
Thank you. Yeah, so, I think that we all go through these phases where we're trying to be successful at something. We're trying to do something, and it just doesn't quite seem to be hitting. It just doesn't quite seem to be landing. So for me, I think the most important thing is to have a really clear understanding of the why. Why do you desire to do the thing that you want to do? And as human beings, we are quite tribal in nature. And so if we can take that why, not only to how it's going to positively affect us, but how it's going to positively affect our immediate family, our extended family, our community, and ultimately the world, then it's a lot easier for us to actually show up when it does get difficult, when it does get hard. And so we really, really need to understand why we're doing what we're doing. And so the first piece of advice I have to give is to really get clear on why do you desire success in the area that in the area where you've set the goal or you've set the objective. So that clarity is important. I think just as important as figuring out the why you want the thing is figuring out what is the negative impact if you don't actually achieve your goal and your objective. And so that to me, that's my most powerful motivator. I know very clearly that when I don't show up and I don't give my 100% every day to the work that I know I'm meant to be doing in the world, then there is a negative impact of that. So for me, I am here to emancipate people from financial slavery consciousness. And I know that if I choose not to show up, that day I'm actually creating slavery. I am saying it's okay. I am at some level perpetuating it by not doing the work that I know I'm here to do in the world to deconstruct that. So I think really, really tapping into for yourself and your own motivation, what the negative impact is of you not showing up is equally as important as the why. And then it's making a decision. And for me, it's making a decision that goal that I have, that objective that I have, there's no other option. There's no plan B. It's only plan A. And then I have the ability to stay focused on my destination. And I think that this is the place where people get tripped up a lot because they waver and something on the side of the road grabs their attention and then they forget their destination or they get sidetracked or they get sidelined. But when we can remember the positive impact that we desire to create in the world, and we can remember the negative impact that we make in the world when we don't show up, it keeps us from getting sidetracked. So we make the decision. We remain devotional and dedicated and disciplined in achieving that destination. And then we show up consistently, and we show up whether we feel like it or not. I think that it's important to be in alignment and to stay in alignment with how you're feeling and emotionally and energetically and all of those things. But at the end of the day, if you desire to reach a destination, you're going to have to be consistent and you're going to have to show up.
Yeah,
I
that's
totally agree. Go ahead, Adora, please.
That's that balance of the masculine, the feminine. That's that balance of flow with consistent, persistent. I love it. I really, really love it. It's an important conversation these days. People tend to go one way or the other. I'm just going to flow through whatever little wind takes me, or it's all hustle and grind and drive. And I love that you brought in that balance.
Well, you know, Leah said something very important there that I hope the audience caught. And what's interesting about Leah is you've got to pay attention because there's lots of gems in there. Whether you feel like showing up or not, Leah shows up, right? There's a lot of folks, they just don't show up because they don't feel like showing up. And so they you know, don't do the things that they know they're supposed to be doing because the feeling is not there. And what I want to know, Leah, is that grit that you have, that drive that you have to do things even when you don't feel like doing them. How can you help the folks watching that don't have that grit that you have embodied now for so long as a successful international entrepreneur? Help them out with their grit, right? Let's have a conversation about grit, the power of grit, what it really takes, because I think that you have a lot of grit. And it's clear in your work, it's clear in your words. And so let's talk about what grit means for you. And as a female entrepreneur, what that has meant for you specifically. The floor is yours, Leah Steele.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the first thing is that you have to love something enough that you're willing to show up. And a lot of the things that with the clients that I work with, I'll see that like they don't have the ability to show up because they just haven't found the thing yet. They haven't found the thing that they're that passionate about that no matter what, they're going to show up even if they don't feel like it. So I think that really figuring out what drives you, what motivates you, what excites you, what is the change that you want to create in the world, that is the most important thing. And, you know, I think that there's an aspect of willpower here that you have to search inside yourself and find the place where you can be your own inner critic. You can be your own inner motivator. It's great to have mentors. And I have so many mentors and so many incredible people that I work with and coaches and thought leaders and spiritual teachers. But ultimately, none of those people can make me show up. I had to find that inside myself. I had to find the thing in me that motivated me to hold myself accountable. And that took a little bit of work. I really had to dive deeply into, you know, who did I want to be and how did I want to be seen and how did I want people to speak about me when I wasn't there? And all of those things ended up motivating me to be able to show up. But ultimately, I had to find that part of myself that would hold myself accountable.
You know, Leah, this tour is called the New Psychology of Winning Tour, right? So there's two elements. Of course, it's psychology and it's winning. What we know about psychology, okay, is that, and the psychology of people that pursue their endeavors to win is there's always chatter, right? Sometimes individuals have a voice in the subconscious that says, no, you can't do this. This is not, you know, you're not good enough to do this. What is it that you have done? Because we know that that's a big barrier for a lot of folks, Leah, right? That chatter, right? The inner voice, the negative voice, they listen to it, they believe it. And because they believe that voice instead of believing the other voice of greatness, they never pursue their dreams. They never pursue their goals. They never manifest the kind of life that they desire and deserve. So what have you been doing? How is it that you have been able to silence that negative voice within and bring out the kind of lifestyle that you're living, which is a dream lifestyle for a lot of aspiring entrepreneurs. I mean, folks, if you're an aspiring entrepreneur, Leah Steele is someone for you to follow. If you have a dream of financial freedom, Leah Steele is somebody for you to use as an example. And it starts with the psychology. So Leah, please talk on that a little bit. Floor is yours.
Yeah, so one of the things that happens to us is that our thoughts run away with us. And we've all been programmed and conditioned at some level to believe that we're not good enough, we're not worthy. Unfortunately, the reality of the world that we live in is that it is in the best interest of the powers that be for us to be compliant commodities. And so at some level, we've all really been programmed and conditioned to believe that we're not worthy. And so the biggest thing that I did was deep emotional conditioning, restructuring, and deprogramming those beliefs. And I do that through emotional clearing, which has been an incredible tool in my life. But I would say that to get started, it's really important to interrupt those thought patterns. And this is still something that I do all the time when I find myself getting into one of those loops, or I find myself getting into limiting or negative thought patterns. I simply pattern interrupt. So whether that's shifting a task or going on a walk or going and playing with my dogs or going and having a conversation with my kids, that simple act of just stopping those negative thoughts in their tracks and not allowing that tape to continue to spin is really important. And so just remembering that pattern interruption tool, I think, has been one of the most powerful that I've had in my toolbox.
Thank you so much for that. And that silence that we put there was intentional because that was so much power. I wanted it to really settle in with some folks. And I want to bring back Denis just for a quick second. And I want to have a moment here because Leah, Denis has written books with his daughters, and he's an icon and a legend, and he loves empowering women in this industry and women to help people. So I want to bring him in for just a couple minutes as we close out the segment with you. Denis Waitley, I'm curious, what have you thought about some of those gems that Leah has shared with us, Denis? And just add to that a little bit, if you will, because I know that self-esteem for women is very important for you. You have written books with your daughters. As you mentioned earlier, you're a father of 5, and you are a surrogate father to many millions of women. And we're talking a little bit here. Our closing thought is the self-esteem of women and aspiring entrepreneurs. Let's face it, 100 years ago, there were no women entrepreneurs in America, right? And so it's a relatively new phenomena. And as leaders, it's up to us to uplift other women entrepreneurs.
Mo, Denis, I think we should bring Rhonda. Let's bring Rhonda on too, because they're best friends.
Absolutely.
And,
we'll bring Rhonda.
Let's bring Rhonda.
Before we do that, though, let's introduce Rhonda. Let's introduce Rhonda properly. Rhonda Swan is the CEO of one of the top branding agencies in the world. Okay. I mean, if I just talk about all of the people that have had their business explode because they worked with Rhonda Swan, we won't have time for the tour anymore. Okay, so if you're struggling with your brand and you want to flourish, contact Rhonda Swan. But let's bring her in. Rhonda Swan, welcome to the New Psychology of Winning tour.
Salamat pagi, everyone. Lee and I are on the other side of the island, so we could wave across the island.
So awesome.
Good to see you guys today. I've been loving this so much. Wow, it's so great to be here.
Wow, what a group. Well, Leah, I was in the green room and only Adora and Mo could see me, but I had my reading glasses on and I was taking notes because the things that you said resonate so much with me. And as I watch you in Bali, I haven't been to Bali for a while, but to be somewhere in the world and be able to be with you in the same room is the most incredible experience because you and I have never met in person. And the same thing with Rhonda and I. So here we are talking to each other. And here's where I am. I'm edifying you as being as important or more important than men. And I'll tell you why, honestly. So men don't like me sometimes because I think I'm a chick flick kind of guy. Because I like things like Sleepless in Seattle, and I like An Affair to Remember, and I like things that work out well. and I cry when the American flag comes by, or I cry when I see somebody who's come out of the ghetto to greatness. And when I see the kind of thought power that women like Rhonda and yourself have, I say, it's always been there, it's there, and the platform is bigger and bigger. And I disagree about women in the past. There have been women leaders in the world who have led the entire world. And at times there's Queen Elizabeth the First of England was the most powerful woman in the world. And she said on her deathbed, my entire kingdom for another moment of life. She would give it up millions of dollars just to live a little longer. And she was powerful, as were the other queens and the other top powerful. Women have always been the power behind any throne. Women care about their children. Men do too, but men want to provide stuff for them, and women provide the resiliency. When my kids got a bruise, I put a Band-Aid on it. Did I ever sit there quietly? Did I kiss their owie? No, I didn't. I was too busy getting on with it. Let's get going. Big boys don't cry. And so I don't say women at all are softer. The power comes in the fluidity, in the resiliency, in the ability to listen, in the ability to come to a decision that benefits all, in the decision to get an agreement instead of win an argument. In addition, not to hit somebody in the face, but to listen, and before you shout, to say, wait a minute, let's network. Do you see a bunch of guys going out and having a coffee clutch? No. Do you see a bunch of guys willing to go out and talk about their most intimate feelings? No, not often, because we're very protective. We don't want anybody to see our vulnerability. But I'd have to say that women are center stage in the leadership of the world that's coming. And I'm so grateful to be an older man that has this side of me that is not soft, but it's vulnerable, it's listenable, it's pliable, it's changeable. I'm not set in my ways so much that I can't learn. And I hope that I can be around people like yourselves more, Rhonda and Leah. I hope I can listen more and read more of your programs and be open to them and influence other men who are set in their ways. And I don't believe it's a man-woman world at all. I just believe that men have been in a position to be able to determine, as I said, Golda Meir, as a divorced grandmother in Milwaukee, living next to the Milwaukee brewery, went back to Israel with her roll down hose and her old dress and her hair in a bun and lead one of the great countries of the world as the first woman prime minister of a major country in a country where women couldn't vote for the people who ran for office. I look at women as power, and it's not condescending. And it's not because it's a good old boy network trying to let people in. And I hate the glass ceiling. I would have shattered it so long ago. 2 of my daughters are PhDs. They're smarter than I am, and they're doing better than I did. And they're better mothers because they multitask. I can't. I can only do one thing at a time and not do that very well. Somehow women don't need as much sleep as men. I don't know why, but they just don't get as much sleep because they have to be more than one person. They not only have to be mother and helper and wife and romantic partner and take care of all the problems. They have to do too many things with not enough time. And I've never been pregnant. The only thing I've had I did have a kidney stone. And somebody said, that's the closest thing you'll ever feel to giving birth. And I said, man, it hurts so much. I don't want to do it again. I felt I had a porcupine, instead of a kidney stone. But with all that said, with this blurting out, I wanted you to know that spontaneously, I'm edifying all of you, and I'm listening to you, and I'm paying attention. I think the world needs to pay attention. I think we'll have a lot more harmony if we can get this perspective that the woman has from her experience in life. And one last thing, diversity you cannot see with your eyes. You can only experience it by listening and watching individuals, male or female, who've been through something in their lives and overcome it. And thank God we have the platform where women have the power, because I'm tired of the good old boy network. I really am. I'm falling asleep with my companions.
Wow. Leah, Rhonda, I hope you guys understand the historical moment that just occurred. You two were just addressed by who many people call the greatest speaker of all time. And Dennis, you still got it, man. I mean, I'm over here getting emotional. I'm getting emotional over here. So I just want to hear from Leah and Rhonda, how do you guys feel about the fact that the legendary Denis Waitley just gave us all that gift? And thank you, Dennis, by the way, for doing that. Leah, please, let's start with you and then your friend Rhonda.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an absolute honor and privilege to be here with all of you. But so many of the things that I've heard you say today, Dennis, have blown my mind. And I just love how you're showing up for women and men. And I just, honored to be here. And thank you so much for all that you contribute to humanity, but especially the words that you've said today.
Rhonda, how do you feel about this moment in history you just had with Denis Waitley?
Well, it is an honor. Dennis, just listening to you, like the audience is watching, right? And what I love the most, not only when someone speaks from their heart, but when their words are delivered with purest authenticity. Like you are the highest example of like the divine masculine, right? A man that is honoring not only your strength and power, but also honoring the divine feminine, the women that are supportive. And listening to you earlier, talking about your grandmother, you dropped me into moments where I remembered the value of who I am today. And it was because of that beauty and that strength that came from my grandmother. And to hear you remember that and be in such a space of experience that you've been in, it allows us all to remember. And this is what I love so much about wisdom keepers and being around others that have done the work and they're there to support. So you just dropped me into like such a beautiful place. And I want to thank you for that. And it reminds us as women, we get this power, strong ladies, we can do all this. However, men like you allow us to remember, it's okay, ladies, do your thing. You don't have to power through it. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
I just have one more thing that, I'm a corny poet. I'm a rhymer, so I'm a lyricist. And if I were a woman, and maybe this is an older cliche, but maybe you'll appreciate it. If I were a woman, I would say, mirror, mirror on my wall, what's the meaning of it all? Is there something more to life than to be a loving wife? Yes, I love my children dearly, but they'll grow up and come by yearly. Dare I yearn for something more than the constant keeping score? What about the needs I feel? Are my dreams considered real? What about more education and the voice to shape this nation? I don't want to be a man. I love the woman that I am. I want to fly from my cocoon and put my footsteps on the moon. Mirror, mirror on my wall, help me help him hear my call. All I've ever hoped to be is free to be that person, me.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Dennis, you've been taking our heart all day, every day. Thank
No,
you.
but I mean that. I mean, I'm not looking in the mirror like Snow White's, stepmother saying, who's the most beautiful of them all? You don't want to be a sexy playmate in some girly magazine. I mean, I look at those things and the way we've taken women and how men have, and the way we've tried to identify them in different objects. And I've swept that out of my life, but I'm sure it was my grandmother, my mother, my daughters, my granddaughters. Maybe they've pounded it out of me, but I'm not ashamed to cry because I feel it. And it's hard for me to cry because big boys don't cry. But I find myself crying, and I no longer have to say smoke gets in my eyes. I can actually say, I'm beginning to feel very sad now, and I'm about to cry, and I don't mind it. But that's not because I'm soft. That's because I'm open and compassionate and have this side of me that wants to help, not just to be selfish. So at any rate, Leah and Rhonda, thank you for letting me come out of the green room and just tell you that I'm with you 100%.
Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that. I know our audience appreciates that. And we just wanted to bring you in here because we could see you taking notes in the back. And Leah, you are touching, moving, and inspiring a living legend. And so with that being said, thank you so much, Mr. Denis Waitley. And we're getting ready to now transition to Rhonda. So Leah, do you have any closing thoughts or anything you'd like to share?
Wow, just that, you know, how powerful for us to be able to come together in spaces like this and share our individual thoughts and views on the world. But really, to me, this is what changes the world, and is having these types of events and bringing people together who are so diverse and are able to share their mission and their vision, and then being able to observe it, right? Because when we all step into that state of observation and we approach these types of events with an empty cup and just allow it to be filled, that is really where the power and the change and the transformation happens. So Adora and Mo, thank you so much for all the work that you've done to put this together. It's been incredible, and I'm incredibly, incredibly honored to have been able to be here and share the stage with you.
Yes, sister.
Thank you so much, Leah Steele, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you next time, Leah. And with that, let's put our focus to Rhonda Swan. I don't know where to even begin, Rhonda. I mean, you do so many incredible things with so many incredible people that I can't even begin. So what I'd like to do, I'm going to step back. I'm going to let Adora speak with you for a little bit. But what I'd really love, Rhonda, is to give you the full screen and just take notes, because I know you can go for 20, 30 minutes. You're so much full of wisdom, right? We don't need to interview you. You're ready to go. But I'm just going to give Adora a little bit of time to warm up, and then we'll give you the full screen in about a minute or two, and we'll sit back and take notes. Okay, Adora?
Yes. Rhonda, I'm just so excited to finally meet you because, as you know, when I heard about your book, Women Gone Wild, you know, years ago, I had a company in LA with an actress friend of mine, Elaine Hendricks. She was the stepmom on Parent Trap and Romeo and Michelle's High School Reunion, Dynasty Now. And we had a company, Girls Gone Gorgeous, Beauty Inside Out. So as soon as I heard your book, I was like, this woman is Soul Tribe. And then now here we are. Like, that's how the synchronicity flows. You have the largest women's conference virtually. Over 3 million. One of my girlfriends was like, I'm speaking on Rhonda Swan's network. She has 3 million women are going to be there. Like, you're a powerhouse, total powerhouse. And you've been an entrepreneur 15 years. I want to take this conversation a little different. First of all, let me just let you say hello before I take you right into questions. Okay.
I love it. You know, like thank you, Adora, so much. I love Mo. I love what you guys are doing. You know, these times right here are when we can really, truly be our true, authentic self. You know, so I really want to thank everyone for allowing me to be here. I've been told before in the past that it's not what you've done. It's not the experience you've had. It's just how you can make people feel.
100%.
You know, and it's like, yeah, we could teach all day long, but listening to Denis telling his stories, you know, it's like, wow, these are the kind of things that move us. And so I just want to be here and have a girl chat and serve this audience at my highest possible level, because you know, it's like coming from service. So thanks, sister, for letting me do that.
I feel that in my heart. And I see the women are feeling it too. And I love that Mo and the men are like, okay, we'll sit back for this. We're going to sit back and let's have this. It's so beautiful. And wasn't it great when we dropped in our hearts with grandmother time? So that brought you somewhere. That took you. Yeah,
it did. And it, you know, because it reminded me so much, like, you know, we as women, we fall into this space. And I know, like, yeah, we wrote the book and there's a lot of reasons behind why that book came to light. It was a massive transformation actually in myself. And
that book was?
This book.
After all the success you've already had, this was your massive transformation. Tell me about it. Tell me.
This is why, okay? Because So I've been in, building my business for 15 years, and I was a high-level corporate executive. And in corporate, sadly, and even still now, even what I've experienced in women in business, is that we so often, instead of helping each other out, we've been programmed to actually shun our own sisters, to compete, to fight, to be better than them. And naturally, most of us didn't even know we were doing it.
So true.
And, I didn't know that's who I was being, because when you're programmed to now compete in this male-driven world, then you start to show up in a different way. And my grandmother, I remember, I have American Indian heritage, and my great-grandmother, she was like a medicine woman. She was like super intense. And she would go, "You are the one that's going to change the world. You are the one, you can do it." And I was like, it would freak me out right here. I'm super young but
yeah, I know we've got a little freeze. There you are.
Oh,
there.
Did
there
I
you
move?
are. There you are. I was with you.
Right.
Your grandmother stepped in then to say, "I'm here. You are the one."
And to say, you are the one that can change the world. Like, you can do it. Your energy, your power. And at a young person, I was like, ooh, a little freaked out, right? Like, is this something I can live up to? But when we were listening to Denis, these are the type of mentorship and the type of things that happen in our lives that we need to remember. And that come back to us, and that we begin to navigate based on that advice that we've been given. And so, American Indian family, and my parents, my mom was a little bit airy-fairy, a little hippie. So I wanted to be different, right? I didn't want to be like this. I always used to say, if I see another dream catcher, I'm going to throw up. Like, I was so against it, right? Because in my generation, I'm 48. So my generation was like, oh, powerful women time, right? Because we fought it. I thought we cured it when we all burned our bras in the 70s. And then corporate comes in, right? And all of a sudden women are now told to like tighten up, dress up, and compete with the man's world, right? And so I fell into that. I wanted that. Like, I wanted to be that powerful woman, that powerful businesswoman that got my master's, and I started corporate. And I did very, very well in corporate, like very well, I kept leveling up. However, the one thing that I knew that was always holding me back, that I still didn't recall, I saw it, but I was ignoring it, is that I was competing instead of collaborating. I was trying to be better than my own sisters, or even certainly of men. Like, that was my thing. Like, if I can beat a man, I can do anything, right? And we fall into this. And so when I actually witnessed, there was an experience I had, Adora, where, and I know many women might relate to this, I actually witnessed my boss, who was a woman. I wanted to be like her. I witnessed her literally nail another woman on the cross. Like, we had a meeting at 7 a.m. I lived in San Diego. So you guys are bringing me back to my hometown. And I was driving to work, and I go to this meeting, and we start this big corporate meeting, and a woman was 15 minutes late. And my boss is like, "You're late." And the woman starts trembling, right? Because everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, you're so late." This woman, and she starts to tremble, and she says, "I'm so sorry. I just dropped off my 6-week-old baby in daycare." And I'm sitting there like, how dare her be late? Judging that we do as women, and that we do as, with everyone. But as a woman, I was like, yeah, how dare she? And then she said, "I just dropped off my 6-week-old baby in daycare." It was the hardest thing I could have ever done. And my boss said, "If you want this job, you're going to show up on time. You're going to be there. If you want to put food on this baby's plate, you're going to be here, and you're going to pick them up back at 7 o'clock at night after you end your job." And I'm like, wait a minute. Who am I for women right now? What am I doing? Right?
Wow.
And I transitioned. I changed. I went home, and I told my husband, Brian, I said, "I'm quitting my job."
Just like that. That was the moment.
That was the moment. I said, "I'm quitting my job." And he's like, "You're crazy. We live in San Diego, the top of the hill, 5-bedroom house. We need your income." I said, "No, I'm going to find a way so I can keep my same income, but so I can actually have a family and be the woman that my grandmother said I was, be the woman that I know that I can be, and represent women that way." And so that's when I quit.
Rhonda, that is so powerful. You're bringing the tears to my eyes. This is so powerful and so important. It happens in corporate, and it's also happens out there in the dating world, and it's so wild. It's almost primal. Like you got to grab that man with the income and then protect, and it's BS. It is BS, and it has men.
What the hell is that?
It trains them. They don't have to do much. They don't have to do much, right? Not the men we're surrounded with. They're brilliant, amazing, fantastic female supporters, but I love that this moved you in this way, and that this book became the transformation for that.
Well, it did because so here I quit, right, in corporate. All of a sudden I'm going to build a new business, and I was one of the first women digital marketers really in the world that figured it out. I started working with Perry Marshall, one of the greatest, copywriters and marketers in the world. And I learned Google Ads, and I started building a company. And like Bob Proctor's here. Bob Proctor was.
Well, this is what happens when a powerful woman turns it toward collaboration.
Right?
I mean, it just fires up on all the levels. Go ahead.
Well, Bob, I started taking Bob's products, and I was reselling them. I was working for a company. We pooled up. I mean, we had Bob Proctor, Dr. Demartini, like all the guys, they're here. I was representing them back in 2004 and reselling their programs online before anyone was doing it.
Wow.
And my husband's like, you're crazy. What are you doing this digital marketing online thing?
Yeah.
Right. However, I became quite successful, and I started figuring things out. But what happened is that same jacket, if you will, that I was wearing in corporate, I thought I was breaking the mold and showing women, look at women, be powerful, build your own business, do your own thing.
Yeah.
However, I was taking that same mentality throughout, and like that hustle, like I really cannot stand. I love Gary Vee, but the hustle mentality messed us up.
Yes.
It's messed us up. Like you don't have to just hustle harder and break down other people to get what you want. And so I, been navigating, building my company, and we've done very, very well. However, what I realized is there was still that woman wound. There was still that something about the way that I was working with women, and that I was seeing women all the time, like that competition kept coming forward. So here we are, even in digital marketing is very masculine driven, right? It's very male driven industry. So I had to keep proving myself. And so what happened is, and this is where this book emerged, that's why I'll jump start it, is that I was sitting here 2 years ago in Bali. I had 12 of my top VIP clients. I run a VIP branding event. We expand women and men's brands. My transmission is expansion. Anyone that gets around me, it's like, woo, get on the ride, because we're going to
like that. Someone put that up. My transmission is expansion. I mean, that sounds like a great self-affirming statement to adopt an affirmation. But go ahead.
Well, I have to give this.
But
love
it is
to
who you
my sister
are.
Leah, because my sister Leah actually, she put it into words for me. She's like, Rhonda, this is what you do for people, and it's true. Like I've always said, I know, because I can see in other people what they don't see in themselves, like help them tell their story, make their brand elevate when they never imagined they could be that person, right? And that is truly, I know what my transmission is. And so here we are at this event, and we're sitting here with a bunch of women, and we're rocking it. And all of a sudden, for the first time, I wasn't the coach. I wasn't the expert for them. I wasn't, and I've hosted thousands of events, right? And I felt that space, and I went, wait, oh, wow, this is big. Ladies, like, look at this energy we're around. And we were collaborating, creating, and all of a sudden everyone's starting sharing stories, right? And we said, we need to write a book. We need to write a book about this, like how women now are seeing inside of themselves that they don't have to compete with other women. And at first we thought, well, maybe it's our age, because, I'm in my 40s and they were all in their 40s and 50s. Yeah, maybe we've learned that. But what if we could help other young women and in their 20s and their teens? My daughter's 14 years old. And I realized, Adora, like, wow, here I am trying to be this powerful businesswoman, but I was teaching my daughter how to boom, 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 hustle through it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And my daughter launched her first company when she was 11 years old. It was awesome. Like, she's flown all over the world to speak, and she's beautiful. She's a designer and she's an artist. But what I saw, that she was being like me. And here we are sitting there, and I said, ladies, let's write a book about this. Let's actually write a book. And that's where Women Gone Wild came from. David Fagan, who was on the panel, he's our publisher. At first, it was called Designed to Lead. the DNA of the feminine leader. And we thought that was like the greatest, title. And then as we started leaning into it, we're like, designed to lead, it's still too hard. It's too lead. Like all of a sudden we're DNA. Like
Yeah.
we were still in that space. And we realized all of us were in that space of still trying to show up for people instead of just being, right? Exuding that feminine energy that we've got, our wildness. And we decided to change it to Women Gone Wild.
I love it. And, I think there's something so powerful here because we attract to this women who are here. They are powerful leaders, impact makers. Anyone watching is contribution minded. And there's something that happens and it's subtle, but women, like you said, when you noticed you weren't leading, which you're profound, you're a powerful leader, it's beautiful. But when you gather and you sat back a little, it was a bigger, surrendered, gentle, gorgeous, lush, powerful, elevating energy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And it was bigger than you've ever felt. And it's like you drop the weight of the world, because what happens is you're like, I've got to fix this for everyone. I got to make sure they know the answers. I got to be the end all be all. And that is heavy. It ages us.
It ages us. We wear way too much.
We wear way too much. Yeah. And instead you felt like wild women howling at the moon. I bet you did, actually, if you were in Bali. Yeah.
We sure did.
I knew it. I knew it.
We did. And it was such a transition. And so this is what the grace part and why I believe and why I honor actually Denis and Mo, right? Sitting here going, ladies, yeah, you've got this, right? Because we've always got this. We just were believing the stories that we needed to compete to get this.
That's right.
That's
right.
And it's it's sad, right? To think that women have not seen each other for who we are. I mean, like my women mentors that I look up to, it's like Joan of Arc, right? Like Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
Women that were so in their feminine, but they were, we have a saying in my company where women own and 85, if not 90 now % women run. All women.
Wow.
And we don't have issues. We don't have problems because we say, ladies, just be kind with your words, but strong with your stand.
Woo! Somebody write that down. Kind with your words, but strong with your stand.
Yeah. And when we're that way, we can show up for each other because we can't argue with truth. And that's something that I used to think when I was competing in the man's world, that I had to overpower them with my knowledge, right? Which is actually good advice for women when you are coming in. Make sure you know your stuff. Know your stuff, right? Because you can't, I always say bull S.
I love the words too. You're good though.
It gets you in the door. It doesn't get you a seat at the table.
That's right. That's
You
right.
know?
That's right. It'll get you in the door, but substance stands. And there's that stand too, because often women get a seat at the table and they go to playing the nice girl.
That's it.
Or I'll go get the coffee, or I'll go instead of like there's a way to be in your feminine, in your collaborative, but firm and in your stand. And usually that's required less when you're in that place. So powerful. So powerful. So I know we've got a little more time. What does it take to win as an entrepreneur these days, other than me hanging out with you more? Okay. And everybody else, you're invited. We haven't figured it out yet, but
You're doing it, sister. I know. Believe me. Listen, Bali's far away, but the things are opening up and we deserve to be in the same space, but I'm honored to be in here. I think that's a really great question because sometimes it could sound cliche, right? Everyone's like, what does it take to win? And truly, there's a few things. This was advice that was actually given to me, and I want to share this because this is how I figured out my winning. There's a few things. One was, don't ever put $signs on people's forehead. All right. And now I know it sounds silly, but this was told to me when I first started my company. And I was talking with my mentors and I said, look, man, this is not working, right? Like stuff is not just working. I'm selling, right? Because we're in our head. And he said, this is the thing. What are you thinking when you're speaking to your clients? And I said, well, I want to make a sale. I got great products. I got this for them. It's like, no, you got it wrong. Don't put $signs on people's forehead. They're human. They're human behind you, behind that phone or behind that, that table. And they're human and they've got something in their family's life. And this is why I love Denis so much, because he leads with story. The moment you lead with story and we make them feel, they realize that we're human too. And so never put a dollar sign on someone's forehead. I think that's a really key indicator to winning. Another is live your life like a movie. Live your life like a movie. And what I mean is, when I'm in someone, like right now, I'm in your movie, Adora. I'm in the world's movie. So I show up. Leah, brilliantly, my dear sister Leah, she said, it's how you show up. It's not just how you show up with your knowledge and how you look. It's like, what are you making people feel like when you're in their movie? Do they expand? Does their heart warm up when you're around them? Or are you uptight? Do you feel cold? Because I know you're in my movie too. So if we know we're always in someone's movie, and sometimes the scenes are going to be rough. They could be sad. They could be difficult. And they could be challenging. However, how you show up, and Wayne Dyer has always said this, or I believe it was actually Deepak Chopra. He said, your karma, their karma is how they treat you. Your karma is how you respond. And so that always makes me remember that if I'm in someone's movie, they might be coming at you, right? And there's a lot of lessons that I use when someone's got their thing going on, right? I think it's Don Miguel Ruiz always said, or the 5 agreements, the 5th agreement was listen, but be skeptical. Because someone's always got something going on in their life. And they might be coming at you, but it's up to you how you respond and how you make them feel in that moment. And I think that's probably some of the best advice that's helped me become a winner, because it doesn't matter who I'm with. I'm going to show up in your movie, whether you are having a bad day, having a good day. You don't maybe like my energy, but I well know I'll leave an impact.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's where high frequency level, I want to stick around people that exude frequency so that we can all level up. And I think that's where we're going now with this, new Earth operating system, like where the world is going. Yes. And it's about keeping around people that are raising each other's frequency and playing in that movie.
100%. I use the same analogy. I take people through a Rich Queen manifesto and we rewrite our character. And it's literally from the director and then as the character and taking it in. It's so true. How are you being? How are people feeling? What does your environment feel like when people step in yours or you step in theirs? That is so awesome. So awesome.
I want a blockbuster every day.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I was about to say, as we're wrapping up, I want to invite Mo in to be able to say what he wants.
So, I'm just sitting back listening, but Rhonda, as we slowly wrap up, what are the final gems that you want to share with our audience? And by the way, we're going to close out, Rhonda, very soon. We specifically wanted you to close out the event because we knew that we would have Brian Tracy in the beginning and we wanted Rhonda Swan in the end. We thought that would be an apropos combination because in many ways you're like the female Brian Tracy. And so we thought that it would be very appropriate to have you close us out. But also, Rhonda, why should people join us again tomorrow for our final day where we have Sharon Lechter and so many other folks? Help give the audience a little bit of value as to why they need to come back tomorrow as well. Rhonda, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is when I learn the most, right? Is when I'm able to sit in other people's space. If we get too deep in our head thinking we know too much and all we're doing is reacting or acting, we lose all the magic. Like just being around Denis today, it opened up my heart, right? I've had all kinds of ideas and thoughts. I could come in and teach everyone something. It's about listening in between the lines. Sharon Lechter, that woman, wow, right? So powerful. The things that she has done and the mentorship that she's given to others, I will be glued to my screen tomorrow because this is when we learn most, just sitting here and observing the way the interaction has. We can learn so much in how we navigate in our day. So tomorrow, be there tomorrow.
Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Rhonda. Appreciate you, my dear. Ladies and gentlemen, Rhonda Swan, the top branding mind on the planet. And with that, let's go ahead and gracefully have Rhonda bow out. Let's ask Rex Sykes to come in. And we're about to end day 3 in about 1 minute. So Rex, help close us out here, my friend. What have you taken away so far from day 3? Please unmute yourself. The floor, Rex, don't be so animated. Simmer down a little bit.
Hello, Mo and Adora.
No, that's very sure, Rex. You need to find your own shtick. Come on, Rex.
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I think it's been absolutely wonderful and brilliant, and that's my 2 cents. What I want to do is turn the tables and ask you what you think. You're the progenitors of this event. You brought all these people together. This is the 3rd day. It's going to be a final day of this gathering as we know it tomorrow. But how are you feeling right now as you sit there? I think that's what people want.
Well, Rex, I certainly think that the highlight of the day was the historical moment, and I used the word historical, and the audience uses the word historical, where Brian Tracy had an in-depth conversation with Denis Waitley. That has never happened before publicly. There has, in all of the years that the two of them have been at the top of the field, they have never publicly had a conversation. And to be able to be a fly on the wall, but in this case, have people from all around the world be that fly on the wall, was a remarkable moment. I think that it was someone in the comment section who said something along the lines of, I'm literally physically shaking. I have tears in my eyes. I can't believe I'm watching this. And it did my heart glad to be able to have live feedback shown to Brian and Denis as they were speaking with one another. They could read the comments and they could see that people were getting emotional, impacted by that historical moment that we were able to present here today. So that to me was truly a takeaway. It's an honor to be able to say that we have collaborated and worked with Brian Tracy. It's an honor to say that we have collaborated and worked with Bob Proctor, and to have them now officially part of this movement. The work that we're doing to make the world a better place does my heart glad. So that's my final statement. I have nothing else to say. Adora, please close us out and we'll officially end.
For me, Denis being able to sit with his friends and his colleagues and really receive the love and admiration as a man who has been a giver his entire life, is known for giving, and almost not forcing him to sit there, but putting him in that position. And then to see each speaker that has come in, they are so honored to get to have this conversation. I think of Joe Vitale crying so many times. I think of the people that cried before, the messages I got after. To be the facilitators of that, Mo and I were talking about, it feels like God just gave it to us to give back to them. And for me, it's beautiful. It's, one of the highest vibrations is we sit there and we learn, all of us, but actually sitting in the frequency of these great, wise thought leaders that have been teaching for years and now are humbly saying, you know what? I would have spent more time with my kids. You know what? Get over there and think of your grandmother. All these different things they're giving us. It's like we're hearing it, but we're receiving it in to at a cellular level. And it's just been so beautiful and really probably one of the greatest honors of my life to get to be a part of this. So I'm so grateful and thankful.
I would like to add that, the speakers and the panelists here have been superb. They've been brilliant. They've been awesome. Yes. From the very beginning to the final moments, just moments ago before they closed out. But both of you and your behind the team staff, the people who are, pulling the strings and the curtains and bringing the lights up and down, you have given a unique gift to the world and to everybody who's watching live now, who's going to watch replays, who's part of the VIP, but not just for today or for this year, but for a whole nother generation. I mean, you both have contributed to the planet in ways that we don't even know how it's going to, how many people it's going to impact. So thank you both.
Well, Rex, I received that, and it's interesting. Although I received that, I'm one of many that is receiving that, because this is a collaborative effort. But I was thinking about that earlier, because if you go on YouTube, I mean, you see clips of speakers when they spoke on stage in the 1970s and the 1980s and the 1990s, and they're still getting views every single day. And I thought to myself, well, in 2021, what we're doing here digitally is the equivalent of getting a big lineup and a big convention and getting a physical location. And so I thought to myself, how many people are going to upload this 20 years from now and say, here is Denis Waitley and Brian Tracy? How many people are going to upload this on YouTube or whatever YouTube is called in 30 years and say, here is Les Brown and Denis Waitley? Here is the only moment in history where Joe Vitale, Les Brown, and Denis Waitley were speaking in the same time in the same place. Here is the only moment in history where Brian Tracy and Denis Waitley were speaking together in the same place. You know, and so with that being said, that idea is an idea that makes this whole endeavor worthwhile for me. You know, I'm very proud of the team at the Los Angeles Tribune. As I've said earlier, we're the only national news brand, the only one in the United States of America that gives the time of day to the personal development industry, because we are redefining what news is. News is not negativity. News is what you've experienced here. News is not, this is a tragedy. News is this, you are empowered. And so the purpose of what we're doing with the Los Angeles Tribune is to redefine news and take it simply from a place of disempowerment to a place of empowerment. That's it. That's the mission in a nutshell. We want to redefine news from a place of disempowerment and turn it into a place of empowerment. And we're doing it with titans like Bob Proctor, Les Brown, Denis Waitley, Sharon Lechter, Joe Vitale, and I could go on and on and on. And so with that being said, we will see you back here tomorrow morning. And this has been day 3 of the new Psychology of Winning.